Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Okay now.
To question between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. One day you get ya. Mama say I want me to go. I got no one to tell him back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on the road. I
All right, there it is right there. So there it is right there. Indicate in the comment section if you can hear me. Otherwise there's no purpose. So I'm not feeling the vibes that I am being heard. Indicate in the comment section if you can't hear me. Solly, can you hear me? Solly, can anyone hear me? All right. All right, brilliant. All right. So yes. Thank you. So here it is. I did promise you that there was not going to be any breaks. But there it is. That there was a break. Suddenly, my wife dragged me away from the computers and took me to the countryside for a short break. So that was what happened there. So it was a 2-day break off in the countryside. So I didn't even knew that I needed a break until we actually took it. And I thought, oh goodness me. So I did need a pause from all that noise making. Not that I don't love you guys, but you know, you sometimes you have to take a break from it, otherwise you get overwhelmed. You know, so sometimes you have to take a break from it, otherwise you get overwhelmed. But back and refreshed and raring to go again. So here we go again. Nothing has changed though. It's still the same protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that. So let's say the like buttons go up as I'm inviting you to do exactly that. So the like buttons, actually, the like numbers look quite pitiable. So remove that and make it look handsome. Make the like buttons look handsome by clicking on it. So click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to be an active combatant, yes, you know, Niger man, it's not an endurance sport, you know. It's not, you know, you can't understand. If it's not a pleasure, then don't do it. You know, it's not an it's Niger man saying right there that mental health is very, it can be overwhelming sometimes, and you don't even know you are overwhelmed until you take a step away from it. So like I said, it is not an endurance sport. So occasionally you should take a break from it just to recalibrate your thoughts. So all that. So yes, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And then if you want to be an active combatant, if you want to be heard, if you want to engage in the conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It puts you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So click on like, do that, be doing these things as I'm saying it also. Don't just, it's not just a rat-a-tat-tat sing along that I do at the introductory space. It's an invitation for you to take an action. So click on the like button just exactly as I'm inviting you to do that. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Even if you're in already, still click on the like button. Then subscribe if you haven't done that. So we need numbers going up, and those numbers only grow up through your active participation. Click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to be an active combatant, if you want to be a part of the ebb and flow of the conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on like, click on subscribe, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So one more click, the $ at the bottom of the stream. Click on that to super chat, super sticker, super everything to the platform. So those things, like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be part of the conversation, and especially click on the $ to super chat, super sticker towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats in the course of every stream. We often hit that, and we hope in expectation that we do hit that today. So all that, so do all those nice and cozy things, and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So what are we talking about? Plenty to talk about. A lot of videos, a few articles, and hopefully we wrap conversations around that. The conversation only gets wrapped, though, if we have a panelist, if we have a panel, rather, which is composed, of course, of panelists. So the conversation only takes place if we have panelists. So if you want the conversation to take place, then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come be part of it. So come be part of it. I'll do the readouts first, and then I'll play you a series of clips, and then hopefully by the time all that is done, the studio is sufficiently populated for the conversation to take place. So let's kick it off with this one, the headline piece. I don't know quite. I seem to consume a lot of water doing this. So the headline piece. So everybody follow Ayo's example right there. Let me put it on the screen for encouragement. So Ayo has come in and done the super chart. So he has set the minimum. So anybody else that is super chatting is either to match or to exceed that figure put on the screen. Don't be a skin flint. Don't don't be a punk, you know, by saying doing something derogatory. Don't be a punk. Match or surpass. But let's get into it. Shown any protest against President Tinubu, Arewa youth tells Northern youth. So there it is right there, and that's the lead story right there. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know that our plans are afoot to have a nationwide demonstration. But we will get into the reasons why those demonstrations are taking place. But the Northerners certainly want no part of it. Shun any protest against President Tinubu, Arewa youth tells Northern youth. So, well, what exactly is in play here? The Arewa Youth Ambassador, an organization focused on political awareness to enlighten the youth about their role in ensuring good leadership in Nigeria, has called on the youth in the North. Let's do it again. The Arewa Youth Ambassador, an organization focused on political awareness to enlighten the youth about their role in ensuring good leadership in Nigeria, has called on the youth in northern Nigeria to shun any protest organized against President Bola Tinubu's administration. Addressing newspen in Kaduna on Monday, Namadi Duniya commented on the sacking and call for investigation of his national coordinator, Comrade Yahaya M. Abdullahi, over allegations of tribalism and corruption, and announced his replacement with Malam Mohammed Lawal. According to him, the call was made after a unanimous decision was reached by the executives following an emergency meeting held on the 13th of July 2024 in Dutse, Jigawa State. We couldn't comprehend nor explain the reason for the coordinator's change in behavior. His statements and actions no longer represent or align with those of our organization and have therefore called for action. The coordinator's recent outburst, attack on government and its economic reform policies, and call for protest have revealed his ulterior motives, hence his lack of patriotism. He noted that the same person who was alive and healthy and sat and watched the 8 years of former President Buhari without calling for protest or attacking any of his policies, but is very comfortable doing so now. He alleged that the reason is that Buhari is from the north and the same region he hails from, and President Tinubu is not, saying that is tribalism and they will not accept a tribalist as their coordinator, the chairman said. So this is essentially the northern space distancing itself from this now protest, whatever it is that is being organized. So we are waiting in anticipated breath to see how that protest actually takes shape, and a lot of people are not really giving it any stock. Nobody really thinks it's going to be any resounding success, but really the bigger question is, what are they protesting for and what are they protesting against? That is where the question is. So as I said, the protest, what are they protesting for and what are they protesting against? So the Tinubu administration has been in situation for 1 year and change. So that's just it. So the Tinubu administration has been in position for 1 year and change. So what is the expectation? Is it the expectation that within that 1 year and a few months, and not even a few, a couple, so within that 1 year and a couple of months, is it the anticipation that the government should have turned the country around to turn it into a land of milk and honey? Is that the expectation? No. Is it the expectation that people should be seeing green shoots of a directional thrust? Is that the expectation? If that is the expectation, then there's an argument if that expectation has been met or not. So there's an expectation if there's an argument if that expectation has been met or not. But really, a lot of people, in fact, the abundance of thought is that this protest is nothing to do with the governance style or the policy positioning or hardship within the country. This protest is essentially sour grape still from February last year. So these are sore losers who are not willing to accept their loss, and they're hiding under what they purport to be hardship being vested upon the people to try and burn the country down. That is what a lot of people think, especially targeting Lagos. That is what a lot of people think, because there's not been sufficient. You cannot audit an administration within a year. You cannot even audit an administration within 2 years. If you want to know the impact of an administration on a country, you have to allow 6 years or more. So it's not as though the guy has even gotten his foot. Anyway, that's just it right there. So the protest is nothing to do with the situation of the country. It's people who cannot accept an electoral laws looking to burn down the country. And that is what that protest is entirely all about. So that is what that protest is entirely all about. Let's go on from there to another one. What's up next? Right. We're still within that protest space. So let's bring this up. We're still within that protest space. So let's bring this up. Police ban protest in Abuja, issues turn warning to Islamic group. So you see a lot of special purpose vehicles, a lot of special interest participants are going to infiltrate that protest with their own pecuniary interest. So that protest is going to be infiltrated by the IPOB space, who have their own pecuniary interest. It's going to be infiltrated by the El Zakzaki sort of space, who have their own pecuniary interest. It's going to be infiltrated by the ENSA space, who have their own pecuniary interest. And it's going to, of course, in fact, even being led by the obedience space, who have their own pecuniary interest. So a lot of the pockets that will participate in that protest, a lot of them are not protesting for the same reasons. They are protesting for pecuniary interest. Pecuniary interest. Police ban protest in Abuja, issues turn warning to Islamic group. Right. The Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Police Command has banned the Islamic Movement of Nigeria. So the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, sorry, let me just give you the backdrop. So the Islamic, I'll go back and start that story again, but you need to have an understanding of the backdrop. So in Islam, there are two strands of Islam. There is the Sunni strand, and then there's the Shiite strand. So the adherents of the Sunnis, they are from that Saudi cusp, and they constitute about 80% of Islam. So the strand of the Sunni strand of Islam accounts for about 80% of the adherents of that faith. But the Shiite strand, which emanates out of Iran, essentially, that's their hub. They constitute about maybe 15%, and then there are other strands as well. So the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, they are the Shiite strand of Islam in Nigeria. And if you want to get a catch-all, to capture it all, think El Zakzaki. El Zakzaki is that face that overstrides that space. So have that as the backdrop as we go back to this story. Right. Police ban protest in Abuja, issues turn warning to Islamic group. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Command has banned the Islamic Movement of Nigeria IMN from staging any protest in the nation's capital. The command spokesperson, Josephine Ade, in a statement on Monday night, raised the alarm, stating that the proscribed organization, also known as Shiite, had concluded plans to embark on a procession to mark the 2024 Islamic calendar day of Ashura. She explained that the antecedents showed that such activities carried out by the Islamic group often resulted in significant disturbance in Nigeria's capital, leading to anarchy and chaos. The command therefore urged any individual or members of the proscribed organization to refrain from or shun any intended form of protest or procession in the nation's capital, as the command will not hesitate to use every legal means necessary to halt or incapacitate you know, I have to read that twice. As the command will not hesitate to use any legal means necessary to halt or incapacitate anyone that dares to violate the ban by the police. The command is committed to maintaining law and order and will take all necessary measures to prevent any activities that threaten the safety and well-being of the populace. The Commissioner of Police FCT, Benedict Igwe, etc., reaffirms the command's unwavering commitment to protecting the rights of all citizens whilst ensuring public safety, the statement added. So that's the Shiites then wanting to have a little cameo under the protest by the under the protest by the disgruntled Nigerians. So protest by the disgruntled Nigerians. Let's go from there to this. We can run our affairs. Federal government not superior to state government. This is Seyi Makinde still belly aching about the local government authority monies that's been removed from him. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared that the federal government is not superior to the states in exercising each other's constitutional role. Correspondents report that Makinde made this known in Ibadan at an emergency consultative meeting with stakeholders on Monday to appraise last week's Supreme Court judgment, which granted financial autonomy to local government areas across the country. He maintained that the judgment had created a constitutional lacuna that would throw up different challenges at the local government level. And by the way, there's moves to also remove the organizing of our local government elections from the state and invest it in INEC. The governor stressed that though he was not opposing transparency in the councils, the Supreme Court judgment is not a silver bullet that will wash away Nigeria's problems. He said, I called this meeting because I felt that even though we have not seen the certified true copy of the judgment of the Supreme Court, we have to be proactive and discuss the decision of the Supreme Court as it concerns the financial autonomy of the local government councils, because I believe a lacuna has been created between the decision and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that we all swore to uphold. The law is the law, and when there is a conflict, yes, we should go to court, but it behoves on us to look for our own homegrown solution that can ensure that we have transparency and that our people do not suffer. This is because when two elephants... So, speaking further, Makinde said his administration has been doing what was right, including clearing the backlog debts owed to workers and pensioners at the council level and fixing the infrastructural deficit in the PHCs and the inner roads. So I'm not quite sure what is going on about here. So I'm not quite sure what is going on about there. It's essentially sour grapes that money is being removed from him. Akpabio under pressure to punish Ndume over recent statements against Tinubu. So we've been tracking Senator Ndume and his activities, and not only Akpabio, the North are also riding against him. The excesses of Senator Ndume. So the excesses of Senator Ndume, let's go to this. Sunday, Igboho issues fresh eviction notice to Fulani headers in the southwest. So I think without reading that, we know already where it's going. A prominent Yoruba Nation agitator, Sunday Adeyemo, known as Igboho, has reportedly issued a new eviction notice targeting notorious headers involved in kidnapping and robbery in the southwest zone. The latest directive was communicated through an audio message by his spokesperson, Olayemi Koiki, although its authenticity remains unconfirmed. The call to action follows a renewed hostility in the Oke-Ogun area of Oyo State, where the locals have suffered increased violence, including kidnapping and killings by the headers. According to, and by the way, that increased violence is an attempt to test the Tinubu administration. I think we all know that. According to a resident speaking to correspondents, these criminal activities have also hindered farmers from accessing their fields, exacerbating tensions in the region. In an audio message, Koiki spoke in Yoruba saying, "Today is the 15th of July 2024. This breaking news is issued around 6 p.m. All Fulani people living in Oke-Ogun, living inside the bush there, who are kidnappers that are killing the people, are immediately ordered to leave now." Sunday, Igboho said he will continue his work at Oke-Ogun, in Kishi, and all communities that make up Oke-Ogun. He said he will touch all those places remaining. All Fulani should leave the bush in Oke-Ogun. The forest does not belong to you. The land belongs to us. He added that he is also waiting for the Obas in other parts of Yoruba land to speak up if they are witnessing attack from Fulani people in their domain. So that's Sunday Igboho. A lot of people will say these are the things that led him to being wanted by the authorities in the first instance. So let's go on from there to this. So two Kano states, Governor Abbas signs bill creating second-class Emirates in Kano. So still the attempts to downgrade Ado Bayero in favor of Lamido Sanusi. So we leave that there. So yes, I did tell you about this one. Local government autonomy, National Assembly will legislate to ensure INEC conducts local council elections. So yes, Chairman, Senate Service Committee, Senator Sunday Karimi, APC Kogi West, has disclosed that the National Assembly will soon work on the transfer of responsibility of the conduct of elections to the local councils from the various state electoral bodies to INEC. Speaking with journalists in Abuja yesterday on the landmark judgment on financial autonomy for the local government areas by the Supreme Court, Senator Karimi, who noted that President Bola Tinubu deserves commendation for the judgment, urged Nigerians to keep faith that the National Assembly will ensure compliance by the various state governments, whilst also taking up the responsibility of amending the Constitution to address inherent contentious issues. So that is so a lot of people advocating for that because if the state electoral spaces are still responsible for coordinating local government elections, then it makes a nonsense of the judgment. And by the way, the room does need population. So if you want the conversation, you have to jump on board. So if you want the conversation, you have to jump on board. This is the last readout. Then I'll play you a series of videos. Nigeria to be net exporters of petroleum in December. This is Mele Kyari telling us this guy has been making promises. He's been telling us that the Port Harcourt refinery will be working in 3 months' time. He's been saying that for the last 3 years. So I think you have to put it within that context. The Group Executive Officer of the Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has said that based on emerging indicators in the energy and gas sector, Nigeria will be a net exporter of petroleum by December. Kyari made this known on Monday at the National Assembly when stakeholders of the nation's economy, including the Minister of Finance, etc., met with the Senate Committee on Finance led by Sani Musa, APC, Niger State. The stakeholder further gave assurance that the alien economy is getting revitalized based on emerging indicators. The indicators, according to Kyari, are the Port Harcourt refinery, which will start production early next month, which will be followed by the one in Warri months after, and the Kaduna refinery latest by December this year. He added that in a few months, the oil production level for the country will hit 2 million barrels per day, as all enablements towards that has already been put in place. He said, "Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Committee, let me just confirm that NNPCL and the oil and gas sector are very crucial in bringing a turnaround in our current economic situation, and we understand the importance of this. We are taking every step that is practical for us to achieve this. We have already seen growth in our oil and gas production because of certain actions that Mr. President personally took. And also the very mere truth that we have also declared war on production activities, and this is yielding the desired result. The combination of these two has now seen us restoring production in our country, and we believe that, as the Honorable Minister has said, we will soon hit the target of 2 million barrels of oil production per day. He added, I am aware that there are several comments in the public space around refining business and domestic production, including production that will come from the commissioned Dangote refinery. Yes, this country, as we have said, will be a net exporter of petroleum products by the end of this year. We are very optimistic that by December, this country will be a net exporter. That means a combination of production, so etc., etc. So I think that's enough of that. I think we get the drift of where that is. So we get the drift of where that is, although we're not saying the supercharge as we anticipate. But also we're not seeing people coming into the studio. So if you want the conversation, come into the studio. Let me play you a series of clips, and then we'll play the Kegite music, kick off the conversation. Yes, let me play. Yes, we'll start it from here. So we started from Kenya.
Good evening, the people of Kenya. The Constitution of Kenya of 2010, Article 1, Sub-Article 1, says all sovereign power belongs to the people and shall only be exercised in accordance with the Constitution. Today, I tender my resignation as a cabinet secretary in the government of Kenya. I want to offer my heartfelt apology to the people of Kenya for the greed, high-handedness, selfishness, arrogance, nepotism, tribalism, and all the bad things that we have done to you in the last 2 years. When we came to power, we called ourselves shareholders and decided that most Kenyans are not part of the government, are no longer part of the state, and do not have any human rights. We went ahead and received bribes from all over the world, and especially from Dubai. We bought very expensive watches, some as expensive as 1 million Kenya shillings equivalent in dollars. We bought belts worth 50,000 shillings, and we made sure that citizens know how expensive we have become. In a country where poor families cannot pay their children's school fees, we were wallowing in luxury. I want to sincerely apologize, and I want to say today that I am ready to give out all the bribes that I have received for the last 2 years, all the properties that I have now, which can be traced back to the bribes that I received, will be surrendered to the state tomorrow, early in the morning. Should I get a chance to serve the people of Kenya again, I will stop the greed, I will stop the arrogance. But most importantly, I will be accountable to the people of Kenya. To the Police High Command, the Inspector General, who also tendered his resignation, I want to urge him to take Kenyans to all the graves where the bodies are hidden. It is time for accountability. Thank you, dear Kenyans.
So there it is right there. That's a senior functionary of the Kenyan government, not only resigning his position, but also admitting to taking bribes and then offering to give back all he has taken in bribes. He claimed that he was taking bribes from Dubai. He especially mentioned Dubai, but I'm sure that's not the only space. So that's the latest development in Kenya. What are the chances of that ever happening in Nigeria, though? I think the chances are between slim and none. Can you imagine a Nigerian politician making that confessional video? That's not even, there's no room for retraction of that. They are not even written words to claim that he was misquoted. He stood in front of a camera and said, yes, I am a thief and I'm a repentant thief. So that's the latest development in Kenya. So I'm just bringing you that to contrast it against the goings on in Nigeria. And fortuitously, the next clip speaks somewhat to that. What this?
My apology. We may not have all the time to give you a full breakdown, but so were you? My apology. We may not have all the time to give you a full breakdown, but so were you able to explain to the committee about the 1.5 billion that they were talking about in this particular contest? Because I know they raised the issue of even 1.5 million now for fueling of car, and they were asking you, is it just round trip the country or a particular location? Maybe you have to clear the air on some of these things.
And when I explained it to them, one of them told them it wasn't even much. How many vehicles? I traveled with the staff, the bus, the security, 2 security vehicles, 1 DSS and 1 police, and my vehicle, the backup, and the other one. About 6 vehicles went all the way to Anambra State for a job. And we came back. What is 1.something million for those guys? Everybody knows how much fuel costs since I came in. So when I even was explaining, moreover, they won't even give you a chance to explain. They'll just tell you, say yes or no. How can I say yes or no without explanation?
1.5 million naira for just fueling car. I don't know, maybe is it cross-country or trans-Saharan? I can't really see where 1.5 million naira will be used for fueling only 1 vehicle.
The question is, the monies for these contractors, 2023, yes. Was the money appropriated for released to the ministry's account? Yes or no?
The money that was
yes or no?
I cannot answer
yes or no. That is the question. Was the money released to the ministry's account? Yes or no? From the accountant general.
Yes or no?
Okay, don't worry.
Because the money was not fully released. The money was not fully released.
Thank you.
If I'm not given chance to explain, I will not answer.
I'm asking you to speak. You say you
won't allow me.
Oh, yes,
when I start to speak, you won't get me to speak.
But I'll go straight to the issue at hand. We don't want to
why jump to that particular issue? This award contract has not been given. They have not done anything. Money has not been paid. Why this? Why is it? Is it?
And there it is. So contrast that with the Kenyan confessional. Somebody said in the previous stream that all these monies that they're looking for, if they look at the woman's earrings and all the jewelry that she bejewels herself with, that's where the money is right there. So that is Uju Kennedy justifying the unjustifiable as fueling a car with 1.5 million naira. So there it is right there. So contrast that against what we just heard from Kenya. So contrast that against what you just heard from Kenya as we watch this.
I have a dream not only for the North but for the entire country, Nigeria. I have a dream that Nigeria will be truly united one day. I have a dream that Nigeria will have a buoyant, a strong economy. I have a dream that Nigeria will have the political clout that will enable her to lead the rest of Africa and the blacks all over the world. I have a dream that Nigerians will come to regard one another as their brothers' keepers. I have a dream that Nigeria will take a proper place in the Committee of Nations and will be one of the leading nations of the world. I have that dream. Inshallah. And all these ugly things that are happening today will come to an end, God willing. Only God has no beginning, no end. Everything that you see, good or bad, has a beginning and it will have an end.
By the grace of God, we will see the end of all the crises in Nigeria. By the grace of God, we will come to know peace and stability in Nigeria. By the grace of God, we will be our brothers.
So that's my time Asuli. I think of blessed memory now. Speaking to a message of hope, a lot of people will say hope has departed from Nigeria. So the next two clips now speaks to Kano State politics. Watch this.
You see, the mistake has been done, as far as I know. In the first place, the appointment of Ibn Sunusi in the first place was not right. Because the position of the Emir of Kano, you inherit it. The Emir of Kano, Amina Ado Bayero, his father was the Emir of Kano, Ado Bayero. He was there for over 60 years. His father, his grandfather, his grandfather has been the Emir of Kano. On his mother's side, his mother was a princess from Ilori. Her father, her grandfather were the emirs of Ilori. Lamido, his father was never an emir. In the history of Kano, over 200 years, there has never been a kind of situation that has happened the way it happens to Lamido. Because there has never been an emir that was appointed the emir of Kano his father was not an emir. He's the first.
Sarakin Dawaki, listening to you now, are you saying in Kano?
Yes.
Or now let's talk about emirate politics, which is also enmeshed in the Islamic traditions.
True.
Are you saying when the government is reaching out to get a new emir, they don't consult some of the traditional people like yourself and others who understand the history and culture of the people?
You see, it's very, very unfortunate. I'm sure you know what has happened.
No, we don't know. That's what we're asking.
I'm sure you know.
Are you saying you were not consulted? Is it possible that the politicians will do this in isolation?
Arbitrarily?
You know,
it is possible. There is something that was done. Anyway, I'm sure you are aware that even why Sunusi is back, because he has paid for it.
I don't get it. He's paid for it.
He has paid. He has given them money. He has given the governor and Konkoso money.
You mean
he funded their campaign?
You mean money was paid?
Yes, he was. He said it.
And you have the evidence. You have
of course, facts? I have the evidence. He paid money. That's why he came back.
That's a very serious allegation. But are you saying
it's not an allegation?
Are you saying
even Lamido himself said it.
Does he belong to the royal family of Kano?
His father, yes. His father was an his grandfather was an emir. Right. But the issue is, if your father is not an emir, in the history of Kano, I have never seen an emir was appointed that his father was not an emir.
Even when the grandfather was an emir?
Even when the grandfather is an emir.
All right, so that's a little bit of Kano politics there. I say Kano politics, Kano royal stool politics. The argument, well, that guy's argument essentially is that Lamido Sanusi should never, under any circumstances, have been on that seat. It's a succession seat, and it's usually son after father. And since Lamido Sanusi's father was not the emir, that he has no entitlement to that seat. Although his grandfather was an emir, so something out of sequence there. But that argument, it doesn't follow through if you go back further enough. But the man in contention, he gets his chance to speak. And this is what he has to say. Watch this.
Where I said Africa needed to review its relations with China. And I've said it in many places. I love China. I don't have a problem at all. My father was Nigeria's first ambassador to China. And I think China offers great opportunities for Africa to develop, but I think Africa has not built that relationship in a manner that will lead to development. Okay, we have spent our time borrowing money, giving contracts to Chinese companies to build roads and build trucks, and building the Chinese economy, importing cheap finished goods from China and deindustrializing Africa. We can have a win-win situation where we produce the goods in Africa and sell in Africa, use our own raw materials, use our own labor, and then they can repatriate their capital. And that's fine. You know, they want to make money, they don't have to produce in China, they can produce in Nigeria and take the money out. You know, and this is really where the negotiation happens, you know, and this is where some African countries have gotten it right. Meles did this with leather in Ethiopia, stopped exporting leather to China. Now the Chinese have a huge leather industrial park outside Addis Ababa, producing shoes and bags and selling to the best brands in Europe. If you did that in Kano, you don't even need to export to Europe. 200 million Nigerians, if you just produce shoes for school children, that's more than enough, you know, in terms of a market. Textiles and garments, the Chinese are in Madagascar. So we can go and do this. And so we do have models now built by African countries that work. And we need to spread that message across. We now have peer lessons that we can learn. So I suppose for me, Africa is not all bad news. But the bulk of Africa in terms of concentration of incomes and population is bad news. We need to get South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, DRC working. All the fast-growing countries in Africa, all the countries that are doing well combined, do not account for more than 20% of African GDP. And that's why we're not going to see the impact on the continent until these big countries get it right and show the leadership. So what can we learn from Rwanda? What can we learn from Meles in Ethiopia? What can we learn from how the Chinese did it, okay, and now that they're moving on to higher value industries, step into those shoes and industrialize. And then also deal with the demographic transition, which we need, because we cannot continue growing at the rate at which we're growing, outstripping the rate of growth in GDP. So if you ask me, how can we stop manufacturing poverty on industrial scale? It comes down to the question, how do you have a demographic transition and an economic transition so that the youth bulge that we have will be a dividend and not a disaster. We have 200 million Nigerians. The median age is 19. In the next 20 years, we're going to have 100 million Nigerians between the ages of 20 and 40. Put that in perspective, Germany is the world's third largest economy, population 85 million. You need an economy for 100 million youth. It's tough. But then 40 years ago, when Deng started opening up in China, China had 700 million people living in extreme poverty. Today, China has only 30 million in poverty. When Deng started opening up, China had only 8 million university graduates. Today, China has 300 million holders of degrees and their equivalent. That's more than the population of the United States, and it's the world's largest manufacturing economy. So, they did it in 40 years. Why can't we?
So I was just saying that, thank you for telling me that the audio was not on. I was just saying that Nigeria is an enigma wrapped in a mystery, and subsumed in sort of a conundrum. The more you unpeel the layers of that country, the more mysterious it gets. And those data coming out of Lamido Sanusi is telling us that the median age of Nigeria is around about 19, and then roughly 100 million. Just pause for a moment and reflect on that. Roughly 100 million people round about that age. So that sort of that statistics, it presents both an opportunity as well as a problem, depending on how it is managed. So if you can get productivity out of even 20% of them, then you will create that economy that Deloitte and Touche told us we will be in the next 10, 15 years, that will be a top 5 economy. So that's that opportunity right there. But if you don't manage it, and we have not shown any indication that we can manage that demography, then that's a disaster. So if you have 100 million 19-year-olds, a lot of them male, unskilled, unemployed, no opportunity, no hope for the future. So you don't have to be Einstein to know what happens next. So that's the conundrum that Lamido Sanusi is inviting you to examine. And it's telling you to look at, because people look at China and they see them as almost like superhuman. They're not superhumans. They're not cleverer than we are. They took deliberate steps in order to get to where they are. But what deliberate steps are we taking? And what is the plan? So it's an actionless plan. You know, I have this clip. Hopefully I still have it. There was this particular person that was speaking about Nigeria. I deleted a lot of clips recently. I suspect I may well have deleted it. It says Nigeria is the worst example of governance, that you just have some new government come in. They'll make all these lofty plans that they will turn the country around in 3 years, and then they end in a disaster, and then the next one comes in. So it is essentially to tell you then that it is a country without a plan. And that tells you then that 100 million median age 19-year-olds, that leans more towards the cusp of a disaster than anything else. We're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, and it's going to time soon, or explode even, whichever one. So that's Lamido Sanusi right there with the cold facts of reality. So that's Lamido Sanusi with the cold facts of reality. The next and final clip then speaks to Edo politics, which is coming up, governorship elections coming up in a few months. Listen to this.
I would begin from where you started from. You know, my attention was called to my friend's interview, Paul Luhombamo, the quotable quote man that is always quoting Aristotle, Karl Marx, Martin Luther King Jr. said, when we are talking about practical politics, is jumping from station to station with his quotable quotes that has not been able to galvanize vote for the APC. Even in the last 2020 governorship election, he failed. He lost his unit, his ward, and his local government. Even in the just concluded presidential election and national and state assembly election, he lost his voting unit where his family members, his friends and neighbors voted. He lost woefully. And those are the people that are speaking for APC. And I laugh in Chinese language. I will tell you the great Rufai. You know, Mondio Pebulu, I have nothing personal against him. The truth is clear. He does not have the mental depth, the intellectual capacity to play on the global stage. You will all agree with me that for you to be a governor, you must have that. You must have what it takes to play on the global stage. You know, I saw Paul Luhombamo, where he said in 2009 that Monbiot Bevolo helped the Israeli company he created an IT solution. There are evidences that even in 2008, Monbiot Bevolo was struggling to pass WAEC. Even in the Miracle Center, where results, answers are written on the blackboard, he could not even copy the answer correctly to pass. And I'm shocked that Paul Ohombamu will come on national television and lie to Nigerians. I would sponsor Arise TV to the just office of Monday Okpebolo's so-called company that has employed over 1,200 Nigerians. And we would appreciate if Paul Ohombamu would lead Arise crew there, and all expense paid by me. You know, I don't want to dwell on Paul Ohombamu's interview with Arise, because Edo people don't even take such people seriously. Has his quotable quotes been able to galvanize votes for the APC? The answer is no. If you look at those who are speaking for the APC candidates today, the three of them, grandfathers, Dr. Abati, you'll be shocked that the three major players, young dynamic Edo men who rejected the job even with the fat pay. John Mayaki, he was the chairman and director general of the Publicity and Media Committee of the 2020 Pastor Sage Zeyamu's gubernatorial election campaign council. Even the just concluded election while I was deputy DG, he was also chairman of Media and Publicity. The man resigned from the job after interviewing Monday Okpebolo. He said to me, leader, I cannot lie to Edo people no matter how much they want to pay me. I interviewed this man. In 10 minutes, I discovered his gross incompetence. And I said to myself, John Mayaki, how will I face Edo people and lie to them bluntly? How will my family see me? How will my people in Akoko Edo and Edo North see me? He resigned. He said this man does not even know the difference between governance and government. When they even asked him about e-commerce, he said, what is e-commerce? He doesn't know what e-commerce is in the 21st century, a gubernatorial candidate. Please, cut me some slack. No, the man does not even understand the effect of global warming. But I will tell you that the three major people who are loyal to APC spokespeople, they resigned as his spokespersons.
Okay, but
look at the three men speaking for him today.
But based on what Mr. Paul said that day, he said he owns a technology company that partnered with the Israeli government, that they did a lot of work. So how can you say that a man that owns that kind of company does not know e-commerce? No, don't say that about Monday Okpebolo.
Okay. Can I please tell you? Go and check the results he submitted to INEC. That man wrote WAEC in 2008. So how could he have invented a app? How would they have done anything for the Israeli government or Israeli company? How? Without a degree? Well, I'm not surprised. They issue statements on his behalf every day. And some of us has asked, where does he issue this statement? Is it in the coven or in his bedroom?
Right.
You know, I saw you beautify. I love and respect you. You were bold enough to tell Paul Ohombamu to bring his candidates, Monday Okpebolo, to Arise. I will pay all expense, charter a private jet to bring him to Arise from Benin.
All right.
I, Prince Emmanuel Dige, will pay. Let him come and speak to those people, Nigerians, via your station.
Right there, the Igodo politics of Edo State. You know, I've always struggled to understand anything that people from that region have to say. They have this sing-along sort of manner of speech. You know, when that guy was speaking, he was mocking the other guy, but really, I couldn't really make any sense of it. The only time I've ever really understood what anybody from Edo State had to say was when this guy, I'm just looking for him now, the only time I've ever understood when anybody from Edo State, what they had to say was when this guy was making this speech. So yeah, this is when anybody from Edo State speaks, this is what I hear.
The reforms are there, and we will continue to institutionalize them in such a way and manner that anybody that has the privilege of God and the people of Edo State to become the next governor of Edo State cannot just like a political Simkin the Swagger, cannot just like a political Mais Gloriosos, cannot just like a political Burakio, capriciously set aside the reforms and engage in a suo moto political peregrination.
All right. So anytime that anybody from Edo State speaks, that's what I hear. Yeah, the platform needs filling, as I said. I'll send the link again. We play the K guys, and then we see where we land.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. So heed to the message of Niger Man. 4 more super chats to kick off the session. So follow Ayon's example, super chats to the stream. Joining us, Solly. Always a delight when Solly is here. So good to have you, Solly. Ekene is in the house. Good to see you always, Ekene. And the majestic Prince Daddy makes up the quartet. So there it is. So plenty of space. Anybody else to join. Let's kick off the session. Start with Ekene, deferring to the fact that it's in Lagos. Ekene, Alpha. Ekene, you don't sleep. Look at this guy. You must think this place is a hotel. He comes here to sleep all the time. Ekene. All right. Let's kick it off then with Solly if he's ready to go. Solly.
What time can I book into my hotel?
This is it, Hotel California. You can check in, but you cannot check out. Welcome to the Hotel California. Look at that. Alpha.
I'm good.
Yes. What are you looking at in the politics first? You don't pay too much attention anymore to the politics.
When they wanted to give me high blood pressure, so I backed off a little bit. But sometimes I come back and check. Let me see. What did I see? They've opened up Dubai visas again, but this time they want to fleece us.
Yes, I was in the excuse me. I was in the headlines. They said you have to have 10,000 in the bank, and then the visa is about 700K. And I'm thinking, if you have 10,000 in the bank, then you won't be going to Dubai to hustle.
Yes, so well, the thing is that some Nigerians will still fall for it because that's all Nigerians know. That 10,000, they can go to so many places in Europe or even Brazil or something, somewhere better that will give them.
I'm not sure that even the UK requires that. Does the UK require
like,
that?
I think 3,000 or something. It's not even. I don't even think it's up to 3,000.
What they are saying to us essentially is that they don't want us in their country. Is that not what they are really saying?
It's a polite way of saying that, but if you reach a certain class, then you will be allowed, basically. That's the $10,000 agreement. So it's a way to fleece us, and they cannot just totally deny us, because that would just be blatant racism. So
640 something thousand for the visa. How much is that in real money? That's
and
close
it's
to
not
about what?
guaranteed though.
That's put about $600-700, is it not, or thereabout?
706. No, woman is more than that though. It's like $3,000, $4,000, I think. Let me see. Because okay, yeah. Actually, let me see. 660 divided by, let's say, 1.5. Yeah, so around $400 to $500. So, and that's not guaranteed. I don't. UK visa and Schengen visa and all these other visas don't cost that much now. So they say
Now, I think UK visa is about £200 or $200. Or they don't want us in Dubai. That's what they are saying. Well, can you blame them though? Some of your behaviors over there.
I can't blame them. Oh, do you know what Nigerians were doing there? Even me, self, I wouldn't have wanted to be around in Nigeria.
You know, there was a couple of years they took cultism to Dubai and started to start it. Yeah.
It's not all those hush puppy this thing. They have plenty. I've even said this thing many times before. They have plenty of people doing that. They have plenty of Dutch people, plenty in that Dubai doing drugs and all this G and all this Yahoo and stuff. So they have plenty of white people, white women, Australian women doing prostitution. I can't even name the exact hotel. If you enter the hotel, you just start from the reception. You'll see the Australian women just disturbing, So there are plenty of people doing rubbish. Is when
I used to watch the Australian. I thought the prostitutes in Dubai were the Africans, especially the East Africans and the Eastern Europeans. When I was there, most of the prostitutes I saw, they were Eastern Europeans.
How many years ago was that?
Oh, a few years ago.
So the latest is in town is like, white women now, they cannot just be seeing all the other communities making money like that. So they came in from everywhere: France, Germany, Australia, Russia, everywhere. They have the women. So those ones came to come and dominate it. Go. They now are the high class hookers. Then the Nigerians, they don't know how to organize themselves. It's Indian men, they are fucking on the streets. Oh, sorry for my language. So that's just the sad reality. So that's their problem. Then another news that I saw is that Osun State Governor.
Hey, real quick, Paul. Don't thinking that, considering what has happened in the past, that the UAE is trying to discourage those miscreant young fellows that constitute nuisance on the street of Dubai, trying to discourage them from coming to their country. That is the reason why they levy those.
The thing is that they will still come, because those boys is based on cultism. So I didn't even mention what they are doing. They are obviously smuggling women in there for prostitution, and they're also using the opportunity to sell drugs. So they are not even there for anything positive. So they do it like, how Americans have gangs, and the gangs are selling drugs. They have their court, and the courts are doing all these things. Then all these like petty issues, like in terms of like women or somebody insults
one of the first
just 1 minute. Then they will now take big cutlass in groups, and they will now start attacking themselves on the bare streets where everybody can see them from every single country. And you are now well known for this because you let everybody know who you are. So, and
one of the first attempts at armed robbery in Dubai was done by Nigerians when they went to try and smash into, the gold souk. They went and tried to use a hammer to break into the gold souk,
And they always do it in broad daylight in front of everyone. Like, you are in Dubai. Where are you going to run to? Where? There's cameras everywhere. The police have one of the fastest cars. And the best thing that can even happen to you is that you get caught in Dubai. Because the moment you leave Dubai
So,
and you go to all those Sharjah, and that's the worst part, those guys were living in the worst place to commit crime. In Dubai, they forgive a lot of there are plenty drug dealers that have been forgiven in Dubai for cocaine, no, hard drugs. They do it outside because it's UAE. The country is UAE. They now have, it's just like committing a crime in Lagos, like smoking Igboho in Lagos. Nobody will really do anything. Then you go and smoke it in Kano. His bar will finish you. So it's basically like that. Those ones nice to live in all those places where there's Hizbah law, like Sharjah, all those very tough Islamic places. They will not be committing crime there. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. So they don't think at all. They don't thinking. That's far from them. They are allergic to thinking. So it was bound to happen. It was just bound to happen. And no matter how much you want them, they will just still do it.
But there's a lot of Nigerian money in Dubai. There's the estimation that 20% of Dubai's economy is Nigerian money.
Yes, there's a lot of. All those skyscrapers you used to see when you go to Dubai, those hotels, Nigerians own them. A lot of those hotels.
Even in the gold souk, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but in the gold souk, some of them actually have Nigerian flags. And if you walk down the gold souk, if you look in any of these gold shop, it's usually your Alaja from Isaleko, and they'll be serving her tea and cake, because they know she's come to drop some heavy bars,
Nigerians have been going to Dubai for decades when they used to go and buy gold and say, because gold was very, very cheap there. They will buy it, they'll come back to Nigeria. So they would have made a lot of profits, especially from those gold sales for decades. All those Alaja and Alaji. That's where their business was. So they obviously have enough money to build hotel, and then stealing money from Nigeria. Politicians own a lot of hotels there in UAE. Then what Abdul said is true, but it's not all of them, but it was majority, I won't lie, but I'll not say it. So then the next one was Oshu State Governor. That incompetent guy, his phone was hacked.
Yes, I saw it as well. But what's the purpose of that? That's the thing.
I feel like
so somebody's after Davido's number, Abby.
No, I hopefully the Nigerian youths have started directing their skills into the right areas instead of trying to steal from their fellow citizens. Why not steal from the treasury itself? Steal the stolen funds. You cannot start screaming on the streets that somebody stole the stolen funds now. So maybe there's a cyber revolution going on. We'll never know.
Do you believe that story that his phone was hacked?
I believe it. It seems like a very incompetent guy.
Yes, but I think it's a cover up for looting. So he has probably looted some money, then he's come up with that storyline in order then to park the blame on that. I think it's a scam. A little bit like I think the Trump shooting is a scam too.
Me too, but I don't want to. What that Trump shooting reminds me of? When Buhari was campaigning and the bomb exploded.
Oh, you remember? Oh, wow, that's going back. That was in 2015, wasn't it?
Yes, and that won him the election. That was the first thing I thought about when I saw that Trump thing. But we have no proof, and we're not there, so no one can say.
I think a lot of people don't actually buy it, they don't buy it.
Yeah, but you have no proof. That's the thing. That's just the thing. So if you don't buy it, you have to disprove it. And if they ever disprove it, it will already be too late.
No, that the not to go into American politics, but that the Democrats are having their convention fairly soon, so they would need a big item to take that momentum or that moment away from Trump, and that big item will be Biden stepping down. So he will step down at the convention, and then that will be the story that propels the elections.
Hello? Biden will never step down. They said that his crackhead son, has. No, he won't. They said that the reason why he hasn't. No, let me finish now.
Yeah.
They said they've been trying to urge him to step down, but you know that his crackhead son, that one is probably going to be sent to prison. So that one has been motivating his father. They say is the biggest person that has been pushing him not to step down. That he would have stepped down if not for that his son. And what I think his son wants is that if his father wins the election, he'll be able to pardon him once he gets sent to prison. That's the play that I see.
You know, Biden will be stepping down. That's what a lot of people.
You want to get?
Yeah, it's a fact now. He will be stepping down, but unless he wants to hand over the, it may well even be taken out of his hands. You know, he'll be forced down, even almost certainly. But certainly, he will not be on that ballot.
Well, okay. I don't agree. I don't see any reason why he will not be on that ballot. Unless you can give me some reasons. Those people are very hard-headed.
Can you hear me, Foley?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was trying to debunk what you just said, woman, that he will step down. He will not step down, and he would not.
Oh, we can't hear you now.
I thought that was me.
No, it's Dewale. We can't hear you.
I think it's the signal.
Yeah.
Maybe if you refresh the page or something.
Yes. All right. It will happen soon enough anyway. So we'll all be here when it happens. But certainly Biden will not be on that ballot. Was there anything else that caught your interest before I take you to the talking point?
No, not really. Those were the only things. I wanted to talk about that B-Lord and this thing, but
no, talk about that B-Lord. Apparently, it's a crypto billionaire who turns out to be a fraudster. I wasn't really. Yeah,
he's not a fraudster. The thing is that he's a young guy, and when you are dealing with people's funds, give us
the backstory. Give us the backstory because I just saw the headlines. I'm not really invested in that space.
Okay, he's running a gray center within the Nigerian economy where he's able to collect people's cryptos and give them naira. And if you are doing that, you are basically a bank. And for you to have a bank in Nigeria, you have to give central bank billions of naira as collateral in case you ever run away. Because, for example, when you open a bank account, you have a guarantee that, if the bank ever crashes, they'll give you this amount. So he's running a gray center because he's dealing with crypto. So he doesn't need to give central bank that money. Central bank is trying to ask for it, but there's no law for them to ask for it. Now, that means if people lose, if he decides to take everybody's money and run away, that money is gone. Okay, so people are using his platform based on trust basis. Now, same thing that is happening with Airpeace. You are opening up a lot of branches, you're expanding your business, but the people that you're hiring are incompetent. And we always talk about respect. And some people always believe that they don't need to give anybody respect. And they transfer it into every aspect of their life, including their place of work. You now start disrespecting a customer that has financial issues with you. You start treating them anyhow. You start insulting them. You're insulting their father. You're insulting their mother. You know how the insults used to go now. You are threatening them on top financial issue that you caused to them. No bank will ever do that. Even banks in Nigeria will not do that. Yes, banks in Nigeria have problems, but they are not going to insult you. They are not going to start cursing your father, your mother. They are not going to start threatening you. That is what his staff was doing. Okay? And instead of him to address it, he started defending the staff instead of the customer. And we all know the customer is always right.
Hold on, sorry. I think we have something from the police. It says, Nigeria Police Force alleged fraud, violation of CBNR. Police interrogate CEO B-Lord Group of Companies, Linus Williams. The FCID, which is a specialist team, I'm assuming, is currently investigating complaints lodged against B-Lord Group, B-Lord Real Estate, etc., etc. These offenses include allegations bordering on cryptocurrency fraud, aiding internet fraud, computer-related fraud, terrorism funding, and non-compliance with regulatory frameworks. So that terrorism funding, it seems to be a there's no, it's nothing. They don't. Everything has to be terrorism funding. I don't know.
No.
So we're terrorism funding. We will do due diligence in our investigation. Our cyberspace in Nigeria must be safe and secured. By all means, we are committed to achieving this. So this is from the police force PRO space. So yeah.
Let me finish the story. I'll still get to why they charged him with this. Now, like this very dark man, he's like me, right? But me, I'm not in Nigeria. He knows the law of Nigeria. He understands the law of Nigeria. And Nigerians always believe that they are invincible. They always forget that there is law in Nigeria. Me too. I've always said this. If you defame me, I'll not even argue with you. I'll simply make your life miserable and I'll make your life a living hell because I'll take all the legal measures in Nigeria to finish you. That very dark man filed plenty petition over a long period of time. And when your petitions reach a certain limit, then they will the legal system.
Is it behind is he the one behind it? Yeah.
It's not fully behind, but he is a major part of it. He sent people to file their petition, showed them how to do it, and started allowing them to do it little by little. Then he now came with his whole full chunk, and then that's when you now see things like funding funding terrorism and these laws. You see what they charged him with? These are very vague charges. That means they can say it and they can connect it to anything, basically like a RICO case. For example, if somebody uses his platform to fund terrorism, they can address it back to him that it was his platform and he allowed it to happen. Now, he has to be the one to now disprove that he didn't know about it and he was not aware of it. So he's the one that has to fight the case before they now transfer it to the person that actually did the transfer for terrorism. So obviously, you can claim Naira is being used for terrorism. Why? Because the terrorists are using Naira. You can also claim US dollar is being used because so these are very vague charges that he can easily just get out of. You will see that he will come out of jail very, very quickly because they are very vague charges. But the reason why they did it is to show him that he's not invincible. Your clients are losing money, millions of Naira. It may be nothing to you, but it's a lot to these people, and they are piling up. You can sort out their issue, but instead you've let ego cover you and you are protecting your staff over
Is it an actual investment company or is it a pyramid scheme?
It's not a pyramid scheme. It's like an exchange, just like Binance. But all these kind of exchanges, when it comes to crypto, you do not have guarantee of funds. It is just on belief basis. That's why all these crypto exchanges always have somebody representing them that, okay, you know, this is just trust us with your money. Basically, that's just it. That's just it. Just trust us with your money. And yeah, platforms don't need to steal from you to make money because they make money in so many ways. Charges, transfers, so many ways. It's only a very short-minded person or a greedy person that will take your money and run away. Now, if it's pyramid scheme is like they will be paying you just for you bringing your money in. They will tell you to do some things and then they will be paying you. Exchange is not going to pay you. If you put $1,000 in US in crypto, that is your $1,000. They are not giving you anything extra. Now, if you want to transfer that $1,000, maybe they will charge like maybe $10 or $20. So people are using it. Nigeria has a high population. I've always said this thing. Nigeria is 200 million people. If you have 1% or 2% of the population in your business, you'll be rich. So it's an online business. He has over like maybe 1 million or 5 million customers. Even if he's charging them $1 per person each month, he makes millions of dollars a month. Millions of dollars. So it's an authentic business. But yes, you can still be caught up with the law if you have enough.
But the crypto space is not regulated in Nigeria. It comes under financial services, doesn't it?
Yes, but the regulations that have been limiting his business have been removed when Tinubu came in. Remember all those crypto news that they brought out, that they were releasing this regulation, that regulation, this thing, all those things favored him. During Buhari's time, yes, they could have shut down his business, but not now. So it's following everything. That's why I say it's a gray area. There's no law that can stop
But
him.
he has more money than Very Dark Man now. So if they want to enter that battle, I don't think Very Dark Man will be the main winner.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the law still stands. So Very Dark Man is, you know, now one man, there is law in Nigeria, just that Nigerians don't know how to use the law. They would rather just go online, cry, and wait for somebody to help them. Nigerians don't read. This is somebody that's okay, yes, it's poor, but you still read. I'll say over 70 to 80% of Nigerians don't get their visa because they don't follow the rules, because they don't read the rules. It's not because these immigration people hate them. They know Nigerians don't read. So they are not going to tell you to read. They are not going to arrange it for you. They will just let you make the mistake and keep on paying them. You know? So this guy is somebody that knows Nigerian law. Me, if I go to Nigeria, if you like be richer than me, I'll use law against you. Because I lived in an estate that had a lawyer and I saw how much this guy was able to do. He was like a superhero in that community because he knew Nigeria's law. Nothing was limited to him. He could do anything in that country because he knew the law. If you know the law, you're going to live well in that country.
Well, all right. I'm not sure if that is strictly the case, but let me take you to the talking point. So this protest that is being planned and is imminent. What's your take on it? What do you think people are protesting against, and who do you think are protesting? The North, they say they want no part of it.
I heard a voice note on Twitter. I sent it to you to one man on WhatsApp, where some people were trying to incite the Northerners into burning and destroying the whole place during the protests. Maybe that is why they were telling the Arewa youth to shun the protest. Maybe that is why. Is it a coincidence? I don't know, but they seem to align. So even if they don't protest, it doesn't change anything. The protest is still going to go on. So I just believe it's because of that voice notes. And the person was inciting, the person is not Hausa, but the person was inciting them in Hausa to burn and destroy the whole place. If you can play it, if somebody does not believe me, one man, I sent you the video, you can play it and show them too. So they hear the voice notes too. And the person was spreading it on Twitter and all the other platforms. So maybe that is why. If they don't protest,
what do you think they are protesting against? What's the basis of the protest, and who is protesting?
Hunger. There's hunger in the land. That's basically the whole thing. Me, I feel like they should get their talking points. I think they want to.
Is that a new phenomenon?
But the way I'm hearing it, the hunger is more serious than ever before. I've been seeing people that will not that they are hungry, but they are seeing the hunger. You know, the kind of people that I've seen on Lagos streets before, I've never seen those kind of people on the streets before in my life. You know, begging for money.
When did you see that? You've not been in Nigeria for 7 years.
I see more than 7 years. I see videos. I see videos
on YouTube.
I don't know the same
on Instagram.
That has a house in Abuja.
Huh?
Adewale, we can't hear you. All right. No.
So, yeah, I've been seeing a lot of. So there's hunger in the land. They need to protest, man. They need that subsidy back, because if subsidy comes back, the prices of food will go down also. It's not even about increase of minimum wage. They need more than fuel subsidy. All this one that they are saying they are giving food to the people. No, nobody wants your free food. People want to be able to afford their own food, you know. So they need fuel subsidy, and they need something else, another type of subsidy also. And you know, hopefully they will get it. This is not.
I don't believe this. I don't believe this protest is to do with hunger. I think it's to do with politics.
Yes, obviously. Even that tweet that I sent you with that voice note is about politics. Some people, some people will just want to hijack it for their own political move also, because really they don't care about the people.
Because if you look at the people organizing it, they are political actors, people like Showore, the obedient space, and all of this. So there's no organic spontaneity of the Nigerian mass. They are political stools, political houses organizing this. So that's to tell you that it's politics.
Then the protest won't last. If it's
Yeah,
political
can I?
houses, like,
Sorry, Patrick. I'm
you
so
hear me
sorry.
now?
Woman, you're quite right. I think I was having this conversation with my brother-in-law recent. So we were talking about the Kenya recent protests. The president of Kenya just came out and accused the US of sponsoring that protest through the Ford organization. Foundation. Yeah, thank you. So most protests are not successful unless it's being funded properly. The Occupy Nigeria in 2010 was funded by Asiwaju. NSAS was funded by a lot of external parties, which included Jack from Twitter, the ex-CEO who left. They were using cryptos to fund the protests, right? So it appears like there are certain external factors that want to create chaos in our country and probably in Africa too. And you can see the momentum. When I looked at the Kenya protests, I was like, this is too organized and not something that is spontaneous. Another thing I also want to mention is one of our fellow panelists here, Optan. Optan came, I think it was last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, and when he was being pushed back and confronted, he said he's not supporting any protests. But go to his Twitter page. Optan is a hypocrite. He's truly a hypocrite. And I called him out. Optan, what you are looking for, be very careful. And he's busy trying to, I hope he's listening, rationalize and justify and saying the SARS protest was largely peaceful. How can Optan say this? When people were burning, they burnt the only forensic laboratory we had in the country, in Lagos State. They burnt BRT buses.
Even in Africa, because Sanwo-Olu, when it came out, he was quite angry about that forensic. He said it was the first in Africa.
You can imagine, right? And I don't think that lab has been rebuilt because it costs money. So how can Optan come out and say it? So go to his Twitter. I was really upset about it. But like, why would Optan be trying to change the narrative? And you told us on the platform that, oh, you are not calling for a protest, but you are hiding your hands. Go to your Twitter page and see the nonsense that is coming out from your mind that you are typing out. You are even urging people and trying to rationalize. Huh?
What is this Twitter
handle? Optan of Lagos. Optan of Lagos. Optan of Lagos. Look at what you are, urging people that the NSAS movement was largely peaceful. How can it be largely peaceful when people died? Yes, we could say the military killed people. People were robbed. People got injured. Assets were destroyed. The evidence there is with the toll gate. At least when I was in Nigeria, I saw. Nobody can tell me. I saw it's not working. It's not working. So how would you come out to say it was peaceful? Is that peace? If Optan can put that as peace, I don't know. I'm really worried about what this protest is going to look like, because now we now have factions that are saying you cannot protest here. They've labeled it as an Igbo protest, right? Which means there will be factions that want to protest, and there will be factions that don't want to protest. Everybody coming to the streets now, it's going to turn out to be a small fight. And people are going to lose their life over what? Yes, the economic situation is not looking so good, but why would why would they, people will go out and the outlook is not going to look better, only for people to come, injuries or damages or loss of life. I don't agree with the protest. I know people want to. There are people who have been calling for this for a long time. It's like they have this destructive energy and force within them. They've been calling for this.
Emeka, is it political rather than Not that the goings on in Nigeria is not sufficient enough for a protest, but it's a political protest rather than anything to do with this, rather than a state of the nation protest. And
that's why I said
you only have to look at the organizers, people like Showore.
Exactly, and Showore
like
gets
it's a political actor. The Obedient Space, they are political actors. You know, so there's no organic Nigerian voice there.
No, I'm not bothered about whether it's organic or inorganic. Showore gets his fund from the Ford Nation Foundation too. So which means that foundation probably is looking for ways to create more chaos in Africa. So it shows they will be backing financially. We don't know other sources that will be coming in. We don't know who will be sponsoring too. But apparently, it appears that protest is going to go ahead, and there will be financial muscle for it. We don't know what it's going to look like, but we can tell that the police has been saying that there should be no protest, which means there will be reprisal attacks. So my clarion call on this is, please, let's exercise some patience. It will be sad to begin to count the lives that should not be lost as a result of this protest, right? It is better to be alive than to be dead. And, you know, it's especially if you're a family man or a family woman. Come on, let's be reasonable with this. In my view, I think to solve our problem still lies with our hands, in our own hands, and not with any external factor like the government. If your economic situation is not looking so good, you can sit down and do a self-reflection on how to solve your problems and see areas that you can address so that you can make it look better. Yes, overall, we can say the economy is gloomy, but again, we still have within our hands to change our outcome. If it's maybe you do not have the right skills, you need to go and get the right skills so that you can get the right jobs, or you can apply your trade to people who will value your skill set. So the view of going to protest maybe because of there's hunger in the land, I can understand and appreciate that space, but destroying assets, you can't control the reaction of people, and then you can't even control what may happen. The reprisal attacks or the arrests that might occur, or the military now stepping in, depending on how bad the situation turns out. So this is what I actually wanted to chime in on, especially I thought our Uptown of Lagos would be on. I actually wanted to confront him with some questions because he lied to us. He lied to us. I will open up his Twitter page on my laptop and begin to read them out. He lied to us clearly here. So people,
we're on his Twitter page now.
Yeah, you go through, you see them, you see it. He lied to us clearly. You can see that he's pushing for the protest. He's trying to rationalize that other protests being held were not bad. They were largely peaceful, but he lied. He lied, and you are. When I confronted him, I said, "You are pushing, but you have to be very careful what you want, because the DSS is watching." Let's be very realistic. The DSS is watching. Nigeria.
I think I'm on the one you were talking about. Is it this one? The records. NSAS was the most peaceful protest in Africa.
Exactly.
On armed Nigerians protesting peacefully till APC government invited army to shoot them. APC, yeah.
So now the viewpoint is, why are you, after coming up to say you are not supporting the protest, well, why are you pushing opinions on protests? What is your view? What are you trying to communicate to your followers? That a protest should be, you are trying to encourage a protest going on. And I don't think it's okay. He has a good number of followers. That influence is there. You can channel that energy to something differently, rather than you supporting the cause for a protest. There was one I saw where people, typically my people speaking about, we will destroy, we will fund, we will do this, we will scatter, we will. And you're like, what is going on? What's really going on? Why do we want this destructive force to come out of us to make a mess out of the country? And guess what?
Nigerians have never been able to protest peacefully. I've never yet known
And the funny thing there is, it is even We are not even in the country. Yeah, go ahead. I think I'm done with my opinion on this protest matter.
Yeah, back to you, Solly. Round up that space. I'll take you to one more space and then we go on to Prince Daddy. To Ekene if it's ready for us. I think it's indicated that it may be ready. So back to you, Solly.
Yeah, so I didn't even know all that about the protest, so it's just very disappointing. I would just like to move on to the next topic. I even thought it was a real protest. No wonder I even don't want to participate.
All right, we're still staying within the protest narrative, but not protest in Nigeria, protest in Kenya. So this is the latest consequence of the protest in Kenya. So listen to this carefully and then tell us if this can repeat in Nigeria. What it is.
Good evening, the people of Kenya. The Constitution of Kenya of 2010, Article 1, Sub-Article 1, says all sovereign power belongs to the people and shall only be exercised in accordance with the Constitution. Today, I tender my resignation as a Cabinet Secretary in the government of Kenya. I want to offer my heartfelt apology to the people of Kenya for the greed, high-handedness, selfishness, arrogance, nepotism, tribalism, and all the bad things that we have done to you in the last 2 years. When we came to power, we called ourselves shareholders and decided that most Kenyans are not part of the government, are no longer part of the state, and do not have any human rights. We went ahead and received bribes from all over the world, and especially from Dubai. We bought very expensive watches, some as expensive as 1 million Kenya shillings equivalent in dollars. We bought belts worth 50,000 shillings, and we made sure that citizens know how expensive we have become. In a country where poor families cannot pay their children's school fees, we were wallowing in luxury. I want to sincerely apologize, and I want to say today that I am ready to give out all the bribes that I have received for the last 2 years, all the properties that I have now, which can be traced back to the bribes that I received, will be surrendered to the state tomorrow, early in the morning. Should I get a chance to serve the people of Kenya again, I will stop the greed, I will stop the arrogance. But most importantly, I will be accountable to the people of Kenya. To the Police High Command, the Inspector General, who also tendered his resignation, I want to urge him to take Kenyans to all the graves where the bodies are hidden. It is time for accountability. Thank you, dear Kenyans.
All right, what are the chances of that repeating in Nigeria?
Almost zero, unless military comes back. What intrigues me is when he said, especially from Dubai. What is Dubai bribing them for? Because if Dubai is bribing them, surely they are bribing Nigeria for the same thing. I wanted to actually know exactly what he was collecting bribe for. That was the most shocking part.
They told you now, expensive wristwatches and fancy shoes. That's
but they wanted something in return. What did they want in return? What does Dubai need from Kenya? That's what I want to know. But anyways, I don't think this one will happen And it can happen though if Nigerian youths actually have sense and they actually want to vote for the right thing. But every time I go on social media and I see them comment, they are always supporting the poor. They are always supporting the rich evil person over the poor good person all the time, except for when it's their turn, you know. But as long as it's not happening to them, they always support evil. That's what I used to see from the comment section majority of the times. So then I now say, okay, it's clocked on in my mind. Now I understand why our leaders are like this. Because if you look at majority of the people with all those rubbish comments, always supporting the popular evil person, you would see that, okay, if somebody is thinking like this, eventually one of them will become a politician and one of them will become our leader. So it makes sense why Nigerians have terrible leaders.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Solid. Let's go on from you to Ekene, who I think is ready for us now. Ekene.
Oh man.
Alpha. I called you first. You didn't say anything, and then you don't sleep again.
No, I didn't know that you called me, sure.
Will they hear the sleep? Will they hear the sleep for your voice now?
I don't sleep. I was just looking around. Sometimes sleep want to catch me. Sometimes I'll try to hold myself because this time around we have to talk and kill some narrative that want to discourage Nigerians to do what is right for them. And if anybody is afraid of Nigerian protesting, that person should go and hit his head on the wall. Nigerians are going to protest, and I'm going to protest. And however you want to put it, that they want to destroy property, they want to do this, they want to do this. Continue to talk all those things. We're not ready to back down until our government start to do the right thing. So we're just waiting for the right time for us to come out on the street and do the needful. So if you want to gaslight Nigerian, you want to say Nigerians and Igbos and say whatever you want to say.
No, nobody is saying the Igbos. So let's move away from that language of the Igbos. It's the obedience who are not representative of the Igbos. I think Ohalese are not backing the protest.
However you want to put it, whether Igbo, whether Hausa, whether Yoruba, we are Nigerians. You understand? So Hope Uzodinma come out and say Igbo will not join protest. This one, Arewa said this one will not join protest. This one, Oba Akiolo come and say Yoruba will not. We know their plans. You understand? Those are political earners. And when you are a political earner, you don't want your enterprise to be disrupted. You want your enterprise to continue to function so that you always amass and generate your income at the detriment of the life of the people. You understand? So at this point
but Ekene, the people wanting to protest are political actors too.
However you want to call it, whether political actors, the most important thing is that...
No, hold on. Don't run away from that space. The people wanting to protest, because I can bring you clips, so if you want to see clips, a lot of people, even in the course of this stream, a lot of people still sending in clips. The voices that we're hearing in the organization of that protest are the obedient space and Showore somewhat. So these are political spaces. So these are not everyday Nigerians. These are political actors.
Well, Tinubu was once a protester. I think if we check the history of protests in Nigeria, the current president is one of the, I think he's one of the person that organized, sponsored protests in Nigeria. As far as I know, my mom...
Why did he do that? Why did he do that?
He's doing it for his political reasons now. That he will get things all right.
So it wasn't about the... hold on. So it wasn't about the suffering of the people when Tinubu was protesting.
Maybe his own is not for the suffering of the people, because if I could remember when he was protesting, things are not too worse than what it is today. So, and he doesn't have any right
So
as far
it's
as
the
I know,
same thing.
he
It's
once
the
called
same thing. You are political
he
actors
once
now.
called he once called for revolution in this country. The history is there. He once called for police not to touch any protesters and all those things. And he was on the street and he protested. And I don't think if anybody should speak against protest today, he should not be the one. Because I can remember all the reasons he was protesting about governance, high cost of petrol, all these things and all those stuff. But what is happening? Today the government is in your hand and you're doing worse than what you protested. More than. What have you done to better the life of the people upon all the protests you have organized? You understand? So if people should rise against him today, I don't think anybody have any right to come here and defend him. He once called for it. And he did it. And he sponsored it. So what are you defending? When he protested, a bag of rice is still about 12,000 or so. When he protested, a liter of petrol was still about 90 something naira. When he protested, your minimum wage of 19,000 naira can get you a lot of things in Nigeria. So what are you telling me? Today, you have all these things, as in, you cannot even say triple, because 12,000 times 3 is still way cheaper than what we see at the bag of rice today. Go and check the price of rice in market, close to 100,000. Check all those stuff. Check a liter of petrol is many places. The most important thing is the most annoying part of it is that petrol price is no longer a unified price. You go some people will be selling 780, some will be selling 800, some will be selling 850, some places 1,000, some places 1,001.
But it's not a new rising prices is not a new phenomenon in Nigeria, so it cannot be the basis of a protest.
Rising price is not a new phenomenon, but not to the speed that things are jumping up under this government. Do you know our inflation rate as of yesterday? And that inflation rate itself is not even people are still doubting it. That is way more than that. 34%. Who
May
does
I
that?
add that farmers are responsible too for the hiking prices. They are even making products scarce.
I don't care whether farmers are. I don't care whether farmers are. Don't want to give me that excuse.
Those who are importing food products.
That excuse. Those excuse that you guys are trying to use
so that you can run with that.
No, I don't want to. I don't want you to chime. I don't want.
Blame the government rather than blaming the
yes, I'll blame them.
How will you
let
blame
me tell
government
you.
When people
why
are
won't I blame them?
holding products so that they can make profit? People, even those in trade, are holding products and inflating their prices against the citizen, and people are complaining why they are smiling to the bank. It is we Nigerians that are killing ourselves. It is not the government, but we killing ourselves. But we are looking for who, because the government is an easy prey to blame.
Emeka, I don't want to. I don't want
to blame the government.
I don't want to. If you want me, one man, this guy don't want people to respond to him whenever he's speaking.
No. Carry on. He only interjected. Ekene, he is right. Even the owner of Ife, he had to warn them in Ife that if they continue with it, he sent emissaries to the markets, and he told them that if they sell beyond a certain threshold, it will banish them from the town. So
let me tell you, I'm a businessman. Don't come here and gaslight Nigerians. You understand? Before my type of business, before you can sell with profit of 5 naira, 10 naira, and sell a quantity. If you make 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira a day, you are doing good. Because if you make a profit of 5,000 naira a day, you can still have a change of about 1,000 or 1,500 after your expenses for that day. Because you can when I started business, I eat rice of 150 a day. Well prepared rice in mama put. I eat rice of 150. As of 2014, before Buhari took over. So even if I make 5,000 naira a day, I can eat rice of 150 a day in the morning. Go to in the evening if I want to eat whatever I want to eat, whether offensara or this thing. It's about 250. I eat it 3 times with 1,000 naira. I can get my 3 square meal at Mama Put or whatever, wherever I want to get it. And you come here and say Nigerians are doing this and Nigerians are doing that. But today, if you make a profit of 10,000 naira a day, for you to cook or for you to eat a good Mama Put, it's about 2,000 something. For you to even use that money to cook, you have to go first of all. You buy.
That 1 meal, that's 2,000 you're talking about. That's for 1 meal.
Yes, it's 1 meal. 1 meal.
But you're still telling the same narrative now. You were making
it's not the same narrative. It's not the same narrative.
No, it's the same narrative. You are making a profit of 1,000 naira, and you were using 150 naira to eat. Now you are making a profit of 10,000 naira, and you are using 2,000 naira to. So it's still the same margins.
It's not the same margin. What are you talking?
What are you talking about, woman? Did you hear yourself? Somebody's making 10,000 naira, you said.
Okay. Rosna mind, it makes 1,000 naira. It uses 200 naira to eat. So that's 20% of what he made on that day. It makes a 10,000 naira. He uses 2,000 naira to eat. That's still 20% of what he made on the day. So it's still the same margins.
2,000 naira for 1 meal. Is that 1 meal you're talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about if you make and most of the things we used to sell today is still the same profit, because if we add much profit, customers will not buy. I'm telling you that as of before Buhari took over, you can eat a square meal of 150, eat a good square meal of 250, and another square meal of maybe 200 for a day. You calculate it's not up to 1,000 naira. But today, if you make that same 10,000 naira, you eat a square meal of about first square meal of about 2,000 something, second square meal of about 2,000 something, then another square meal of about 2,000 something. Then you are not talking about when you want to buy any medication.
Maybe instead of those square meals, maybe you should be eating triangular meals. So you eat triangular meals instead of square meals.
Let me just say something. It's just so baffling when some of us in diaspora we speak when we speak. Apparently, some of us, I don't know, we have parents or we have brothers that are doing well in Nigeria who can afford to eat meal. That's why some of us we are just oblivious to the situation that Nigerians are going through. To speak the way we are speaking here, I mean, just trivialize it like there's nothing going on. It just baffles me sometimes. What are we talking about here? I mean, when this idiot they came in. They made a bag of rice at the rate of 7,000 naira. Today, how much is a bag of naira? How much is a bag of rice? Somebody collecting 19,000 naira in 2015 or before 2015, you can afford to buy 1 bag of rice. Even your 30,000 naira that they're paying you now, you can even buy even half of a quarter of a rice. You can even buy. And that is you're going to spend the whole money. That is it. When before pre-2015, 19,000 naira, you can buy at least 7,000 naira out of that bag of rice. You still have about 11,000 or 12,000 naira in your pocket to buy other assorted things to it. But now, even your 30,000 naira cannot even buy quarter of a bag of a rice. What are we talking about here? So, and then we come here, we are making it sound like this. I mean, somebody was saying that people that are importing, they're making money. What are they making? Look at your importation fee. They are collecting it in dollars. You're importing. And now, a friend of mine was telling me a few days ago that if you want to clear what's it called? A container now in Nigeria now. You don't have over 10 million naira, you cannot even clear it. More than 10
what is 10 million naira? What are you telling me? To clear containers is now close to 30 million naira.
It's a dollarized space, though. It's a dollarized space.
It's close to 30 million naira. And when you clear it, these ones will come and let you. I want to tell you to go and dash the goods because you want to please the government.
You say it's dollarized, and then I send money to Nigeria. What would they give my people when they want to go and collect it back? They give them what? Naira. They tell them it's dollarized. Come on, woman. What are you doing?
No. The clearing of goods it's always been a dollarized space now.
Come on.
So you are paying dollar equivalent,
fine,
not
dollarized or whatever. But then somebody bring in a product, went by today when Buhari come from Nigeria, well, I brought to Nigeria right now. In the next 1 week, he wants to go back and buy that same product. If it's not finding dollar issue, I mean, get it. You're trying to get forex to go and buy the goods. It will be that the goods has even jumped, as skyrocketed as increased in price. So how much you going
yeah,
to
but those are the vagaries of market forces now. The vagaries of market
rational mind. This container you are talking about, clearing it before they took over, is about 750,000 naira. 750,000 naira to clear a container before this APC government took over. The one Buhari left is still about.
How much was the dollar then? How much was the dollar then?
I don't care. How can you tell me that you jump from almost close to 9 years and you jump from 750,000 naira to more than 30 million naira to clear a container?
So the dollar was 168.
And when government has stifled people, strangle them at the port, collect all the money that is in their goods, and you want them to come and dash it to you, and you say that people are wicked.
You know, you're only telling half a story.
Do you understand what we're talking about?
I do understand, but I'm not sure that you understand, though.
People's money, income is not increasing, but inflation is off the roof.
That is the point.
So do what? What are you going to buy with 30,000 naira? That's what we're saying. How can people survive on 30,000 naira and then one bag of rice? Nobody talk about buying meat, buying stuff, people paying your house rent. What are you people talking about here?
Let me tell you something. Inflation can never increase beyond the populace's capacity to purchase.
No, it's not like that. Where you live there, your income, even though there's inflation, there's a way your income still makes up for whatever difference.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You might not have enough to save like you used to. For example, if you earn, say, like 3,000 pounds before the COVID, before this inflation thing, maybe you're able to save like after you pay your rent, everything. You can at least save like 700 pounds. But now, because of the inflation,
did you hear what I said? And if I heard it, did you understand it? I said inflation can never increase beyond the populace's capacity to purchase. Do you understand that?
Not in Nigeria.
No. It's a rule of thumb. It's an economic rule.
No, it's not. That's what we're telling you. You don't understand it.
Shall I? Let me just explain it, and then you'll get it. Let's say, for instance, people's capacity to purchase is at 100 naira, and the goods in the shops is at 1,000 naira. Then it is impossible for those goods to sell because who will buy them? You know, so the inflation will only ever be. It might push a pain point, but it will never exceed the population's because it's counterintuitive now. How can you have goods in the shop that cannot be purchased? So it will always be at the threshold of affordability, but it will stress the pain points of the people. So that's just it. Nigerians are adjusting to the economic realities of the time. They've lived a corseted life, a sheltered life for decades.
This your economic reality. I'm beginning to get tired of it, because what we know is that the purchasing power of the people is reduced to barest minimum today. That is the point. Whatever you earn today as a Nigerian cannot get you anywhere. You understand? Before in Nigeria, a 50,000 naira earner, salary earner is a big man, can feed his family, have savings. You understand? And for us to get back to that, and somebody is saying this and that, farmers are contributing to that. Go and check in many northern states today and other states how much farmers are paying bandits as a task to be able to farm. The ones you are seeing now, the little food you are seeing today to eat. Go and check. Today in Zamfara State, about 150 people were kidnapped. Some were killed. I mean, yesterday. These are farmers. And Zamfara State is one of the places that have a good farmland. You understand? These are the problems that the government said during their campaign promise they are going to solve in order for farmers to go back to their farm so that we can tackle this food inflation. But if I ask you today, what is Tinubu doing to tackle these insecurities? Because we no longer talk about it. 150 people kidnapped in a country is normal. It's no longer a new thing in our ear. It's a normal. To APC people, it's a normal. We have to bear it. And take a baby step, the way you guys put it. I could remember the first kidnapping that happened in this country during the time of Bring Back Our Girls. Tinubu was at the forefront of the protest. Go and look at his picture. He was carrying a placard protesting against Goodluck Jonathan. That was the highest thing that ever happened to Nigeria then. But today, it's a normal. Read the news. 150 kidnapped. Nobody, it's no longer in the news itself. Nobody even, when you just see it in the newspaper, you just glance over it and look over. Because we have APC.
But the
So
Zamfara governor, the Zamfara governor has debunked that, so I'm not quite sure why you're still trying to sell it.
Well, whatever you are saying, I saw it. So whether he debunks it or not.
The governor of the state said it's not true. So why are you still?
Okay, when I see his statement, I will know.
And you know it because
the news is
there. Yeah.
The news is there. So whatever, this is not the only thing. Go to my state today. In fact, that's Soludo. God will punish him for bringing pain to Anambra people. Check how many kidnapping that happened in Anambra State. Only 1 week. Somebody was telling me today, in my area at Aguleri, we never experienced this thing before. Today, look at kidnapping is just a normal thing in my area at Aguleri in Anambra State. And the governor, the most wicked part of them is that they feel relaxed. They never act. They never put any security architecture to fight all these things.
That's not true. Did you not hear what happened at Ladipo Market just a couple of days ago?
All of them coupled. So I'm talking about now. I'm bringing the situation of Anambra State to what is also happening in Nigeria. And once they kidnap you, once you pay the ransom, they release you. Some they kill them. Just check Anambra State for the past 2 weeks. Check Anambra State for the past 2 weeks. Check the number of kidnapping that happened in Anambra State alone. In Ihara, in Oka, in Ekulobia, in many places. You barely travel around Anambra State without having the fear that you might be kidnapped. And this is just a means of people, I don't know whether to call it hunger, or is it wickedness, or whatever. But the most annoying part of it is that Soludo that you guys are supporting, it is God that will punish him for destroying Anambra State the way it is today. It has never been this bad. It is God that will punish him.
Why are you blaming Soludo now? Why are you blaming him? Why are you blaming him?
I have to blame him.
You can't blame him much now. He doesn't have much power. He doesn't. What didn't they control? Does he control the means of violence?
However, somebody has been there, and we know what he will experience under the person. But it seems we're not telling the truth. Today he's there now, and when that person was there, there was no power given to him.
Ekene, when you are saying that over the last couple of weeks there's been a spike in kidnapping in Anambra State, what does that tell you?
What do you mean?
No, what does that? What's the first thought that comes to your mind?
What? I didn't get you.
Does that not tell you then that there's especially a new criminal gang in town, which the authorities are grappling to get hold of? If there's a sudden spike, then that tells you that there's a criminal gang in town that the police authorities are grappling with.
I don't for me, whatever you want, however you want to put it, one man. The most important thing now is that my state is no longer secured. Whether new gang in town,
it was a few weeks ago. I've seen reports. People have sent in clips of Anambra suddenly developing a nightlife, which it didn't have for many years. So there was security improvement.
Now you the developer. I'm telling you what is happening in my state.
Anambra has never had a nightlife right from the 90s. There have never been a nightlife.
Well, I'm telling you what is happening. I'm telling you what is happening in my state. That is very pathetic to me. You are trying to come here to read nightlife for me.
So, woman, where are you getting your information about the nightlife?
People sending clips to the platform.
These things people send you every time, one man. Sometimes. I mean, I'm not saying don't get me wrong. They are not all of them, but sometimes we need to verify some of them because some of these things. I don't know what but let me not say much. Let me just put it like that.
This is a as in the kind of Nigeria today is not what we prayed for. The kind of Anambra state today is not what I prayed for. People can no longer travel in Anambra state safely. And when we are calling these guys out, you don't want us to speak against them. That is the most annoying part of it. One man will not allow us to criticize the man so that he will wake up and do the right thing. He will want to tell us that this is a normal. This has been happening. But this is the Taiwan Dubai that he promised us. And you hardly see them. They will just go one place and hide. You hardly see them come and talk about this issue or react or put a security architecture that will fight this insecurity. You hardly see them do it. You hardly see their plans to how to fight insecurity. You hardly. Just like the current government, they are sharing 20 trailers of rice every state now. I just laugh. So this is the plan that you guys have before coming into power, to be sharing rice whenever people cry of hunger. You go and bring one cup of rice and give to them to shut up. So this is the plan you guys have to fight inflation since the inception of this government. What are the plans to fight insecurity? Where are they? So that these farmers can easily go back to farm, and the people can still get things in affordable price. At least food. Feed your people first. Nigeria, the what Nigerians is even asking today, they are no longer asking for the basic amenities.
Let me even say this, because some few days ago, some people here came here and they were like touting this, said that Tinubu has given license or something to bring in food. Now, if like people say, they said it's for 6 months or 3 or 6 months, they will bring it. There will be importation of food. Now, if there is no improvement in this, the farmers going back because I asked that question here. I said, after that 3 or 6 months, what next then? What happens? So we go back to the same hunger again, the same food inflation, because they said they want to bring in food so as to drop down all the price of food, flood the market with food. So after that 6 months, what next? And nobody could really answer my question. So people were just like trying to say, whatever. But then the point is this: these farmers that will produce, that will take over from after that 6 months, because that's the goal, that we want to drop down the food price. So if the farmers cannot go back to farm, and for example, there's what's it called, the rainy period, like somebody said, it's already almost over. So when are they going to start planting? So I don't know how these guys are going to solve this situation. Just this approach.
All right. So sorry, Kenneth, before I forget, we'll be having a guest on Friday as we start to reintroduce the guest back to the platform. We'll be having an active politician, Honorable Sheyi Adisa. It's a new and emerging politician coming out of your state. So he will be joining us on Friday. I'll be putting the notice out tomorrow. So he'll be joining us on Friday, 9:45 p.m. UK time. So bookmark that. Look up his name as well. So you get the backdrop of who he is. Sheyi Adisa. He'll be joining us on Friday. But let me play you a clip just to give you perspective.
One man.
Yeah.
Hello, woman. Good morning. Yeah, it's morning here. Woman,
Yeah.
I'm actually at work. I'm on break, but I've been listening to Ekene's the book of lamentation all through. I just want to throw one question, then I will get out of here. I'm at work now. I'm on break here. Ekene, please. The people kidnapping in your state, who are those people? Are they indigenous people? Are they recognized? Who are the kidnappers? Are they Awusas? Are they Yoruba? Are they Fulani? Are they, has anybody think of who are the people kidnapping? Because now you are blaming the governor. Because I don't know what you want the governor to do if the people are kidnapping themselves. Yeah, thank you. One man, see you. I'll see you later. Yeah, thank you.
Damo, this is not a question. Whether they are indigenous, whether they are whatever they want to be, the most important thing is that there is insecurity and the people are kidnapping in the state. So the government should wake up and fight insecurity. What kind of question is that? Yeah? They are Nigerians, whether they are from Anambra, whether they are from anywhere. The most important thing is that the state is not secured. So the governor should do something about it. I don't care who he arrests or whoever that is kidnapping. So your question is, they don't tarry with what we are talking about.
All right. Let me play you a clip and respond to it. And then I want to try and move the conversation around quickly. That's the one of the feedbacks that we've been having. So then after you will go on to we're going to Prince Daddy, Paddy, Rational Mind, Larry, Enigmatic Hondi. But what this is still within your conversational space, but this tells you that everything changes but remains the same. Watch this.
Keeping about 95 million people in a huge country like Nigeria, constantly and regularly supplied with the very things that keep life going, is no small problem. Against the background of foreign exchange constraint, there is a wide area of unsatisfied demand in the country today in the provision of goods and services, resulting in high prices of many essential commodities. It is sad to note that many unpatriotic elements in the distributive sector have exploited this unusual situation to inflict untold hardship on the generality of our people. Prices of many essential...
Well, some of us can hear now.
No audio. I can hear it now. Can you hear it, Larry?
I can hear it. I can hear it. Hear it too.
Yeah. So maybe you guys should turn up your audio. So I'll play it again. So again, the backdrop, the mindset is everything changes but remains the same.
Keeping about 95 million people in a huge country like Nigeria, constantly and regularly supplied with the very things that keep life going, is no small problem. Against the background of foreign exchange constraint, there is a wide area of unsatisfied demand in the country today in the provision of goods and services, resulting in high prices of many essential commodities. It is sad to note that many unpatriotic elements in the distributive sector have exploited this unusual situation to inflict untold hardship on the generality of our people. Prices of many essential commodities have been unduly hiked up, while conditional sales, hoarding, product adulteration, and other trade malpractices have become endemic. To this end, it is necessary to find out a distribution problem and the context within which it should be located for a satisfactory solution. In an attempt to find an effective distribution system and price control, a national seminar was organized today at the Eco Hotel Victoria Island, Lagos by John Holt Limited. The seminar provided a forum at which different points of view on these sensitive and sometimes controversial topics were presented and discussed. Present at the national seminar were business organizations from both the private and public sectors, academicians, government agencies, and parastatals. The keynote address by the Federal Minister of Commerce and Industry was read by Alhaji Abubakar Mohammed on behalf of Dr. Mahmoud Tukur. In an effort to ensure that the available foreign exchange is utilized in the most judicious and efficient manner, Dr. Tukur said that the federal military government adopted a least cost approach in the procurement of imports. He added that imports, particularly of essential commodities, are procured on government-to-government basis at minimum foreign exchange cost for sale at affordable prices, having regard to the present plight of the common man. The Minister of Commerce also emphasized the need to sidetrack some of the traditional channels of distribution which are considered to have constituted a cog in the wheel of efficient and effective distribution system in Nigeria.
Do you know when that was, Ekene?
So 1984.
Yeah, so there it is. So there it is.
The point is this. The point is this. Are you trying to bring it up to tell me that Nigeria has never been good, so Nigeria will never be good again? Is that what you are trying to tell me?
No, I'm bringing it up to ask you what you are protesting against. So because you are certainly not protesting against food inflation, because there was never a time that wasn't the case. So what exactly are you protesting against?
We are protesting about bad governance, because that bad governance has remained there. Yeah, since inception of this system we are having, and we are talking about democratic government.
Are you sure you are not? Are you sure you are not protesting against the fact that you lost an election?
However you want to put it, let it be. Whether I lost an election, the most important thing is that the government is not performing. So if you want to say that I'm protesting about because I lost an election, that's your own narrative. You understand? So the most important thing is that we're going to protest, and this time around we're going to achieve something. Unless the organizing part of it or whatever we are doing, they say that we're not going again or whatever. But for me, I'm ready. I will send you videos if it starts happening. You understand? We're not joking. Nigeria is falling. So if you are bringing that video to tell us that this has been the situation or this and that, or we are doing it to take over your government, we don't care. Whether you say,
just calm down, Nigeria know the fall.
Whether you say that the state, whether you want to, even if you want to label it Igbo protest, label it. Label it Igbo protest. If you want to label it Hausa protest, label it.
Protest is obedient protest. It's a different thing.
Even if you want to label it P2B protest, label it P2B protest. The most important is that there will be a protest. You understand? We don't care about all this. Nobody's afraid to die. All this gaslighting, this Igbo people are destroying Nigeria, this and that, they're destroying property. Say whatever you want to say.
Why are you trying to turn it into an Igbo thing? It's an obedient thing, not an Igbo thing.
No, that's what I said. Even if you want to say it is an Igbo protest, do it. Say it. We don't care.
But nobody.
If you want to say it's a P2B protest, yeah. If you want to say it's a P2B, whether you say it's P2B protest, yes.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Whether it is P2B protest, say it. So don't damper the morals of Nigerians. You understand? We're not cowards in this country. We are no longer cowards. We're no longer foolish.
That election laws paying them to the government.
Hold on. Enigmatic. There are two themes that they want to use for that protest. The first theme is that hunger in the land. That's the first theme. But the second theme that is more true is that we lost an election and we're still feeling salty. So that's the protest. That's the theme. We lost an election and we're still feeling salty. That's what they are protesting.
Whatever you want to, however you want to put it, we lost an election. You win an election, do something with it. That is the most important part of it. Don't steal from Nigerians. Today we are talking about new this thing that the president has acquired. I don't know whether that is true, because I'm still most of the I don't jump on news, but I'll still wait. It is sure that I broke out the news. He acquired about 150 billion jets. To the detriment of the Nigerian, to show that these guys don't care. You understand? Most of the time, I just laugh at you guys. You think political mansions and the flashy cars and all these things are good governance. Good governance are good infrastructures, good schools, good hospitals, good roads, good uninterrupted electricity, good water supply, and the job availability. That is what good governance is all about. But when you see most of all these politicians drive a private jet, do all this, build political mansions, some cowards come to praise them because that is what you know to be good governance. For me, that is what I know to be good governance. Tell me, where are the schools? Where are the good roads? Where are the electricities?
They're in Anambra now.
Where are they?
They're in Anambra.
Where are they? Where are the good roads?
Please, can I join interject, please?
Hold on. Ekene, you are asking where the good schools are, the good roads. Ekene.
Please, are you putting time to this because this
yes. Let me just play this clip because he asked the question and this clip gives an answer to this. It said, where are the good schools, where are the good roads?
This is a school in Bitovis community.
So that answers one of your questions. That's where
this school you are even trying to this school you are trying to use as a propaganda is even more is better than most of the school you see today. Because if I could remember, these schools were renovated and those boreholes were done under the administration of the person you want to gaslight. You understand? Check the school, check the building. It's about how many years ago? So use it to compare most of the schools you see around in many states in northern area and even in your own state itself. If I go to your state, many schools are not even up to this standard. One man.
You
can argue that. Yes.
The first university in Africa.
Many people here, both in Ekiti and other people, many schools are not up to this standard in their state. It's a fact. Many schools in your areas, in your state in Ekiti, is still a mud house.
You can't hear me.
No, I can't speak, so let him speak here.
So if you want to gaslight, go and bring the schools in your own state. We saw it flying around in many social media. Many schools, these schools are even more is better than what you see flying around in social media a few months ago. That come from your state. So what are you trying to prove here?
I'm showing what good governance looks like. That's what I'm showing.
That you are trying to gaslight, but I'm trying to tell you that this public school you are seeing here is more than the one, is very far better than the ones in your state.
All right.
In Ekiti, in Oyo, in many places in your state, the school have even aluminium zinking. How many school in your state has an aluminium zinking? In Oyo state. How many public schools have aluminium zinking?
All right, bring it home, Ekene, so we can move it around. Bring it home.
If you want to do propaganda, do things you can defend from your own area.
From the village boy.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: the issue of bad governance is not about P2B. It's about the life of Nigerians. But if you want to turn it about P2B, I want to tell you that you don't have anything to say about it. You are wherever you are, enjoying 24 hours electricity, good roads. You can drive your car without any destruction or potholes. You can drive your car as many years as you can without even having mechanic to do your shock observer or whatever. In the state you are, you can enjoy good electricity. You understand? But you are there telling Nigerians that everything is okay.
I think you're speaking up.
And I dare you,
please.
I dare you, come to Nigeria and show that capacity that you are saying show the capacity that you are showing there in Nigeria. Come and enjoy Nigeria for like 6 months or 1 year. Then you will hail us that is living here and wanting to fight for it, for you to come back and have a good life. You will hail us. You understand? It's not about sitting in one corner. We travel around this country where we can. We step foot where we can in many parts of this country. You understand? You cannot do it. But if you know that you love Nigeria and whatever you are saying is okay, come down to Nigeria. Don't be a propaganda. Don't be a promoter of bad governance. But if you feel you are okay, that the 24 hours electricity you are enjoying there is in Nigeria, come to Nigeria, you will have it. Come and enjoy 24 hours electricity. Come and enjoy good roads. Come and register your student, your at least you have children. Come and register them in one of the public schools in your state. Because I think where you are, your children are attending public school there or whatever, because they have good infrastructure in the educational system. So if you know that Nigeria have good infrastructure, come down, register your kids, even one of them, come and register them in one of the public school in your state. At least my children is attending one of them. You understand?
All right, bring it to Mekene so we can move it around.
I'm not in that category. I'm not here to please anyone. I'm not here to say anything that want to make you happy. If you hate me, you hate me. If you don't like what I say, now you don't care. I don't care. I'm saying my mind, and I'll continue to say it. You can call it Book of Lamentation or however you want to put it.
Okay, thank you. That's enough.
But I could remember how you guys were lamenting in 2012 when Good Luck was there. I'm happy. I'm happy that I never supported anything concerning APC. Starting from 2012, when this Tinubu was on the road in the street of Nigeria campaigning against Good Luck, I never supported it. And today I thank God that I'm vindicated. Look at where he has taken Nigeria to. And the most annoying part of it is that he doesn't care. He doesn't care. His party members are attacking him, Ndume, all of them. Now you want to sanction him. Anybody that speak, you want to sanction that person. Because he's a Yoruba president. People should bear it.
Okay.
People that criticize him, Wolo Soyinka no longer talks again. A lot of them, they no longer talk. People that call the Good Luck Jonathan Nebuchadnezzar and his wife a chimpanzee, they no longer talk. Because they are using their name they are naming them. They name their name over the theater in Lagos and whatever, one street in Abuja. So they no longer find their mouth to talk again. But they forgot
are you saying
they call a sitting president a Nebuchadnezzar.
Are you saying Soyinka is not deserving of the theater?
He never deserved it.
What?
Yeah, he's a hypocrite. He never deserved it. That's my word. You can call me whatever you want to call me.
I don't believe that.
Well, however you want to, whether you want to.
Hold on 1 second, Kenneth. Let me ask you the question again. I'm asking you that the first African Nobel laureate in literature, who happens to be a Nigerian, is not deserving of the National Theatre being named after him. You don't think so?
Mama, he doesn't understand what a Nobel laureate is.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. The good governance is not about giving winning award or winning Nobel Prize and all those stuff. Having flashy awards and putting it up there. You understand? That's not good governance. That is not what makes Nigeria better today. That whatever Tinubu wants to do, whatever Tinubu wants to give, whatever Tinubu wants to give Soyinka today, it doesn't add up.
You can hear that.
It doesn't add up to the national development.
All right,
you understand?
Not hungry, you are good. Why
it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to national development. You understand?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I
Yeah.
think people want to move on. Just wrap it up. Yeah, just wrap it up and let us move on.
Okay, no problem, no problem, no problem. The people that want to talk, let them talk one man. But for me, the protest is on, and we're going to carry it out. So the people that saying that we are hungry now and we are not, do whatever you want to say. I still have other things to say, but let me just keep it here one man.
Yes.
Employ your people to gaslight Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Ekene. Ekene, we'll move the conversation quickly so I will loop it round again. Okay, so gentlemen, we're going to move it at speed now, only because the room is populating and you can hear people pushing to speak. We go with Prince Daddy, 5-7 minutes, and then Paddy, Larry, Enigmatic, Rational Mind, Enigmatic. Prince, you're up next. Prince.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Hello,
yeah, it's like it's an assault to the senses, isn't it? It's like I don't know if you know a rapper called Machine Gun Kelly. It's like listening to Machine Gun Kelly. But yeah, you're up next.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Welcome to the One Man Show, and love the show.
Prince.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh. Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can sort of. It's a sort of a static sort of. But carry on. I think it'll adjust.
Oh, really? I'm not even using my headset. Anyways, okay, yeah. So, what is going on? The protest. People are protesting.
You're clear now. So, yes.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, they want to protest. I'm glad. Who was that? I think it was a Mecca that I just called that. What do you call it? Uptown? So Uptown is Uptown cracks me up. He's a two-faced person. You know, he comes on this show. I've never met him or seen his tweets before, but you know, I've put him on the scale, and he's lightweight. Really, it's lightweight. His audience or the people he appeals to are like people like I don't know. I'm not trying to stereotype anyone, but you know, it's yeah, it's two-faced. He comes on this platform, says whatever he wants to say, and goes around the Twitter and X rather, and does his own thing. But anyways, protest. You know, I guess the protest is being well fueled by or energized by what happened in Kenya, right? So any opportunity for the obedience to you know, to push back against Tinubu's government, they would. I can guarantee for sure, if Peter B was the president, they won't have that energy to want to protest against him. So I totally understand it. You know, I mean, see, I like to listen to Ekene because Ekene is on the ground, really. He's a business person, so if he has, you know, complaints about the economy, you know, we have to listen to him actually, you know, because he does represent a decent percentage of people that think like him or fall into the same category or socioeconomic situation as he does. So, you know, he has a point, regardless of his political leaning. But nonetheless, you know, I wish if they're going to have this protest would be based on truly trying to see that Nigeria as a country serves everyone. But at the end of the day, it's going to be destructive. We know what happened in SARS. It's going to be destructive. It's going to be partisan. It's not going to go well. It's going to be hijacked. You know, somehow, somewhere, the Kenyans were able to do it because, I mean, according to Kaizo, you know, they were more, though they probably are as diverse as Nigerians ethnically. But you know, for that reason that they came together, they were more homogeneous to accomplish what they wanted, and they seem to be having an impact actually. But in Nigeria's case, it is not going to work. We're not that sophisticated when it comes to that. We're so tribally aligned and politically too. So I don't see anything happening. And just like you read in your reading, I think the Northerners, the Arewa group, right? They don't want to have anything to do with it. So let's see the I guess the people that actually come out and protest. I mean, we know maybe well, Uptown will be leading east side of the protest, but it is what it is. Um, what else? One man. What other topic did you mention?
There's one man there. One man.
Well,
I think it dropped.
one man dropped. Okay.
You can go on and talk about that thing.
Prince Daddy, do you want to talk about the U.S. president?
Yeah, I love to talk about it. Actually, well, when it happened over the weekend, I had a little spat with Adewale, right? And I thought Adewale, is too engrossed and buried under the the Democrats, banner in everything they say and do. So I know his judgment is clouded by reality of what happened.
You are not. You are not. You are not.
Yes, I am not. Absolutely not.
You're not a MAGA. You're not a fanatic. You're not a fanatic.
Well, I'm not denying that I'm not a MAGA. Because I'm a MAGA doesn't mean I don't have sense. I can see clearly and I can make determination of.
Says who? Says who? Says who?
What says, and I'm actually I'm not sure I'm disappointed with one man, but he is a British guy, so they don't play real politics. No, they don't know much of American politics. For him to come to a conclusion that what happened was staged or fake, it's mind-boggling. Actually, it behooves me that anyone would draw such a conclusion that was all orchestrated to promote whatever they're trying to promote. I mean, it's crazy. I think maybe you fall into the same category, a rational mind, that the whole thing was staged, right? Is that what you think?
You want to get involved in all this controversy about the last attempt at his life? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, people like you think it was staged. It was.
Well, I still believe. I mean, I've never said that. You've never had my own side of this. I mean, my own view of it. I'm not giving my own opinion on it. But now that you're talking about it, I mean, yeah, I guess there's something to make me believe that it could be staged. It could be. But then on the flip side, maybe because the guy died. I mean, they killed. I mean, the guy was gone down. So I don't know what kind of a person Looney was.
But rational, what kind of a debased mind would come to that conclusion that it was staged?
So because of this, because I didn't agree with you, now you have to refer to my.
No, you don't have to agree with me. Did you see
why would you characterize my own?
Prince Daddy, let me ask you this fundamental question. I know you're a MAGA guy, right? But
no, he's a fanatic. It's a Republican fanatic. So don't call him.
Okay. Don't call me names.
How would you see
call that names, right?
How would you see this? A fanatical, staunch MAGA Republican, right? Try to kill the MAGA landlord. It's like an obedient trying to kill Peter Obi now.
No.
How would you explain that?
Okay. See again. I think enigmatic. You too. Sometimes you are entrenched in the propaganda of the left.
That's okay. But
the notion that it's always great and nice when they talk about that guy being a fake registered Republican. And there's no doubt.
Fake now, right?
Well, it is fake. See, if you pay attention to American politics, which I know you do. I
don't really want to I don't want to dignify my time with a racist rapist, right? A convicted felon, twice impeached insurrectionist. I don't want to waste my time on that guy. And you see all the billionaires and the media, they're all on the guy. But at the end of the day, right, Biden is gonna whip his ass again. So that's why it's scary.
Well, I mean, rather than turn character, try to assassinate his character and go ad hominem on him. The person you're pushing forward is rather a pedophile. The person you're talking about is actually the one that came out and called your people that they're going to put you in chains is the one that's a pedophile that take a shower with a family member, and is the one that's corrupt that goes around, or the one that goes around the world and shake down judges and presidents, is the one that is highly incompetent, and that's the guy you want to put your chips on, which is kind of strange. The person you're attacking, on the other hand, it was never convicted.
I'm not attacking Trump.
Well, yeah, twice convicted rapist. I don't know where that came from, but you know,
He's
you know,
a
say-
rapist.
well, well, of course, he's not a rapist, but it's a horrible thing to say to anyone. By the way, it's a family man. It's a family man that's married, so it's very shameful for people to go around and call somebody a rapist when it was never convicted.
Why the wife was pregnant and he was sleeping with
Well, it was never accused of that. See, that's always the talking point of people like you and the liberal establishment in order to debase him and to assassinate his character.
Sorry,
But-
where are we in American politics now?
Well, that's where I want to end my last 2 minutes, one man. I was just telling them that I was I can understand Adewale because he's so entrenched in the it's just like enigmatic in the propaganda of the left, the Democrats. But you one man to come out and say that you think that the shooter was orchestrated or plan was fake. I'm really flawed by that.
The medical records of his treatment as he speaks.
I'm not alone. I'm not alone in that.
Well, it don't have to be alone. The conspirators, they're not alone. They are plentiful, like enigmatic and Adewale. So the fact that you belong to that group doesn't surprise me. But it's only very common. Only common sense to see what happened. I mean, how great can who puts their life on the line? Who puts their life on the line for somebody to shoot? One my question: do you know how far the person shot from?
Where is the medical treatment for 3 days? What happened to is that you want to tell me that's a bullet that actually scraped his hair? The hair, I mean,
Well, I guess the blood that we saw was just tomato juice, right? Well, see, don't okay. See, it gets to a point when it gets to a point when smart people hold on. It gets to a point when smart people like yourself begin to undermine what you stand for and become Lilliputian in your explanation of a very simple thing that was observed by all.
I take everything. You know why? You are a typical MAGA, so it's no point.
No, you say where's the medical report?
Let me address it. Hold on. Let me address you something. Now that you're
Go
talking
ahead,
about
Mama,
that,
with your
I think
MAGA guy, I
forensic,
beg.
for,
I don't
for,
get time.
forensic will prove it. You're just engage now. Forensic will prove it. Because how can you have both wound front of your eyes and your earlobe, your ear, the back of your ear, at the same time? What kind of bullets will go past your face and then go behind your ear? How does that even work? And this guy when we had a gunshot. It went down. When it went down, there was no something. We could not see anything like maybe any wound. We know it was a trickling.
But even its reaction was not the reaction of somebody that was shot. And standing up immediately and pumping face. That's not even a hardened war guy. Pumping
Well,
face.
you say because you rather have him to be crying on stage and be afraid or scared. I know that you guys want it. See, you've not come across a man of such a character like Trump.
Earlier yesterday, hold on.
Trump is not known for his bravery. He's not known
Well,
for his
and that's
bravery.
exactly what it's known for. You obviously don't know American politics, but what you know about him is what they tell you.
Just listen to this, Prince Daddy. Earlier yesterday, that part of the air, right, is the picture that was taken earlier. It was very clean and everything. Then when he was ready for the evening show of the RNC, he came with this pillow-like big ass that thing on this. Well, this guy.
See, okay, at the end of the day, you know what? This is the conclusion to the matter. At the end of the day, it showed. I love it. I love the. At the end of the day, this is what it comes down to. It shows the clearly to both sides what they stand for. If this had happened to Biden, I don't think the MAGA or Republicans would be happy or elated about his life being on the line. And it shows the difference because
why was Trump happy when Patrick Pelosi was attacked? Did you see what he said? Did you see what he said?
Well, that's a different case.
Oh, that's a different.
Well, that's a different case. This is a case whereby we're not going to talk about Pelosi. It's a different case, by the way. Let me land. It's a different case because this was a case that
this guy actually stepped his feet into the American political landscape. It's been a wild.
Say, okay. Let me wrap up by saying, listen, what you guys stand for, your hearts are so dark and filled that you can't you have no any ounce of humanity left in you guys. You feel compassion for another human being, regardless of their political affiliation. You see. I mean, it just shows. I mean, the level of thinking on the left is so scary that it bothers. It's just perplexing. I don't know how to describe it.
There's no left. It's just common sense. There's no left. It's common sense.
Obviously, you're not displaying common sense because we saw a man almost got killed by God's providence. By God's providence. So you and I see it didn't happen to you and I, but you and I can laugh about it and mock it.
I know how bullet works. I know how gun works.
All right, gentlemen, let Prince land and then we move on to Paddy. But Prince, like I said, I'm not alone. This is pure package. Hollywood is learning. This is Two-Face, Baba reacts to Trump's assassination attempt. So. Everybody knows it's abracadabra. It's abracadabra. Yes.
One man. So
yes.
When has Two-Face view gotten to the point that we hold it at the source of truth?
I mean, I can't believe one man. I can't believe it. You said Two-Face. Who's Two-Face?
I also heard them saying it on Joe Rogan as well.
Who said it on Joe Rogan?
Oh, some guy called Bill something. You know, they were having a laugh about it.
Say, okay, one man. I always recommend. Anyways, at the end of the day, it's sad. Okay, it's just really sad. I don't even care what enigmatic or Adwale says. I'm glad God's providence was at work, and this man escaped a bullet in his brains. Okay, and in his brain on that day. Quite frankly. It's all God providence. So we can slice and dice and mock the guy and laugh about his whatever it has on his ears. We can laugh about it. That is fine. But at the end of the day, it will go back to his family and thank God for his life. That's what it comes down to. And we're gonna see. You guys, you need time. One thing I realize is that people now can't think anymore. It doesn't matter how smart you are. People can't just look at things by themselves and try to rationalize or by ratiocination of information that they have and draw a simple conclusion. They have to wait for the expert to tell them everything. It just shows how they've demonstrated their simple mind to do anything. I don't need no expert or ballistic expert or nobody to tell me what I saw was reality. And the fact that a man would put his life on the line to be shot from almost 400 meters away, and you guys are telling me that it was orchestrated. They just leave it like that one, man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. When I saw that clip of that shot, it set me back memory lane. I remembered when I once saw Professor Pella pull a rabbit out of a hat. So magic tricks. Magic tricks are from the Americas. Another magician, Paddy. Paddy, you're up next.
One man.
But we're not really on that space. So, but you can run a little bit of a commentary. But let me run you through what we are talking about. The Arewa youths distancing themselves from this protest that is being organized. Lamido Sanusi is still struggling to hold on to that seat. Seyi Makinde fighting to get to keep hold or to regain hold of the local government purse. And Akpabio under pressure to punish Senator Ndume for criticizing Tinubu. Sunday Igboho reissues his eviction notice to the Fulanis from Yoruba land. Governor Abbas Yusuf are looking to downgrade some emirs to give Lamido Sanusi preeminence. So take your pick and this last one as well. National Assembly to legislate to ensure INEC conduct local government elections. So that has to be done for the process to complete. Let's hear from you, Paddy.
Okay, all right. All right, thanks, Oman. I think by the time when I decided to join, it was quite a few people, and it was Solly's conversation that got me enthused. Anyways, I wanted to quickly talk on the US. I'll try to be brief within 1 minute. I'm sure Prince Daddy probably remember that in 2016 there was a Reno campaign that he had in Nevada, and there was some sort of subtle gun scare that happened in 2016, and the way Trump was whisked away, just a gun scare. There was no gun sound. It was just a very subtle scare. He was whisked away. In fact, he didn't come back to stage until after the guy had been apprehended. It took him about maybe 8 to 10 minutes or so before he was able to come back. Even Candace Owen, that is a very strong Trumpist, even much more than Prince Daddy, called BS on this charade. If people understand the sensitivity of the American Secret Service, you will understand the effort that it would take for there to be some sort of sniper on the rooftop targeting a former US president. There's also potentially another US president. And even after that piece, there's no way, if it wasn't staged, that Trump will tell the Secret Service, so look, once the Secret Service are whisking you away, you don't have control. You can't tell them to wait, hold on, pause. Trump literally told them to wait a little while for him to throw his hand up. And then they cheered him up, and he went back, got to his car, raised his hand again. No, not when there's a gun scare. It's because they weren't even sure if it was one person or two.
Paddy, it was confirmed. It was confirmed that the shooter was killed already. Do you know that?
No, but at that time there was no confirmation because he was docked. So in fact, Secret Service did not care whether it was one person or two. Remember, for every time there's a rally, especially if it's an outdoor rally, they will spend at least minimum of 1 month to go and recce that environment, talk to neighbors, knock on doors. There'll be drone shot, there'll be area shot. There were snipers above where Trump was to ensure that there's even everything that was making it. If that guy wanted to indeed take a shot, even the way that gun sounded, for an American, we know the way a gunshot sounds. We know the way a paintball gunshot. What I heard was like a paintball gunshot, except but nonetheless, we understand that it is a sympathy. He's trying to create some sort of heroism. They try to get me. They're trying to take me down.
No, it is not. It's not.
Okay.
The man's life was like literally centimeters away from his brain being blown away, and you guys are rationalizing something that
was going to be blown away. Then that means here's what's going to happen. We will look forward to seeing his hair chipped off. If his hair is not chipped off, Prince Daddy does know that thing is a conspiracy.
did you see the projectile that was captured by the AP reporter supposedly?
Yes, I did.
CNN, MSNBC, AP, Reuters, are they all in cahoots with Trump? Is that what you're saying?
Look, they would see. Look, CNN, all those media houses do not.
The entire media now, they are all in on this thing. Or the billionaire gang, all of them. Yeah. Because of the tax break. The tax break is expiring next year, 2025.
Until look, here's the thing: the Secret Service of the United States is never sloppy on a U.S.
No, don't make that argument because
since the recent years. Remember, this has happened before to Kennedy. So when it happened to Kennedy, the U.S. president, U.S. Secret Force has always been due diligence. Remember again,
and after Kennedy, what did it happen to?
I think he also happened to Nixon as well too. Right? There was also a scare on Nixon.
But Reagan got shot. What about that?
Even to George Bush, where there was a shoe thrown at him, it didn't even happen on U.S. soil. I'm saying to you, the fact that there's supposed to be a campaign, they will have wrecked that place for days and weeks
to ensure that nobody will come in any. Remember, snipers don't just protect the president. They check every angle. In fact, they check wind angle. Remember, there was a smoke. There was some sort of smoke that was shot out. There's usually a wind flag that is hoisted for snipers to even check where there's a possibility of any gun coming, and they're surveilling that area 247. Remember, all these things didn't start coming out until later.
Oh, okay. So I get it. So, Patty, your conclusion is that the Secret Service with the American intelligence in cahoots with Trump planned this fake assassination. Is that what you're saying?
There's some inside job in there. If we might want to deny it as much as we can't say for a fact whether Trump was complicit, but there's definitely some inside job in there. The person who was supposedly trying to show Trump is a registered Republican.
He's not a registered Republican. Okay, let me explain. Before enigmatic, sorry, Patty, give me 5 seconds. Before enigmatic run around with this fake news.
That's not fake news. People can check it.
In some states, okay. Hold on, Rational Mike. In some states, in order to pollute, in some states to register.
Enigmatic, hold on for Prince. Yeah.
In some states, in order to register, you see, it's been known that this people like Enigmatic, in some states, they go around to register themselves as Republican in order so they can vote in Republican primaries. In so doing, the goal here, for example, is to, if you have a mega candidate and you have a Republican that's like, what we call a rhino Republican, their goal is to defeat the mega candidate and allow this fake or rhino Republican be elected, and eventually that rhino would lose to a Democrat. It's a game. It's a game in the political system. But to vote, you have to be a registered member of that party. But here's the key one, man. That people like Enigmatic will not say that. Also, this guy, there's a group called Act Blue. It's a democratic fundraising machine that this guy actually gave money to. Now tell me, being registered as a Republican and giving money to Democrat, which one is more compelling?
Hold on. Now
Can I say something real quick? Hold on.
Let me reply.
No. Hold on, Enigmatic. Let Rational Mind go first. You round it off, and then we go back to Paddy so that we can take structure.
So, to our friend, our Republican friend, the MAGA guy, you see, I just baffle me that sometimes you just want to choose and pick whatever that kind of suit your narrative. The evidence out there is that this guy, right from elementary or secondary college days, his fellow students that they were all together in school, I think in college. They said this guy is a registered Republican. That even when they're in the classroom, they do this kind of separation of some kind of thing they do in classroom. This guy always identify, because most of the guys, they're all liberals, according to one of his classmates that they interviewed. Say they are all liberals, but he's the only one that always likes to identify as a conservative. And that is one. And then
fake news.
Hold on, please. Let me land. And then again, that they have a shooting practice. This guy is very bad at shooting practice. That was what they said to him. The school has a shooting team, and they said to him never to come join that team anymore because there's this word they use. Is a bad missile, something like that. I forgot how they call it. Anyway, now then this guy's father is a registered NRA member. In fact, go and Google it, woman. There is another new development about this guy's father. That even Trump's campaign team, they profile this guy's father, so that you know that this guy was raised a very conservative. So I don't know what you guys are always.
6 years ago, Rational Mind. I'm not speaking again after you. One man, Rational Mind has made my point. I'm done.
Well, everything that Rational Mind said it's just trash. It's just a bunch of garbage that the liberals are spreading all around there. So, and by the way, if many people, I can name names of famous people right now that they grew up as conservatives. It's plentiful in America, but their children, they rather choose the way of the deplorables, like the become a liberal, a Democrat. So your argument, Rational Mind, I can't put two and two together. It doesn't make any sense. And again, this guy donated. Okay, does Enigmatic or yourself admit that this guy actually donated to a Democratic Party? Do you know that? Yes or no?
Woman, let's continue. Let's
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a
All right. Let's get back to Paddy to continue with that. Yeah, Paddy.
All right, thank you, Alvan. On the piece on the part of local government and INEC, championing the elections. I think the last time that I spoke on this, in the one-man show, I did mention that was also in the pipeline. So it's good to see that it's been tabled in the National Assembly. Hopefully that will get done pretty soon. We'll just hope that, because the sad part is there was a reason why this law was enacted. There was a reason why the federal government had to start giving funds to the states on the behest of the local governments. And I hope that we don't go back to that era where local governments will not become tyranny of themselves and start going back to living the lifestyle of governors. And we'll hope that people will learn to hold their.
Sorry, Paddy. We are already seeing the green shoots of that. There's a video circulating. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think when I saw the very first one that he did, where he had the green muffler on, I was disappointed, and then seen another one again. I guess right now there's obviously they've fleeced so much money, they've embezzled so much money, they've taken so much power. And to think that's going to be a Seyi Makinde of all governors who will be the first to come out, and I've expected a northern governor, or someone from the, just a northern governor will have been the first to come out. But he just shows that they haven't done anything. It's now we can tell that it's the governors who have been crappy, who have chosen not to be accountable to their denizens. Those are the ones who are going to complain about this kind of thing. I don't want to stretch more on him. I think he has by himself made himself look bad already by coming out to say the government should focus on food, the government should focus on this and that. Yeah, that's what the government is focusing on. They're focusing on food. This is not a smokescreen. This is literally saying let the impact get to the people. If you were indeed doing what you have to do, what you were asked to do is, we'll give you the money as FAC. You will give the money to the local government as Jack. So if you're giving them that Jack, Jack allocation, Jack fees, then why are you complaining? So it means that you weren't doing it in the first place. Like, why is he making multiple videos? Why is he having press conferences? Why is he having press rallies? Why is he trying to demystify this particular bill? Why does he favor him to ensure that the local governments do not have the funds that is supposedly meant for them in the very first place? Shame on him. Again, and I think I want to probably.
Are you talking about Makinde? Are you talking about Makinde?
Yeah, Makinde. Yes. Shame on him. And then so the last one to the what's it called? To this protest. I was in a Twitter space. I think yesterday, and I had a very unique voice, and I know this voice. It was Ekene's voice. And I could see how Ekene was gloating and talking to his fellow Obedient and Ipobians and his Southeastern brothers, gathering and planning on how they're going to protest, quote unquote, the hardship in Nigeria, the hunger in Nigeria. And I'm wondering that just 2 months ago, not far off, 2 months ago, these same people were the ones saying they were not going to protest. Why? Because they have food, they have money, they are the ones that are wealthy, they're the ones that the money hasn't touched, they're the ones that don't want to get involved. Are you saying that the entire wealth of these people who were being braggadocious, so their wealth only took 2 months for it to, to be depleted, and they're now broke? Is the hunger just coming now? The inflation that they keep complaining about, when this inflation policy was launched, they were supporting it. When Emefiele brought out, it's about 2 trillion naira into the entire economy, floated the entire country with washed off naira. And
Paddy, you say you hear my voice. Where did you say you hear my voice?
I heard your voice now in Comrade Space. You were talking. Your voice was very loud. You were breaking it down on how you were asking questions. They were answering you. I heard you. So there's not even a case of you use your Twitter handle is your last name now. It starts with E. I don't know the full name, but it's your last name. I heard your voice. I know it was you. I tapped on that, so I saw that you with your handle. and you were very calm and humble in that room. You were telling them what they were telling you. You were asking questions. I mean, you can't vote tonight anyway. So that's not even the point. The point is this: we know that this is a galvanized opposition protest. Point blank, simple. It is not about the masses. It is not about the hungry people. In fact, not one time did I hear these people in diaspora. Remember, most of the people who organized the room, the guy who opened the room, his co-host, all of them, they live in diaspora. These people in diaspora are now inciting those in Nigeria, shouting, "We are hungry." How are you hungry? You live in diaspora. You're living in the UK. You're living in the US. You're living in Germany, in Italy, and you say you are hungry. That you are the ones that are hungry, and you're having people, local Nigerians, to start creating chaos. And the ones in Nigeria are saying, some of them, opposition, saying, we don't want this protest. If your protest is indeed against bad governance, all of us individually have bad governances in our own regions, in our own localities, in our own local government areas, in our own jurisdictions, in our own states. Why are we not calling out this bad governance in our own state? We have people complaining about minimum wage, that the government must pay minimum wage. And the people of Labour Party have a governor that is even yet to pay 30,000, and not one person has called him out. And they're saying to you, why is this protest not also including Alex Oti of Abia State as well too? Why is this protest not saying, why is the Kenyan not saying, I'm going to start my protest only in Alaba because that's where I sell, and that's where I see poor people, that's where I see hungry people, and I'll focus my protest there. And people are saying, look, when last time we had a protest like this same states that all of you are claiming that you have right to live in any state you are, those states suffered. The insecurity economy is talking about. During NSAS, one person, I'm sure you can have had that story of some 9 guys that were killed, that were supposedly kidnappers that came to kidnap somebody. Yeah, I think, I can't remember what they said, Latipo or so. And then one of them, supposedly a movie producer, I don't know if this is actually factual though, that he was part of people who were released during the NSAS prison. So this guy was in jail. He was captured in jail. He was imprisoned, and during NSAS, they went to raid the jail somewhere in the southeast. They freed that guy. That guy became free, and he became a kidnapper. So whilst kidnapping people in Lagos, so he will come to Lagos, kidnap his fellow citizens, his fellow Southeasterners, people that is both speak language together, kidnap them in Lagos, put them in a car, drive them all the way to Southeast, and then they will pay ransom. He released them. They came back to kidnap the same person that just finished paying them ransom. So just imagine that in Nigeria, a hardworking Igbo brother has made money, hundreds of millions. They came to kidnap him in Lagos, took him to the southeast. He paid his ransom. They released him. They came back again, started living his life normally again, probably trying to make his money back. They now came to kidnap him again before the Lagos State Police Force from Ikeja, confronted them and took unlived all of them. And that guy, when they found out who that guy was, he's been hiding under him being a producer or a director of a movie. Even Yul Edochie had to say that I don't know this guy, had to make a disclaimer video from this guy. And that guy was in jail, and SARS was what freed this guy. And people are saying that we are still suffering the consequences of the choices we made in 2020. Even though, yes, we had a good cause, even though it was organic and we were galvanized, but the repercussions are still affecting people today. The BRT buses that were burnt today. Were those BRT buses driven by SARS? Well, how come those BRT buses got burnt? Lagos State has now tried to move on. They've gotten more BRT buses. They've had a metro train. They've tried to build in some new places. What's going to happen to those places? So people saying, look, if indeed you love the state, if indeed you care about Nigeria, if indeed you care about these hungry people, don't deprive them from hunger anymore. And here's one thing I think I want to say this. There was one talking point that I heard from somebody who is an IPOB member. He says I'm an IPOB member. There's something he said that I thought was very valid. One man, this guy said, if indeed that he is hyperbole, but if he wants to support any protest, that the entire country should sit at home, the same way they've been doing in the Southeast. And I agree with him. That if indeed you want to make an impact, let the protest be a sit-at-home protest. The entire nation sit at home. Let them not be pro-productivity. Let the government feel that indeed people are protesting. that protest will be similar to what the Southeastern have been doing for every Monday, and that will make more impact. But no, people want to go out to cause chaos. And remember, this is not even organic. This is they want to do a Kenyan style rally protest. And what they're saying is, all we just want is for the Nigerian police to just take one of us, and then they will see chaos. In fact, I even had a recording. In that very same room Ekene was. Ekene wasn't on stage, to his credit. But that same very room, that very I had a recording where people were saying Peter Obi should remain in England. I think we should remain outside of, should not be in Nigeria. We'll create the chaos in the country. Why? Like, why? If you say if this protest is about people who are genuinely hungry, why do you want to make their life even much more miserable? Why do you want to spoil the little downfall that they're enjoying? Why do you want to burn it? The little BRT that they enjoy, why do you want to burn it? The little market that they're making their money, why do you want to close those markets? Why do you want to make the life of those people who you indeed say you are trying to fight for, why do you want to make their life much more difficult? If it's indeed about people who are hungry, so tell me which country in the entirety of the world sells for 100 naira? Even in Bahrain, even in Brunei, where they have the solar Brunei, they don't sell petrol at what the value of 100 naira is. Not in Ghana, not in Angola, not in Saudi Arabia. In the United States, the Americans here, fuel is $3 per gallon. $3. Put $3 times naira. How much is that in naira? That's over 4,000 naira per liter. Is the equivalent. And people in Lagos are the ones even buying for the cheapest in Nigeria. And it's that same Lagos that you want to create your protest.
What comparison are you doing here?
Paddy, let me say something. Let me say something about that petrol something.
Hold on. You will speak on. Hold on.
No, let me tell you this.
Hold on. Can I let him land? Paddy likes to go with his flow. Carry on, Paddy.
Thank you, woman. So with everything I'm calling out are the talking points that these people have been saying. So they're saying we want fuel to be 100 naira. We want like against bad governance. Shogore is saying maybe some, I can't remember what it was, some sort of chaotic day or something. Like there was a slogan Shogore. You see, like there are different fractions of people who indeed are trying to create this protest. It is unfair on Nigeria. Here's the thing: the people who will suffer these things are not the government. The people who will suffer these things is not Tinubu. It is the same hungry people here. Go to Kenya. Kenyans are looting today. They are looting shops of their own people. Imagine you're a Kenyan that you are saying you want to join the protest. Imagine you go to protest in Festac. By the time you get back, your shop has been looted. Will you not become hungry anymore? Do you think, you will close Alaba and people not go there to rob? The people that lost their stores in Surulere shopping complex, what happened to them? They've not gotten it back. The forensic labs that got burnt, what happened to the forensic lab? They've not. The traffic that, in fact, remember, maybe people not remember, in Lagos, after the NSAS, after the chaos everywhere, and the police said we will stop SARS, for 3 months, the robbery level in Lagos spiked up to an astronomical level. These same people that said NSAS were not the ones begging SARS to come back, because the robbery now became so chaotic.
Paddy, give me 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Give me 30 seconds.
All right.
You know, some claims you made, petrol being sold at gallon is it about 4,000. You mentioned gallon, not liter. But that's by the way, whether they're selling it for 4,000 or whatever. If you want to buy petrol in abroad, it's your choice. You have electricity to enjoy. So you can either choose to use electricity or petrol. So either one of them. So you save money from other one. But if you choose to be using two of them, it's your choice. You understand? But in Nigeria, where you don't have a good price of petrol and you don't even have electricity, so you are suffocating Nigerians.
But
so
you have good price for petrol. Petrol in Nigeria is the cheapest in the world.
However you want to put, as far as Nigerians are concerned today, petrol is no longer the cheapest. And the most of the company you see today are not using petrol. They're using gas. You understand? You cannot use petrol to power your big generator. In order for your factory to function, you see that you must use gas. Gas is about 1,200 naira. So what your comparison doesn't make any sense to me. In Nigeria, if we have 24 hours electricity, people can decide to go maybe for electric car or whatever they want to use. In that abroad, you can go for electric car because you can easily charge it and use your electric car. So what are you saying? So you see that when you don't give Nigerians electricity, you subsidize the other one for them.
Sorry, hold on. Can you see this data on the screen? Top 10 cheapest petrol countries. So these are the top 10 cheapest petrol countries: Venezuela, Libya, Iran, Syria, Algeria, Kuwait, Angola, Nigeria, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan. Nigeria has some of the cheapest petrols in the world, so I'm not quite
Nigeria
sure.
supposed to be the highest, should be number one, chef. Nigeria is supposed to be number one. You understand? So,
How would Nigeria
yeah,
be
we're supposed to be number one. And let me tell you, if we buy
do you know
petrol,
Kuwait's population as against what they produce a day?
if we buy petrol for 100 naira or 150,
No, answer the question. Do you know Kuwait's population versus their daily production?
Sorry, Kenneth, let me ask you a question. How much is a sachet of pure water?
A sachet of pure water?
Yeah.
In Nigeria?
Yes.
It's about 50 naira now.
Okay, so you want to be buying petrol at the same price you are buying pure water. And it's 200 naira, by the way, not 50 naira.
We are not giving. The issue is that one man, you are not giving anything to Nigerians. You do not give electricity. You are not giving electricity. You are not giving petrol. My point is that you can choose to use either petrol in abroad or electricity, because electricity is 24 hours. You can choose it for anything you want, either to drive and leave the other one.
Can I hold on?
All right.
In Nigeria, you don't have electricity. And you are hiking the price of petrol.
All right, thank you.
Paddy, just a second. The only thing is that Ekene want to protest, and I support anyone who wants to protest. One man.
Yeah, but they're not. What are they protesting against? Is the thing. What I'm saying is that they are protesting against an electoral laws. That's the protest.
Of course, one man. It's just a facade. Look. It's a fundamental right for any Nigerian and any human at all, wherever they are, even in America here, right, to exercise their right of protest. They have that right to protest. But where your right to protest, right, ends is where some other people's right to peace starts. Number one, this first of all, let me just put it straight to you. If you say, and I'll be very funny. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'll be funny because it's being pedantic now, very pedestrian. You know, these people, they can grandstand all over the media and everything, but on the day, it was just only one person, only one guy, inconsequential guy in the polity of Lagos, MC Oluomo, that just warned them online warning, not physical warning. They are still crying since 2 years ago. Since 2 years ago, they are still crying as we speak. They wrote letter to all the embassies. They wrote letter to Biden. They wrote letter to ICC, to everywhere, because of MCO's Oluomo's warning. And these are the people that are grandstanding now again. So when they are grandstanding now, you see it's a dead on arrival, type of protest, because there's no uniformity in this. It is so glaring that they are still, sitting from that electoral loss, and people can see that, and they are telling you. Good governance does not start in Lagos. Good governance starts from my own local government, where I have local government chairman, and I have a state governor, right? Start your protest in your state. Ask your governor questions. The autonomy of these LGs, some governors are protesting against it, one way or the other. What are the governors doing? No, say you are leaving your location, coming to Lagos to protest. If you want to protest against the federal government, go to ABJ. ABJ is the seat of power. So we are just saying it from what I know for a fact, one man, right? It's a dead on arrival. But whoever wants to show, how crazy they are, then they should understand the fact that Orun Yabo, insurer, let me just say that one quick comment.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. One man too, and I'll try to rush on my point. Almost everything Ekene has complained about, and I'm just saying Ekene because he's one of us. He's our brother. Everything that Ekene has complained about today, save for inflation and insecurity, are in the hands of his state governors and local government chairmen. Where are those schools? Where are the good roads? Those are your local government chairmen. And the policy is about making it such that the local government chairman can build those states. So,
Hey, Paddy, why, come on. Why would you say it's in the hands of the government?
Who will build your private school?
Are they the one managing the economy of Nigeria?
Did you hear what I said?
Okay, go on, please. Let me hear you.
I said save for inflation and insecurity. Everything MKN has complained about are in the hands and now in the hands of the state governor. So that light you're talking about, no light is in the hands of the state governors now. So your state can generate their light. We all were bragging about Abia State now some months ago. The Abia has 24 hours light, so Abia is fine. Abia now they have 24 hours. So nobody's complaining about lights in Abia anymore. Everybody has lights in Abia State established. Those schools that we're complaining about was Ekene not bragging here. Happy to be big schools, fantastic schools that nobody has seen before. Ekene just said tonight now that that school that one man showed is better than all the other schools in Ekiti or Oyo and Ondo states all combined. So those are things that are done by state governors. Again, I said inflation. Yes, that is Tinubu's piece. He's not doing right there. The double-digit inflation. And unfortunately, we don't have a detailed and a more coordinated way to pull in those funds. Because what we have, remember, what we have is not food scarcity. It is food inflation. And then those are two different dynamics. Food scarcity means say food no day at all. Everybody is lagging. Food inflation is that there is food, but there's more money available to buy those food. So the price of those food will definitely be higher. And the government is trying to do everything that they have to bring in more food into the system. In fact, they've even taken away they've taken away the ban on the ban on foods that can be imported. So meaning that let's have more food available that will make it cheaper, so that there's more cash to more, and maybe they can. In fact, the same governments are saying when people are talking about Argentina has reduced their inflation double digits, that America has reduced their inflation from double digits to single digits. How did America do it? America increased the price of fuel. America increased the price of transportation. America increased tariffs everywhere. And that increment is what makes you mop, like that's how you mop out the cash in there. We can't do that in Nigeria. If the government tries that, these same Nigerians will come and say, how dare you increase prices? But if you don't increase the prices, if you don't increase savings, when Nigeria increased interest rate the other day, we on this one-man show were screaming and shouting. Why even Adanleko told me that I don't know how to run that. I'm sure I don't have the business. And we know that the reason why interest was increased was to mop out interest rate, because there's so much money in the system. That money is not doing anything. And that's what's affecting people who are just running crap. People are not using that money to buy crypto. The money is not circulating back into the system.
Come on. I don't know. Let me. Okay, all right. Just I can't just.
Let him land out. They had hidden facts, Abi. You don't want to hear hidden facts.
What fact? Your manufacturer have no fact. You say what are you saying? What fact?
Don't worry.
Manufacturing facts.
Don't worry, Rational Mind.
Just trying to conjure things around. Okay,
okay, no problem, Rational Mind. This is not within a range. Don't worry, so I can understand the struggles. But
just to corroborate you, to give you another leg, and now it's been confirmed that even Nigerian farmers, right, are contributing to this food inflation. They've been hoarding food.
They've been hoarding food. You're right. They've been hoarding foods and trying to sell foods to neighboring countries because it pays them more to buy those foods in the neighboring countries. And the government is doing everything. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. What am I doing?
I think there's really two different.
Okay, all right.
Confirmed by who? Enigmatic. Confirmed by who? Who confirmed it?
No, but remember one time, I think sometimes towards the end of last year, we did hear somebody make a video talking about long trailers of foods that should have been going south of Nigeria, trying to go into the borders. I'm sure you saw that video some while back. This was something.
Rational Mind, if I see this stuff, I'll probably send it to one man. There's this chairman of farmers, whatever. I think in the one of the region. I think in one of those regions. Anyways, I think he's the chairman of the maize grower or whatever association. They had to pull out his tweet. Maybe 6 months ago, thereabout, that he was encouraging farmers, particularly the maize growers, right? That their season is around the corner. They'll be selling a ton of whatever the maize of their maize for like maybe 700K. They should ensure they hoard it because they are looking at possibility of having 100% increment. I mean, 100% ROI, right? That they should keep it and everything. So now that the government actually came up with a policy maybe 2 days ago about importation of food, the guy came up, crying all over the place. They had to like repost all his tweets for him, and it became a buzzbuzz. And he kept quiet, and they showed him everything, even people within his association, the text messages and the WhatsApp messages that he sent to them, that he was encouraging them to keep all their stuff. So it has been confirmed that those farmers are hoarding food, and that's why this thing is actually. Is it not actually have
Keep him now. Keep
just to off the back of what you said, and then Paddy can round off so we can hear from Larry. One of the incidental advantages of this food importation is that it's going to force open those warehouses where they are hoarding food. It's going to force them open now. Otherwise, and they'll still take a loss. But Paddy.
Yeah. I think this even happened around March or so. That there was a warehouse that was raided, and people came on this same show. In fact, there's a voice that is echoing from behind, Russian man's voice, talking about people are hungry. Those were not even actually grain; those were seedlings that the federal government had bought through Bank of Industry, I think it was CBN then, for people for these farmers to plant last year to be harvesting. Nigerians had to steal those things. So whilst we're understanding that there could be chaos, and whilst we're asking for, it is your right to protest. I mean, let's even establish that. It is everybody's right to protest. You can make peaceful protest. You can protest in different ways. You can sit at home. You can sit on the road. You can tie leaf on your arms. You can just show your discomfort. But if your protest will lead to chaos, if your protest in any way will lead to destructions, then it is not a protest. You're not protesting against the government. You're actually trying to just express your frustration over the fact that you can't let go of the idea that you actually lost something. And it happens to everyone. It's some people deal with grief in different ways, but it's already over a year. Yes, we've lost our campaign. We didn't work the way we want to do. You have, in 2 years' time, you're going to start running campaign all over again. Let's assume that the Tinubu's government is the shittiest. Then you should be so happy that it's so crappy, so that in 2 years' time, when Obi starts a campaign again, then Obi can win, or Atiku can win, or Showore can win, or whatever the case is. So to my final point, I just want a situation where we that we're in diaspora, we are not following the ambers of those who are in Nigeria, claiming that we care about them, while we just want to enjoy this fantasy of chaos. The people in Nigeria who probably are stuck in diaspora, who probably feel failed in diaspora, who can't go home, who are angry at the system, who just want to just enjoy the pains of people, want to see that abroad, and probably used to claim myself and say, oh, I'm trying to run away from Nigeria because there's chaos there. I want to seek asylum. So you are falling ambers, or you want people to donate to you again, the same way they donated during answers. Otherwise, this is not about the hungry people. If we indeed care about hungry people, let's look for ways where we can help our neighbors around ourselves. Ekene now should start looking for how to employ people around him. I mean, I know he has money here. One man talks about how wealthy he is. Let's start creating ways to enrich ourselves. If you're not going to do those things, don't add more pains to their lives. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. That's the elegant Paddy, of course. It's the depth of the voice and the expansiveness of the thoughts. You're just a savant, a super brain, one of one, Paddy. So another super brain, Larry. I wonder if we still have him fully. Larry, you're up next.
Good evening, Roman, and good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. So hopefully you've been following the conversation. You don't need me to run you through the talking points, do you? Or we were talking about the protest, obviously, which are a lot of controversy around that space, and a lot of people not convinced about the reasons why they are protesting. Seyi Makinde still belly aching about the money that he was looting being taken away from him. People calling for Ndume to be punished for being anti-government, and Sunday Igboho re-echoing his calls for the Fulanis to get out of Yoruba land. INEC, the National Assembly says they are going to legislate to ensure INEC conducts local council elections. So we're wrapping conversations around that, but if you have any other topic, the floor is yours.
Okay, that's good. So let me start from the protest. So number one, anybody that wants to protest has the right to protest, all right? They can protest. But it's, the major thing is this. In as much as you have the right to protest, you also do not have the right, to stop other people from doing their own legitimate business. So if, take for instance now, I don't see any reason why you want to protest and you probably want to block road somewhere else while you have your shop opened. So probably the first protest should be from you, not really opening your shop. If you have a business, locking down your business, that's where the protest starts. But immediately you have your business open and you go on and block the road, which means that by doing that, you might actually legitimately stop some other people from accessing their own business. That's not protest. That means you're infringing on other people's rights. Now, why do we say protests should be well coordinated, and in most cases, probably the police should be informed? It's just for that protest to be orderly, because if you have that protest going on, and I don't want to join that protest, I should have the ability to move without being deprived, or really stopped from moving to wherever I want to go to. So, and I've seen a lot of all those things, right? You've seen it on the internet. The people that are kind of like promoting the protest. I don't have the problem, with people promoting that protest. But the major thing is this. Now, there's a lot of traction going to Lagos, right? Protest has to happen in Lagos. It has to start in Lagos. I've seen a lot of all those things where, they said, oh, Peter Obi should not even come. He should stay in UK. Atiku should stay in Dubai and all those. I saw all those things. Yeah, it's good. It's normal. They should do it, right? But the major thing is just that the police and other security agencies too, they need to be on alert, right? Because, you can always call for what's happening in Kenya. You want to look for a way. I've seen a lot of all those things, right? Where some people were even more like, yeah, they had to look for a way to change the government. It has to be this, it has to be that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. You can do whatsoever you want to do. But the major thing is just that in as much as you step beyond a normal peaceful protest, then the security agencies should do the right thing, arrest you. That's it. Because if you're not really doing the normal protest and probably you've gone beyond the normal protest, you should be arrested and prosecuted. If you destroy any government property, any public property, you should be prosecuted, right? If you need to go to jail for it, you should go to jail for it. But you can do your normal protest, have your placards around, get coordinated, and do the right thing. But immediately you passed, beyond that. Yeah, you should definitely, if you need to go to prison for it. Because the major thing is this, particularly what happened during NSAS, right? Was basically, some people, it was a lot of external funding coming in, and it's even those people in diaspora, they push in a lot of money, they were cooking there, they were doing all sorts of things, and that's the same thing that's exactly happening now. They bring all those funds in, they look for a way to kind of like cause that chaos, and at the end of the day, they start shouting, oh, we are writing United Nations, we are doing this. I know all those things. These are normal shenanigans that they do, right? But the major thing is, as far as I'm concerned, do your protest, and the security agencies should also be there to do the needful. If you coordinate yourself, yeah, it's a normal thing. It's your legitimate right for you to protest. But immediately you pass that right, then you are no more protesting. You want to riot. And if you try to riot, they should definitely do the needful. And also, while you have the right to protest anti-government, there will definitely also be people that are pro-government who also have the right to protest to support the government. So, and that's where the security agencies also need to come in, right? Let the people, if they have pro-government, let them do their own protest. Let the anti-government.
Sorry, Larry. Is it the duty of the government to ensure that those two protests don't take place at the same time? So, because the people want to protest against the government, they indicated that they wanted to protest first, and then the pro-government people said they want to protest too. So the anti-governments can protest, and then a month later, the pro-governments can protest, but they can't let it take place at the same time, surely.
No, they can. So there is nothing that stops one person to protest while the other person will be deprived from protesting. The only thing the security agencies just need to do is to ensure that, they don't attack themselves. We've seen it even in the US. You have instances where you have different people, protesting differently. So you can do your protest differently in as much as each of you, probably the pro-government or the anti-government, right, In as much as you don't go beyond the normal purview of the normal protest, you can do it. But immediately, either you are pro-government, you are anti-government, immediately you go beyond that, right? If there's an inch on any public property, you should be prosecuted, you should be arrested, detained, charge you to court. And if you are convicted, go to jail. I don't care. Because that's it. Because every little public property does not really belong to you. It belongs to the nation. It belongs to the people. And if you, in disguise of protesting, go around and destroy anything, that means you are anti-people. Then you should go to jail. You don't belong to work with people. You are an animal. You go to jail for it. So that's it. Government cannot stop anybody. Do your normal protest legitimately. But if you really want to do that protest very well, start from your own business. Lock down your business. You can't have your business, right, functioning while you go ahead and, lock your business. That's protest. Like, oh, fine. We've seen people, doing hunger protest, right? It's protest, right? You decide that you don't want to eat. I don't want to let my business function. It's a protest. Do the normal protest. So that's just it. So government should just do the needful and ensure that, whatsoever. And the people in diaspora, they should do whatsoever they want to do. And I know there is NFIU. Look at all the transactions coming in. If you see some of those transactions, right, flag the transactions. It's a normal thing. It's still part of what government does, right? When you have external financing coming in, look at why the external financing is coming in. Do the job. It's just more like everybody doing what they're supposed to do. There are agencies that do all those things, that monitor all those things. I don't support the fact that government comes out, oh, don't protest. Oh, we have to put a ban on protest. No, don't do that. You don't stop people from protesting. It's a normal, legitimate right, but let them protest. And as they are protesting, you as a security agency, you also need to protest with them. Like, work with them. You have to be part of them. But immediately they don't allow that, right? Immediately they go beyond what they're supposed to do. Do your normal thing. If you need to use water canister, use tear gas. If they become violent, it's still part of way to put people to check. So it's a normal thing as far as I'm concerned.
But the ground for the protest, do you accept the ground? And not that the reasons are not legitimate, but do you think there's an undercurrent to it? They are claiming they are protesting I'm not even sure what they are claiming that they are protesting. Is it bad governance? Is it hardship in the land? Nobody's clear, but people are somewhat conflicted as to the reasons for the protest.
So one man say, every protest you see, if you sit down well to understand the reason for the protest, majority of those are not legitimate reasons. Majority, right? But yeah, in as much as it's not legitimate, that doesn't really stop, things that are not legitimate to also being propagated. It's a normal thing, right? So that's why I said, anybody can just wake up one day and say, oh, fine, I want to do an hunger protest. Is it not still protest, right? It's still a protest. So whatsoever, it's legitimate, it's not legitimate, I don't even care. Because, even when you tell people to kind of like, protest for things that are really legitimate, people choose what they want. So it's a free society. Choose what you want to protest for, right? And protest, right? I don't have a problem with protesting, but just don't stop every other person from enjoying their own normal life, right? So it's a normal thing. I don't even care. Wherever they want to start. If they want to start for Lagos, I'm very sure that the Lagos state government also should definitely prepare. Don't expect probably people will not protest. They will protest. And it will start from Lagos. And that's where government also need to start funding security in Lagos to ensure that every critical infrastructure in Lagos is protected. No pin that belongs to the government should go with the protest. No pin. So that's the first place to start. So if Lagos state government needs to put everything outside to ensure that no public infrastructure get affected, that's the number one thing to do. During the NSAS, those were the lapses. They weren't really emphasizing that was what the whole thing was really going to turn to. So they were not really prepared. And I think NSAS has actually taught them a lot of lessons. So now I expect the Lagos State government to be prepared. They have a lot of great things that have happened in Lagos from NSAS to this period. And all they just need to do is to ensure that they protect it. And if you see anybody that is trying to destroy it, yeah, go all out for that person. That's just it. So it's not a problem. So let people, they want to protest, I don't have a problem. Protest. Once you protest, and then, as you can protest, governments can also do the needful.
All right, take us to the headline on the screen, Larry. Akpabio under pressure to punish Ndume over recent statements against Tinubu, enemy from within. You would think he was an opposition politician, but is a senior chieftain of the APC. So what are you making of Ndume's politics and the call to discipline him?
You see, woman, this call to discipline him, I don't see any reason why you want to discipline Ndume. So, I'm also not surprised for Ndume. That's always been Ndume's politics, right? That has always been Ndume. But a lot of people do not know why Ndume has problem with the Tinubu government. It actually started from CBN. How many of Ndume's children are working in CBN? So, when CBN was more, when the CBN governor was more like, okay, they were going to tell some people to go, and Ndume was more against it, and people were asking him, why are you against this thing? Is it because your children are in CBN? And it was more like, oh, no, it's not because my children are in CBN. It's not because of this. And why is Ndume complaining, right? Ndume said, oh, they don't give him access to Tinubu, right? And I asked myself, why do you need personal access to Tinubu? You are a senator of the Federal Republic, right? There are channels in which you can actually, if you have things, right, from National Assembly, if you have things, that you want the executive to do, you can use those channels. It's not until you have that privilege of always having that personal contact with the president. But because you felt, oh, they were not allowing you to have that personal time with the president, that means, oh, its government is this, its peace is being caged and all those things. So which I think, to me personally, it's not being patriotic, right? There are a lot of things that you can do as a senator, but it's a normal thing. It's politics. It's Ndume's politics. Ndume has always been like that. He did the same thing with Saraki. If you remember that time, Ndume, Saraki, and they had to, I think at that point, it was the leader, and they had to take that from him and give it to someone else. It's a normal thing about politics. Ndume always wants to do his normal politics like that, which I don't have a problem with, right? And now, when you go out all there, it's always good for you to put things out that these are your personal views, right? Not as you being a chief whip of the Senate. So Ndume can go all out, talk whatsoever he wants to. Is his right. He has the right to criticize the government. He has the right to say whatsoever he wants to say. But he should just try as much as possible to always make it his own personal view, what he thinks, right? And I've not really even seen Ndume coming out to kind of like say, okay, fine, these are the things that I think. He come out, he said, oh, fine, probably they use staples and some other things. Yeah, it's good. But why is calling the government? Basically because he felt he doesn't have that direct access.
But he said Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are hungry. So there's hunger in the land. That's what he said. So
Nigerians are angry. Nigerians are hungry. Those are normal, normal things that anybody can actually say, right? Nigerians are angry.
The reason why he wants to say
and have you even asked Ndume? Wait. Have you even asked Ndume himself? Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are angry. We were all here, right? When the presidency even released a lot of things to some of those guys, has he even been able to account for what he got from that place? Nigerians are hungry, Nigerians are hungry. So how much is going to his own constituency? Has he even been able to account for those things? Nigerians are angry, Nigerians are hungry. Is he not part of those people that bought those jeeps those times? Nigerians are angry, Nigerians are hungry. So see, any politician can come and say they are.
You know, Larry, the Arewa space was asking him that question as well, that in the 20 years that he has been in parliament, what impact has he had on his constituency in Borno?
So Nigerians are angry, Nigerians are hungry.
Because it's consistent that they don't even really exist. Because Obama and all those areas, they're all under Boko Haram's, there are no people there. So even you ask the question, how does everyone get re-elected into the office when there are no people? So
okay, yeah, I like what you said, right? Because if you say his constituency does not even exist, so why? So who actually re-elects him? So, but for me, right, as far as I'm concerned with those characters, somebody like Ndume.
Paddy, can you give me a second, just a minute, if you don't mind? Yes, I think you've actually said a lot about Ndume already, and I'm very surprised that one man even doesn't know who Ndume is. You should go and see what he did under Saraki, like you said. Even the Buhari administration, at a point they had to cut him off. Even with Lawan, you know, he had issues with Lawan for the entire 4 years because he wanted to be the Senate president. So his issue actually did not even start with Tinubu himself. His issue actually started with Shetima. You know, he's from the same state as Shetima. So there are some certain appointments that he felt that it was just an appointment issue that actually started it. Then before the CBN, and then I think some of his kids were affected by that CBN policy movement and stuff like that. And then NMPC as well. He had like maybe 2 or 3 kids working with NMPC. So it was just more or less like a personal stuff that he's actually championing. Now he's trying to convince Nigerians. Now go and check what he said when that SUV issue came up. I think was it Shemokin Baloya or stuff, one of them. You know, and he's very louty. He doesn't know. He's not very cautious when he speaks. You will see what he said, particularly about Nigerians when they were asking him questions about those SUVs. Then you will know why he's actually fighting. So if you think Ndume is fighting for you, then you're on a long thing. So I believe you really know him, and then so that one man will not even waste time on Ndume at all.
Yeah, I know Ndume very well. I know him very well. So it's his normal character, which I understand. So, you know, if you are fighting for probably, fine, I'm fighting for National Assembly to kind of like cut the cost of probably some of all those things. Yeah, that's when you know it's pro-Nigerian, right? But all those things you're saying, you should definitely know that's a normal politicians for you. And when you feel, probably because he's saying that, that means he's saying people are hungry, say, please cut me that thing. He's not doing that, you know. Ndume is just a normal politician doing the normal politics. So that's
all right. Give us a little flavor on Sunday Igboho. So, and then we go on to Rational Mind. Sunday Igboho issues fresh eviction notice to Fulani herders in the southwest. So, you'd have thought he'll be treading cautiously now that he's escaped the clutches of the authorities.
One man, was he woman.
So sorry, Emeka, what was that? Actually, we come to Emeka before. I think that's what you were saying, that you were here earlier. You were dipping in and out. So we'll come to Emeka after Larry, and then come to Rational Mind after that. Emeka, Larry, yes, it's Sunday Igboho.
You say Sunday Igboho. He should just stop all these things. He should just stop all these things. He should stop it. He should just stop it. Because they've deceived us a lot. They've deceived us a lot. Oh, it's Fulani headsmen. It's Fulani elders. They are the ones doing kidnapping. They are the ones doing this. They are the ones doing that. Okay, yesterday, you know, I was watching something on something. I think some kidnappers were arrested in Ijebu in Ogun State. And these were people that, you know, they've been doing kidnapping in that place. And when they were arrested, you know, they've killed people, they've done a lot of things, buried people, and a whole lot of things. And at the end of the day, and they now started asking them, I think some of them were from Ebonyi, the other people were for somewhere in the southeast, and some were even people in the southwest. And I asked myself one thing. So where are the Fulani herdsmen that were busy kidnapping people? They were busy doing this, they were busy doing that, that they gave us all those, they are normal Fulani is the one doing this, Fulani is the one doing that, all those gaslighting and all those things. And you now look at it like it's just a normal thing, right? So for me, I think Sunday Igboho should just stop dusting because he doesn't even have the right to issue any eviction on anybody. He doesn't have the right. Because if he thinks, oh, you can just do all those things, you can do that. I think at this point, I think they just need to tell him that he doesn't even have the right. And if he goes beyond all those things that he's done in the past and he continues all those things, I think he should be arrested again and prosecuted. So that's just what I see. I just see this as just normal Sunday Igboho trying to look for a way to be relevant because outside that, nothing. Mama, let me quickly talk about Seyi Makinde. It's so unfortunate, and I'm really disappointed in Seyi Makinde. And this actually shows us that the main problem of Nigeria are really these governors. They can't hide it. That's why you see a person like someone like Seyi Makinde coming all out. You can visibly see it in him that this is actually huge for him. And I understand. He's a second-term governor. And most of the second-term governors, they want a very good package, very good pension and all those things. And this is going to really reduce some of his pension and probably things that he wants to take. And that's why you see all of them coming all out like, oh, wow. I was even surprised. It was more like, yeah, he wants to review Supreme Court judgment. I'm like, are you insane? Review what? It's just so unfortunate, that it's coming from, because I used to respect him a lot. I never even thought this is the whole thing. And now it's now beginning to be obvious to everybody that those guys were really, really doing a whole lot of things. Oh, it was that, probably local government chairman were holding worker salary and all those things, and probably just call up that crap. Let us see. Pay them what belongs to them, and let's see if they don't pay salaries. There is no way to justify insanity. And that's exactly what he's doing. And he's really making it look more as if it's something that is really huge. They gave you money for people, and they now said, okay, fine, let the people collect what belongs to them. And you are crying everywhere. And you can even see it in his voice. If you watch some of the videos and you're like, wow, why are you afraid to let go? If you really believe that, oh, it was more like, yeah, he's been doing federal government roads, is that the case? So I think if anybody that's close to Seyi Makinde hearing this now, they should just tell him to close his eyes, go and sleep, and probably wake up again and now rethink and face the reality on ground. So that's what I would just say on that. The train has left where he thought it was, and we've moved past whatsoever he wants to do. Thank you, woman.
All right. Thank you, Larry. I was going to go to Emeka next, but I think he's dropped again. That's why I said rational mind, because his system dropping in and out. Emeka, when you come back, you go after the next speaker. But rational mind, you're up next. You are deep into the conversation, so free flow, rational mind.
First of all, I just want to say something. I just want to make one observation, woman. And the observation I want to make is, I noticed that the bulk of the topics that you bring up, it's always some kind of topics that distract us from the main issues that is going on with Tinubu and his criminal organization, his criminal government. In fact, the one in Lagos too. They're not bringing up what Sanwo-Olu is doing. and the crap that the Lagos State government have been doing. I'm surprised you did not bring
the only headline I saw on Sanwo-Olu was him handing money out to youth corps.
Yeah, that's one part of it. That's part of it. And also, I also learned about what's it called? The new tenement rates. You see, there's a whole host of so many things. Yeah, so I'm surprised you're not bringing all of those things up. Well, but it's okay. I understand. It's those catchy topics that will
exactly. It has to be the headline has to be sexy now. You know, so you know
people like us come here and storm in here to want to fight everybody, and like, why are you talking about Obi? You know, it's okay. Anyway, let me start with our guy from Oyo State guy. You see, I won't discard everything he said. I know he's just fighting back because of, apparently from the look of the whole thing, he's one of those governors that have been benefiting from the money that was supposed to go to these local governments. But I just want to say something. I think Nigerians, we need to start, but the point is, how do we even know? We need to start vetting these people who claims to be, oh, I've done well for myself in my private practice, in my business. We need to start vetting people that becomes our governors, our leaders that becomes members in the House of Rep. Does these people even know? I mean, that's why we need to encourage some kind of like people to debate and flesh out their policies for Nigerians. But I think we don't do that. That's the reason why we keep recycling, say electing, recycling these non-entities. When I say non-entities, I mean people who are just who are bereft of ideas of how government is run. And Sheyi Makinde is one of them. Sheyi Makinde, you would think because they said he was successful in his own private practice. I think he's an oil magnate. He has I think he has an oil company of his own, and he runs some other personal business of his own.
I think it's an engineer.
Engineer, I think I think, but I don't know. But I think he said he has his own oil company too. I don't know. But anyway, somebody can correct me on that. But I know they said he did very well in his own private practice, in his own personal business. You see, that's not a yardstick. That's not the totality of a yardstick, or I mean the very main yardstick that we should be using in determining who goes into the political office. You can tell from the way this guy spoke that these guys, they do not even have an idea. They don't even have an idea of how governance, or what's the essence of governance, how governance work. I think for them it's all about, oh, I just want to be a governor. I want my name to go in the annals of the history of the state. That my name is. I mean, I was once a governor, and this and that. Apparently, these people don't understand what governance is all about. And these people, they said they've lived here, they've lived in countries like here where they stole all this idea of federalism, which is not even a federalism in the sense of it. So, for me, while it is true that I agree with him on some things he said, some of the things he said was there's a lacuna, and that was what I discussed here some days ago with Ogbeni when our Agbado economist was here, Fulata. I was saying that you people are just talking crap. I mean, it seems you guys don't even understand what governance is all about. I understand Ogbeni are expecting
that Supreme Court judgment was more it was more of a political judgment than a constitutional judgment.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But because it goes with populism, a lot of people will allow it to fly.
Well, yeah, this only one time I've ever agree with you, one man. That is a political judgment than a constitutional one, and that was my argument with Ogbeni. That usual lawyer rhetorics and trying to circumvent, go around the topic with all these their legal jargons and all of that. I mean, I said, dude, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about governance here. You have a constitution. I mean, that was what. Let me not go into all these details, but some of us will really listen back at what Makinde highlighted in what he said. Yes, there's a lacuna because that judgment in itself, it's not a reflection of what should be. Even though they say, well, they have autonomy, but there's still some things within that constitution that still would deprive them of that functionality or that function of functioning as that true local governance. Because if they talk about a joint account, which that joint account, from what it said, the constitution does not even make it clear if the governors, because it says a state, is it state local government joint account. So if you said state local government, means both state and local government owns the account. So the governor can control it. So why don't you go and amend that part of the constitution first before even giving that judgment? I mean, so for me, I just believe Tinubu knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. I know he's just trying to score political points. Sometimes I just wish this guy was still alive. What's his name? Abba Kyari. I mean, if Abba Kyari and what's his name? This guy, Issa Funtua was alive. I'm sure Tinubu will never ever become a president. I'm sure of that. They will never have anything. Those are the two people that can really size him, and they really sized him when they were alive, because you know they never allowed him to even come near Bubu. But that's history. Even the mysterious way they died, both of them died. It's something of question. I've been thinking about that lately, because
is that Tinubu also? What he did to Funchal Williams, Abi?
Well, it was on me or be on me or because on Musape, Ejolawanu. I know their pattern. I know these people, because you need to know the politics back then when Abba Kyari was alive. Oh my goodness, that guy caught people to size. That guy. But then we know they stopped life out of him. The mysterious way he died in Lagos through COVID. Oh my goodness, COVID killing Abba Kyari. COVID. We know them now. We know Amo. And then Issa Fotu and now follow too. We know them. And then suddenly Tinubu was able to come closer to Bubu. And then they do their magic. They won the ticket and they became the president. But it's okay. What's his name? God that is in heaven will judge you over that side. I mean, a lot of my judging. But my point is this: you see, I went. The brother was saying here, why are you not happy? I mean, you want me to be blowing trumpet that Tinubu did? What has he done? What is extraordinary that he did? When the main issue is still there.
It was asking you because you all the way through for months and even years you've been championing for local government autonomy. Now that it's been achieved, it was expecting you, even like a grudging celebration. It was expecting.
I'm not. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing with these Agbado people. They want somebody that would suddenly become an apostle. I mean, a disciple like themselves. It's like Tinubu's disciples like themselves. I don't dance to that. I don't get carried away by all this crap. I mean, especially when they're coming from the stable of Tinubu. I know them. I know their games, their gimmicks. So my point is this, woman. I mean, Makinde raised some points which I really agree with him on, and that is what I was trying to like make Ogbeni and Kulata see that very day, but nobody saw it. But it's okay. But time will tell. But I know we're not moving forward even with that judgment. But where are we going? If that constitution is not fixed altogether, I mean, for me, I just believe you need to scrap that constitution and bring in another one. But Shey Makinde, I know, is being blooded. He's getting a blooded nose sort of from not having to have his. Now I think there's a searchlight on them now. I just hope that searchlight will, like they say, NFIU, because that's what they say. When you use all these security agencies are making it look like that they are working. What are they working? And they're working. And Yaya Bello is missing in action for how many months now? What's his name? Fabio is in. Wait, come on! You people, these are select. I mean, did you see this thing trending online? They said Beta Edu is still the minister of humanitarian disaster. Whatever they call it. What does they call it?
I don't think they said that. I think they said she was still working for the government, but I don't think they said she was.
But then there was this something flying online. He used the letter heading of the minister of whatever ministry that she oversees, in which the people, the disaster victim in, I think in Jos, or where was that? That collapsed, the school collapsed. I mean, it was trending online. I mean, I saw that too this morning on what's it called? Arise. This girl, Oji Okwe, brought it up. So my point is that what she's still doing? What happened to the investigation? A very clear investigation of corruption. If you want to say these people, they just pay lip service to whatever. NFIU will say, they will monitor the
Can I say something? You said you watched that Arise. You know that Arise TV said they can't even confirm.
I know they said that, yeah. I know they said
that
that.
was really real. So
But
probably
you didn't add that to rational mind. You didn't add.
No, I did about that. Okay, yeah, I didn't add that. I admit that. I will admit that. Yes, I should have had that. But like I said, as long as I've not seen anything to debunk it for now, I'll still hold on to that until when I see something to debunk it. But I know they said it. Yeah, you're right, Larry. Admit that. But until I see a contrary saying no, maybe from the Tinubu's government say no, that was some another obedience. Like everybody put the opinion on obedient people. So obedient people, they forge their handwriting, they forge whatever, use and they can edit. It's Photoshop. You know, that's the go-to thing that the Tinubu always do. Like the protest now that we're talking about, everything now they pin it on the if it's not the Igbo, it will be the obedient from the Igbo now to the obedient. I mean, I don't even know what you people even like. What is all this all about? I mean, yeah, you wonder. You see, woman, the other day when I was telling you, I said, you people are starting with something. When you were playing that video, when you were playing that thing here, when the Igbo sounding guy was like breaking and threatening and all of that, and then you were like, oh, you see that these people from this section of this part of Nigeria, they're always belligerent. They always want to like fight. They always want to like cause chaos and violence and all of that. I said, this is just an attempt to give a dog a bad name. That is the protest. Give it a color and then hung it. I mean, introduce violence into it, and then say you see that like already you've been saying this morning. I've been listening to you here, and this is the same you guys who are always afraid of the Northerners. When the Northerners said they were going to do this, the next thing is all of you just kept mute. You all kept mute. I didn't hear you bring any headline here saying, "Oh, the Northerners want to debarrage Tinubu's government and all these paid online trolls of Tinubu and their propagandists." We never saw them say, "Oh, fire for fire." These Arewa people, these Fulanis people, we never hear them. Oh, brother, we saw your Tinubu placating the herdsmen, creating a ministry for them, and they were all joyfully and they were like drinking their kunu to it. I mean, come on. You guys, I just don't know why you won't just leave these people alone. Leave these people alone. I mean, if you want to talk about
which people?
Well, you know what I'm talking about. You know,
the
obedience.
The obedience.
You mean? Say what?
You mean the obedience?
No, both the obedience and because the narrative is not just obedience. The narrative is that they are egos. Because when you will say obedience, they will call up.
You know that's the language I want to move away from, because as a platform, I want us to be making that distinction between the obedience and the Southeasterners, because they are not one and the same. The obedience are a political movement. The Southeasterners, they are an ethnic race of people. So not all Southeasterners are obedient. So let's just.
That's not the narrative. That's what I'm saying. That now not you, my one man. I'm talking about the Agbado people. Now, maybe you are just becoming a moderate Agbado to me. Well, now I just say it's just between you and that one man. No disrespect. But what I'm just saying is that you are maybe becoming. You're seeing the toxicity around that. Maybe that's why you're.
No. I've always navigated away from that language. Okay, I've never. I don't consider the Southeasterners to be obedient.
But then that's different from what we see on Twitter and on every feed where you find the Agbado and the Tinubu trolls online. We see them. They all spin the narrative saying the obedient. I mean, on this your platform, you have seen people that calls me an Igbo person. Say, oh, you're a sellout, or you're an Igbo. I mean, you know somebody like me, know a lot of them here who comes here and say, you're not Yoruba, you're not Yoruba, you are an Igbo, you are this, you're basking it, like those kind of things. Because I don't support Tinubu, because I'm not in your rank. I mean, your group of Tinubu Agbado people, the Ronu Dems. I mean, you see, for me, we need to stop all this. We need to stop this. If we want to talk about people, talk about group, talk about, well, say obedience, fine, I can understand that. But then that you would have to call out every person from that group. There are many other people from their group who are obedient. There are many people from the north who are in that group. There are many even Southwesterners like myself who are in that group. And then for some people, because I don't support your Tinubu well, let's just stop. So for me, protest is a right. I do not subscribe to violence as a means of um, making a point. But sometimes, oh man, sometimes, why do we think the Kenyans were able to make the point? If they had done more like a pacifist kind of protest, I'm sure Ruto will not even, I mean, what we're talking about, the narrative would have changed perhaps. But these kids, they came all out. Initially, they meant for it to be peaceful. But when they brought in violence, when they brought in their killer machines, the K machines, you know what I mean? They brought them into the whole thing. They brought the police and they brought in violence, and they also bring in their own thugs too. And the whole thing escalated, and then it became what we're seeing right now. And it got these kids, got them really mad, and they stormed their own House of Rep, their National House of Assembly. And we know what happened. Now they are going for the presidential palace now. The presidential palace, they call it a palace, they call it itself. That's where the next place now. So sometimes, like your people say, which means you can't just take, you can't just crack a palm fruit. You can't just crack it easily. You have to strike it hard for you to get that nuts inside. So that's what that Yoruba proverb means. But I'm not saying right, but that's it. Yeah. But my point is this, woman. Sometimes it could be necessary that violence should be introduced into it, because I'm seeing already that there's going to be violence. There's going to be violence. Sorry, I mean, I don't want to sound to trigger the YouTube algorithm, but I'm seeing that the bill will come in, because already that we're seeing the Agbado people saying that they too are forming. I've been on some groups. If I can get out recordings of that group, I'll bring it to you.
But the obedience space, rational mind, the obedience space are threatening exactly that. They are threatening exactly that they are intent on making it violent.
Well, I don't know. Well, woman, yeah, you say like
we've seen, we've seen and many mothers coming since then. So
yeah,
all over
I've seen many too. I've seen many too. But you see, woman, I'm this kind of a person. I'm this kind of a, how do I say? I'm this kind of a cynic. I'm a cynic. Especially when you're dealing with criminals like people like we have right now in governance, who are the M's of affair in that country. I know their strategies. I know what they do. I know what they're capable of doing. I know they can infiltrate whatever and pretend. I mean, we've seen some of them here on this platform. Initially, I voted for Obi, but next time I won't vote for him again. You've never become president. I mean, I'm like, come on. What even made you even vote for Tinubu? I mean, vote for Obi in the first place. When you said you vote for Obi, suddenly now you just say no, you don't want to vote for Obi. Come on, know your tricks, know this your gimmicks, know this crap that you people do around. You mess around, you create this facade of I used to be obedient, and now we know that, woman. We know what Tinubu is capable of doing. We know what these propaganda machines, not even machines are capable of doing. So my point is this. I won't put it past them that they are the ones pretending to be those obedient who are raking and fomenting their mouth like saying that yes, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. So as to create a narrative like we have been, like people have brought to you here, and they've been running around with it, saying that yes, they want to bring Nigeria down. They lost an election. They were still blooded from the last election. No, forget it. There's hardship in that country. Nigerians are going through tough time. Somebody a while ago was telling us that, because I'm in diaspora, I should not support them back home. Do you know, I'm not saying, I'm speaking for my own self now. I'm not, by speaking for my own self, I'm not saying nobody's not doing anything to his own people. However everybody does to his own people, that's you. I'm speaking for myself. I know how much that goes out of my pocket every month. And I know so many of you here does the same. A lot of us in this diaspora. Ordinarily, these people are okay on their own. They have good jobs. They have lights. Their kids are able to go to schools, even public schools. Why would I have to pay their money? Why would I have to send money to them? I'll just take care of my own business here. And I'll be able to save my money and even live my own life. Or maybe not even do 2 jobs. Or maybe do only 1 job and be okay with my life. But I have to take multiple jobs. I have to do extra things so as to be able to have money on the side to send to get back home. And you want me not to ask them to go and protest, to go and fight for their rights? Come on. But I'm not in support of violence. But like I said, if violence has to be brought into it, I'm not against that. Especially if it's coming from these Agbado people whom I know they want to do that, because we saw that in the last
Rational mind, what would be the end goal of this? What objective? What would be the
Here we go with that question, because I know that question, you were asking that question many times, you were throwing it around. Woman, you see, the point is this. I just said it. I don't know what else you want me to say. I mean, I know you want to try. I know whoever gives you that question.
No, nobody gives me questions. You've known me long enough.
Okay,
what would be considered as an achievement for the protest? What's the end goal?
Okay, my point is this, woman. I've said it, and I would stay on what I said. Nigerians are suffering. We need good governance. I've said it on this platform. If Tinubu does work for the people, he work really, really, really for the people. Not all this this facade of working for the people, or this pretension, or this how do I call it, propaganda they do every time. It really works for the people. Whatever sin that I do,
rational mind. If they have that protest to register their disquiet, but nothing changes, then it will be a futile exercise. No, hold on. It will be a futile exercise.
Okay,
so, but if they have that protest and it affects a significant change, then it would have been a worthy exercise. So, for it to be a worthy exercise, what does that protest have to achieve?
Woman, I don't know what else you want me to say. I've said it that Nigerians are in a dire situation. They're in a dire strait. In the sense that Nigerians are going through the toughest time in the history of that country. Nigerians have never gone on the scale that I've never seen in that country.
Have we lost? Oh, yeah.
That's what it takes, because I know when it's a protest like or you lost me?
Yeah, you were deep in but you're fine now.
I'm sorry, because I'm driving and I keep going through different cells.
No, we got that now.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
All right. So now,
whatever system you are using, you have to recommend it to Dewale. He drives as well, but we can barely hear him. But carry on.
Okay. All right. I think I ride on Verizon. That's my service. Anyway, yeah. So my point is this, woman, is that however it takes, whatever it takes, because I know pulling down Tinubu's government is almost impossible at this point. I don't think that's doable, because I know he controls the means to violence, and if it comes to the point that a storm National Assembly, I know the bee will flow around, and I don't want that happening. But if that's what it's going to take, so be it then. Because like I said, sometimes you just have to snatch it.
Mango Yoruba, look at you. Oh, Makpare. Rational man.
Okay. Yoruba, you go some English, I come so English every time. So you got
no, she temperature to the pack. Test temperature.
Okay, all right. So anyway, my point is this, woman. For me, it's good governance. It's all about good governance. We want our people to live. Like he said it, let the poor breathe. We have that responsibility. That's what we're talking about. This guy is just,
So you don't anticipate the protest achieving anything?
It all depends
on anarchy for anarchy's sake.
No, woman, that's the thing. That's what you're doing. You're trying to make it look like, oh, there's no point protesting. Just suck it up and just allow Tinubu trample on you guys.
Yeah, but you said it's not going. You said it's not going to achieve anything now.
I never said that.
I invited you to tell me what you thought it would achieve.
I'm trying to tell you that.
Okay.
The governance. I want the governance I want Tinubu to work for the people. If he can work for the people, I'm ready to forgive whatever sin that I think he has committed. That is my own opinion. So let him work for the people. Work for the people here is do what is right. What will lighten the load, the heavy burden of the people. The people are carrying a lot of heavy burden. I'm sorry if I'm yelling. I'm sorry because I had to yell because I'm going to another part whereby I might not get service anymore. Yeah. So my point is, I'm not asking for Tinubu to be toppled. No, that's not my point. I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody can do that at this point. And like I said, Tinubu has a real grasp on the grip.
All right. I think the elements, even as the grip on your network system, is shutting you down, isn't it?
Yeah, right. So can you hear me now? Am I still fading in and out?
No, we can.
Network,
Okay, Rashomai, see, you're not answering the question actually. So it sounds like you just want to give Tinubu a bad name. That's the whole goal. Because I don't think you have any reason why they should be protesting. I don't think you do. They just protest for protesting sake.
Yes,
I've been speaking French.
Rashomai, for the last 20 minutes, we asked you a simple question, and you the protest.
You can't, that's the thing you do. That's what you do.
No.
I don't like you cornering me with. Can I say something?
No, carry on.
Yeah,
carry on.
I actually want to say to you, I want good governance. I don't think people can be toppled. So what the protesters should be protesting for is we want to breathe. Let us breathe. This body is too much on us. Lighten this load on us. That's what it should. That should be the focus. Because I don't think trying to topple him will be of any use at this point. Because you topple him, is it Shetima that you want to bring in? Who are you going to bring in? So my point is this: let them be focused. The focus should be: we want to breathe. We don't want to die. We want to live. Let us live. This is Yaiti Poju. Bring down whatever you have to bring down. Let the security forces work. Let our people go back to farm. So we can put not all this fireman approach that they always do. We bring in food. We do palliative. And so when you give palliative, so what happens next after that? After they finish eating that palliative, you give them 20 trucks. When they finish that 20 trucks, what happens next after that 20 trucks? So that's what we're talking about. These people do not have. I said the Tinubu does not have.
Well, you keep calling Tinubu. What about you direct all your anger and effort towards the governors that actually have the power?
Don't give me that BS.
It is BS, but the governors are the one that control the majority.
No. You see, that's what I'm saying. You're like Makinde, who doesn't understand what governance is all about. These people just come here. These are people like you. When maybe someday in the future you want to go back home and you want to go and contest. People like you are the people that will bring that country to its knees again, because apparently you don't even understand
what is wrong with what I said, Rashomai? I said put the onus on the governors. Why is that strange to you?
The point I'm saying is this: that governors do not do jack. No, I don't understand. They do not do crap. It's about the local government. Let the local government breathe. Let them work. Reorganize. If I were to be a governor,
give them autonomy. You mean give them autonomy? Is that what you mean?
Give them autonomy. Do not mess with their name, with their allocation.
Well, that is a work in progress. That is a work in progress. But for a long time.
How many years? This is what I've been saying. Work in progress. For how many years? How long do you have to live? When you spend almost 20-something years of your life talking about one issue that could be fixed within 1 year or two, just put down the goddamn constitution. Bring in another
How much
new
do you
one.
send them, Rashomai? How much do you send them? Let me read for this year. How much do you send them? Because you really sound very pissed off.
Sorry, Paddy, one man. I'm very uncomfortable with rational mind going on while driving. He seems agitated. I don't know why. I'm just concerned. I'm really concerned.
I'm
Highway ló wà á lẹ́nì yìí, àbí kì í ṣalẹ́ níbi tó wà ní.
Baba, sir, good evening, sir. I agree with you. I'm also concerned too. He's been shouting.
Yes,
we want him to be safe.
To concentrate.
I am.
All right, bring it up in a couple more sentences, and then we go to Emeka.
You see one man, if I keep on the word, you're silent to me, you're making story.
Rational man. Mo like alẹ́ ló wà ló ń drive, so pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀lẹ́ jọ.
No. Baba, if I turn on my camera, it's as bright as day here. Okay. There's no problem. I have you guys hands-free plugged on my hook here, on my cell phone's hook here. So I have no problem with that. So, but then if you guys feel like, okay, you are concerned, well, I understand, but then...
I'm really concerned. When I don't know why.
The way I yell is because I keep going in and out of cell service. Okay. That's why I have to increase my volume so that you guys can hear me better. I don't mean to scream or to scare anybody with my word, the way I speak. So anyway, for me, Makinde said something.
1 second, please.
Makinde said something.
1 second. 1 second. Just 1 second. Don't be upset. I apologize. But no, I'm actually very serious. Do you mind if we do like a GoFundMe for you so you can make half of what you send back home? And I'm not kidding. I'm actually willing to, in a sense of.
I'll have that way, Pada. I will wait for you. How much is money? As the song says, how much is money?
My goodness. Can you hear this guy talking?
Paddy, ó tún agitate. Ó ní inú bíbí mi ò rán ẹ níṣẹ́. Ẹ̀dọ̀ funfun mi ò bẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Fi rational mind sílẹ̀. Dẹ́kun máa drive lálàáfíà o.
All right, but rational mind, bring it home though, so that we can go on to Emeka. His network is not.
I just hope someday you give me one exclusive section for me to bash Nobu and bash everything and bash them.
I think that's a good idea, so that he can purge himself or everything on that session.
Hold on, Baba. What you said is actually in the pipeline. Okay. I just didn't want to announce it because too many people are stealing my ideas. But I'm going to be doing one-on-one sessions with some of the regular known names, just to give them the window. I've got you bookmarked. I've got Emeka bookmarked. I've got Kulata bookmarked. And then I'm trying to gas them up as well. It may well be either live streamed or canned and then presented. But yes, that's certainly the words.
Okay,
bring it on. Yeah.
So you see, we cannot go on like this. The protest show has to hold. Everybody has the right to protest, but I'm not saying that they should protest to take down Tinubu. But my only way I would ask Tinubu to resign is if anybody dies, if any of his security agency kills it, pulls down any of the protesters, then I will ask him to, Mr. Man, please resign. You cannot be our president and bring down one of your own citizens. It's not done. So that's
the way Buhari resigned, the honorable way that Buhari.
I know it's not going to happen. So, but in conclusion, one man, for me, I don't see this whole thing. I agree with Makinde. How can you say you want to do autonomy and then you want to continue giving them federal allocation for what? What does that even mean? In the true sense of a local government, you have to generate their own fund. They don't have to depend on the federal government. You see, there's a lot of things we need to address with that constitution. Which this idiot in the one in Lagos State using taxpayers' money. You see what we're talking about. These people don't even understand what governance is all about. They think that they are just for their Christmas. They are governors. They can use taxpayers' money. What planet are these guys from? What planet are these guys from? And then they're talking about tenement rate for Lagos State. Lagos State will be collecting tenement rate that the constitution says that the local government should be collecting. Would they follow the Supreme Court judgment like this? Because tenement rate should be collected by the federal government, by local government. But now Lagos State wants to continue collecting this money. Come on. I'll leave it at that. Let me just leave it.
All right, Brother Emeka, you're up next. You dropped. I was just going to say, as I was about to come to Emeka, you dropped. Yes, I know.
My
And the floor is
network
yours.
is not so strong anyway. Let me see how far it can take me. Yeah, it's wow. How can I follow up with rational mind? You know, that was an emotional outburst. Anyway, let's go. Let me speak on this. Pick it up for where rational mind stop on this local government autonomy and Sheyi Makinde's statement. You see, Sheyi Makinde is a hypocrite, in my opinion. You don't want the federal government to control you because you say you are a state, right? And then you want to control the local government. So what are you trying to do? The local government, the highest court in the land, has actually interpreted that section of the constitution for the local government. They are autonomous on their own, regardless of how those local government chairmen came into power, whether through your own input or rigging or whatever. But they are now autonomous. I don't know why you are calling them and discussing with them. Probably he has gone to budget for local government funding, which he was saying that payment, salary, and the rest. That's nobody's business. Go and generate revenue for yourself.
No, he uses the local government money to service the loans he took.
You can imagine. And starve the local government or funding that should go to the people. Local government, the constitution actually has actually stated what the local government, their function. I made a because of my network. I wanted to bring up what the constitution has actually described that the local government should do. I will maybe if I have the time tomorrow, or if I can't join tomorrow on Friday, I will try to discuss those functions that the local government is expected to do. Rational mind is right. The local government should also go and generate funds, which is true. Everybody go and look for money. Federal government, state government, and local government. Go and look for funds. Go and generate funds. Now, with what's happening, local government can go into the domestic market and borrow. They can go to banks because they now have control over their revenue. They can go to banks. They can go to the international market. They can do that. But for Sheyi Makinde to come up, and I was highly embarrassed for him. What are you up to? If you have gone to take loan using local government funds, that's up to you. That's a huge risk. That loan is already turning bad. The bank should come and start holding your neck. Go and look for funds. Go and raise funds. Go and raise funds. Raise revenue. Then what I'll be expecting Sheyi Makinde to do now is to now push for full autonomy. Since the federal government has said local government should be left alone, they can now push for full autonomy in the sense that let's generate our own resources so that we can make more money for ourselves. Let these resources that's in our ground or anywhere in the state should not be controlled by the federal government anymore. We can only agree on a sharing ratio, and the federal government can take their own share. Why we generate what we have from the ground or from any corner of the country? But he has to go and look for money. I don't understand what he's trying to say, and I think other political leaders should call him to attention that press conference or that meeting he was having with local government chairman is completely wrong. The court has said it. I don't know. You know this. I'll be expecting a very stubborn local government chairman to take him to court, and he will surely win. Take him to court, but anyway, it might be backfire due to how we are. We are very vengeful people. We understand. So, but Makinde, whatever he has done, he has gambled. That gamble has failed. He should go and look for money to fund the state activities. You see, this is the problem we're always having. I think was it Baba that mentioned it that when Rational Mind was going on with his outburst that focus on the governor. The governors are the problem. The president has said it. The governors are actually the problem. The president has his focus and function.
You know, Emeka, Baba just said something now that struck me that that Sheyi Makinde's panic is that he is probably using the local government money to service loans that he has
Not
borrowed.
probably. That's what's happening. That's why
Yes.
it's pain.
Yeah, but it cannot be unique or peculiar to him. So that has to be then the narrative of So this is where the panic is. A
I
lot
tend
of
to
them.
agree, even though I don't know
There
if
should be no
Baba has
panic there now.
concrete.
I beg no vex. There should be no panic because the whatever money he borrowed is he use it for the state, and the local government also benefited from it. But I know the only problem is why would you use local government money since the local government does not agree with you to use
Yeah,
their money?
but he has to panic now because he will not be able to service that
Well, I
loan
don't think
You
any
can't
anymore.
panic there.
service it.
I don't think
So
there's any panic. I don't think there's
I think that's why I tend to want to agree with Baba, even though we do not have enough concrete evidence, right? That's why he's calling them. So I think the arrangement now is that when the money comes to their account, they should bring it back to the state. I think that's what he's trying to do. He wants to bully them. And
Mo-
it's completely wrong.
Emeka, do you know what the guy did? That
Go ahead.
meeting, the local government chairman were not in the meeting.
Oh, who were they there?
So it was basically Nolge, NLC, and all those unions, and probably some of his appointees.
Oh, so the chairman were not there.
The chairman were not there, right? So it was just, all those things now. It's normal politics, because the thing is this. Immediately the chairman, they know they have the power now. You've seen that Argon have been vocal lately, right? And now this is more like you now know the power you have. So it's just using every means to look for a way to blackmail, to see, you guys need me and all those things.
Larry, I agree with you. If a local government chairman is popular within his local government, I think he should take him on, take him to court. Disagree with him. Others can submit their money, but you keep your own and develop your own place. When election comes, you contest and you would definitely you win. Even if you don't win, you know you have done the right thing, right? Because by the time I hear is every 3 years, right? By the time they conduct another election, Sheyi Makinde will be very close to leaving, or if he has not left power. So governors should stop it. The governors are actually our problem. All these pains and economic woes we are going through, the governors are actually the main problem. The infrastructure development that we are not seeing in the country, the governors are actually the main problem. So even if we have the worst local government chairman, the worst so far, at least that local government chairman will try to do something because of election. He will pretend to want to fix a couple of few things because he knows that people may not want to vote for him anymore. So the president, and with a good fit, trying to restructure and put things the way it should be, bring governance closer to the people, so that people can begin to feel the impact and not only feel the impact, also have a more greater stakeholding and say into how governance should be. Because rather than a lot of people, most people in Nigeria are always looking at Abuja. No, I would bring on Friday. I'll bring it up in the if time permits me. I'll bring it the constitution and state the functions of the federal government, functions of states, functions of local government.
You know what, Emeka? I'm disappointed that the president didn't even made a statement with that trailer loads rice they are distributing right now. I would have expected him to raise it up to 774 local government and drive each trailer to each local government and let that be the starting point of local government
right?
administration.
Because
now they are getting 724 to the states.
Most states do not have local government chairman or council. It's non-existent.
Okay, that's true.
Yes.
That's a caretaker
So,
committee.
Of them presently.
Even if those caretaker committee may not even be existing, so they may not be existing. So the governors are our problem, which I keep saying, and I want one man to call me out. I kept saying this. The governors are actually our problem. But people do not want to understand and appreciate. They are always hiding, and everybody is looking at the president. Yes, who is the leader of all? But the governors are our problem. They are the ones killing the country out of their selfishness, greed, and they want to amass wealth. How can, if what Baba is saying, how can the governor just go ahead to go and use local government funds as collateral? Why? Why would you do that? What do you intend to achieve if not wickedness? And the funds you took, what did you use them for? What are the visible projects that you have done in Oyo State? This is our problem. So I'll be hoping, that local government will start taking state governors or state governments to court and let them run their office the way they want to run it, and let the governors focus on what they are supposed to do. When I listened to Market, I was highly irritated. I didn't want to listen anymore. You don't want the federal government to control you, but you want to control the local government. Are you not a wizard? Are you not a wizard? Why don't you leave them? They've said it's go and look for 4 years. It's a big headache for you. Go and solve the problem. Anyway, I'm really happy with the judgment. I'm happy with the information, with the news. We are now in implementation phase. The Senate is saying that they now have to put up a law to ensure local government conduct election, that INEC will now come and conduct election without the input of the state, which is supposed to be so. Now we can now see, you see, that's the beauty of having the Senate president and a few Senate leaders working with the president. That's the beauty of it, working hand in hand to implement reforms that can transform this country. Now, many of us are just looking at this local government autonomy as like, let's see what will happen. But this change is a very good change for our democracy that would, the impact of it will be felt till, for future generations. The president is trying, and that's the reason why many of us support him. What we now want is for the president to begin to see how to restructure that country properly. I know Rational Mind has, in his outburst, has called for it, and I agree with him on that. But all I want to say with Rational Mind, I'm hoping with the session you want to give to him, let him pour out all his anger, then, pour everything out, and then let it all leave him, and he will now watch the president.
That will be a purgative, a kind of purgative.
Yeah, I see the president converting Rational Mind, because it's just 1 year. Let's cut this man a bit of slack.
I'm actually minded to start. And by the way, we're having a guest on Friday. His name is Sheyi Adisa. He's an up-and-coming parliamentarian coming out of Oyo State. So he'll be a guest on Friday. Sheyi Adisa.
I'll try to tune in.
His name is. But I'm wondering if we may well have a special guest tomorrow, and that special guest might as well be one of you guys. So we'll speak offline, see how that works out. But Emeka, take us to the protest and talk us through what is going on there.
Yeah, that protest, right? I've been listening on social media. I'm quite worried about what the outcome of that protest is going to look like. It's not because I don't want people to express their grievances, of course. But again, if you want, Kenya just did theirs, and look at the outcome of it. Look at our history. Each time we protest, we don't protest peacefully. People die. So, and you are looking at it, and people are calling for it. Each time we protest, people die. So why, in some way, we are saying we want people the death of people to become the outcome of the protest that we want to conduct. And then we burn assets too, because we are angry. A lot of people are angry, and it is justifiable. Things are not the way it should be. Prices of goods and services are going so high that people cannot afford, a lot of people in Nigeria cannot afford to feed very well. It's a great concern, which I'll be thinking the minister, through the Minister of Agriculture and some of the other people, can get involved and see how to reduce the food inflation in the country. I will not also excuse the wickedness of Nigerians, especially farmers who are holding farm produce because it's their time to want to make money. We do it a lot. We do it with fuel. Once there's an increase in prices, you see oil marketers holding oil products because they want the price to jack up and they make profit margin. We're wicked to ourselves. I keep saying it, and I'm not lying. I want somebody to call me out. We're wicked to ourselves, and yet we are complaining. Who are we complaining to? We should call ourselves out. We are complaining on certain things that we can do if we have the conscience, the humanity, and empathy for ourselves, amongst ourselves. We are always trying to look for government to blame. But when we are the ones killing ourselves, how can government sponsor you, give you fertilizers free, give you seed free, give you a subsidized loan, or if not even free loan, intervention fund that you have even refused to pay the CBN back, and yet when you are harvesting, you still go and hoard the farm produce. Are you not a wizard or are you not a witch? Is that not bad enough? That you are supposed to ensure free flow of farm produce, agricultural produce, ensure the supply chain is well engined. You are holding it artificially because you want your profit margin to increase. And then people will now begin to blame the government. Government is looking for how can we solve this problem, not knowing that domestic farmers are part of the problem. Look at rice. How can locally made rice now become so expensive than imported rice? One man, Baba, people on the platform, help me answer the question. How? What sense does it make? Some of them will blame transport costs. Some will blame bad road. Even if you factor all those things into your costing for your agricultural products, how can rice now be more than imported? A locally made rice be more than that is already subsidized by the government? That rice, manufactured rice, is already subsidized by government. How can it now be more than imported rice coming into the country? Talk about eggs. That chicken is the same chicken that is laying the egg. The chicken did not reduce or increase or broke leg.
Emeka, don't undermine the expertise of mass production that other economies enjoy. It's very simple because you grow something locally doesn't mean it's going to be more cheaper than imported ones.
No, you get my point. You are not following my angle. I'm not denying what you are saying. This produce, agricultural produce, has also been subsidized by government. It has so the
at
cost
all levels.
At all levels, government has subsidized it.
So, and when they do that, is the purpose not to set the price in the market? Is that not the purpose?
Is to make it more available and cheap. But these guys are jacking up the prices.
But how come the government does not set the price?
Guess what? Why are they jacking up the prices when they are not purchasing raw materials from outside the country? The fertilizers are actually free. Very free. Free fertilizers. The fertilizers are free. The seeds we are giving to them free.
Even though it's damaging to the economy, I support the importation of most of these
at this point, what can we do to flood the market with food? And now when the government has said, okay, let's go and get importation going, they are now shouting, oh, the government wants to, but you are holding the food. You are holding it. Why are you holding it? Because you want to increase profit margin. Let's be honest with ourselves. We do it to ourselves.
Emeka, let's digress a little bit to show you the wickedness of Nigeria. I hope Larry is here in Lampadi, this thing, Rational Mind. Look, all of a sudden, Dangote has been crying for crude oil from the IOCs and NNPCL, and there has been back and front. And today, voila, guess who turned up to promise us they too will start producing petrol?
The GMD of NNPC. He said there's no more line anymore.
It's no more line. Exactly. I mean, working on wickedness is that. So in truth, what that man has been saying, Dangote, he's saying the truth. There's a conspiracy against him. I argue again with Larry the other day.
I'm happy now that you now see what's actually going on in that sector.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of thing is that?
I don't know if there's this guy in Abuja called Ordinary President. Right?
Okay, that guy that hosts the show.
Yeah, I was listening to something today, and it was basically, I think Dangote invited all of them to that refinery, and that guy was basically saying what is really happening. Do you know that? Let me bust your bubble, Baba. Did you listen to Fayoshe?
Yeah, I did. I did.
You know when
He said,
Fayoshe
he said people were planning to go and bomb it.
Bomb. And you should know that someone like Fayoshe will have
No, it doesn't. It doesn't talk anyhow.
will have access to one or two information. Right?
Mm.
And that's why, as far as I'm concerned, that protest, number one, Lagos State should guide Dangote refinery and guide every infrastructure in Lagos.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Fayoshe said it.
These guys who are funding this thing, Ford Foundation, those people have a destructive mindset and objective to keep Africa underdeveloped. It could be part of their logistics.
No, Emeka, I think they are very careful with Nigeria. You know why? Nigeria is over 200 million. And if the trouble starts and it's a spill onto the left into West Africa, I mean, that would be a disaster. The human disaster cannot be quantified. What will happen?
There will be lots of
So the world economy cannot stand that at the moment. So they are very, very careful. They make their calculations too. But this petrol thing, I was surprised because Dangote, I said, I and Larry flogged that this issue.
What about when dollar was going up? You saw people hoarding dollars. We do this thing to ourselves. We are wicked to ourselves.
Now you will come and tell me not only Port Harcourt working from next month, the same month Dangote promised us Warri will follow in August or September, and even Kaduna refinery. And you are almost going to
when you surprised
by
how
Quran
said,
or
I'm
Allah.
not lying this time.
Can you imagine?
We are just
No.
and we need to begin to call ourselves out on this matter, right?
You see, we should direct our anger to the proper place.
Yes,
we can look, these people, these young people should go to Port Harcourt refinery and pit against them there. Picket
I
it.
agree.
And insist that they must give us petrol within so number of days. Like what happened in Malaysia a couple of years back when the owner of Man City then was the prime minister. When those people were, I think they were wearing yellow and didn't go to work, they occupied the whole streets. And those who cannot stand the weather were bringing food from home intermittently for those that have the power to withstand the stress of protest. I think this was less than 10 years ago. This happened in Malaysia.
Yeah,
so these are the institutions we should be handling one by one.
I am really worried, because I think the protest is not targeted to solve any problem, right? Why do I say so? The issues and challenges and problems in Nigeria is well known to the government. Are they trying to solve it? I think so. Is it working? It's not yet working, but there are plans in place. Now, the federal government, they've released rice. Are those rice getting to the people? That is the problem. You see, when they release things to the public, you still find people holding it, hiding it, keeping it, so that it doesn't get to the right people who are the beneficiaries. So how would you blame? Sorry, don't worry. Let me just land this point. How would you blame federal government again, who is trying to solve the problem, but you have people who are deliberately sabotaging the whole thing? So now, is it logical in this point to keep blaming a government that is trying to solve a problem, but there are people who are blocking this problem, blocking the solution for being imparted on the people, and you want to carry out a protest? So what protest? That protest should be redirected to the people who are causing this problem. And who are the people causing this problem? The governors and their cronies and associates. They are the problem. The governors are the problem. How can you release food? This is not the first time they've released food. Even palliatives, when it was during NSAS, they released palliatives. Did the palliative get to the people? No. They were holding it. They were holding it in each state. This is the problem. We are just too wicked to ourselves. Now, people are coming out to protest to a federal government that is saying, okay, look at what we are trying to do. And in the name of protesting to the federal government, they are angry. They start to burn things, start to kill themselves, start to rob people of their assets. I think it's, in my view, to me, I think it's nonsense. It's madness. It doesn't make sense. Does it change anything? No. Except it's just out for destruction. It doesn't change anything. The government, federal government is aware. But what are the states doing? States that have refused to pay minimum wage. People are shouting, oh, we can't afford food. We can't afford this.
But
State
Emeka,
says, we will not pay you.
the way I've looked at it is scaremongering. Nobody's going to protest. I'm telling you, I look at it as scaremongering.
I think there will be protests, but we don't know how efficient that protest is going to be.
I don't think so. I think it's just scaremongering.
I think
but
so. Which
I had October, and other people said August, so they're not even fully coordinated.
Yeah,
Some
because people are awake now.
There are two sets of protests being organized, Baba. There's a protest being organized by the Shore space, and then
August 5, right?
Yes, and then there's a protest being organized by the Obedient space. So,
is that the one for October 10?
I'm not sure which one.
The Shore one would hold, right? But how?
But it will hold only in Abuja. That is partial.
The Shore one will hold, but I don't know what the impact is going to look like. The Obedient one, I really don't know. I don't know how the Obedient protest is going to look. So, but I know the Shore one will hold. So, but and then in the country, a lot of people are looking for how to protest and express themselves. You can't blame them anyway. But are they doing it? Are they channeling it to the right audience? I don't think so. If you ask me, I'll be thinking that each state, residents of each state, should protest against their governors. If a governor is refusing to pay minimum wage, even in the height of high inflation, what is the governor doing? Everybody
But the
just sits
funny
down and
thing
waits for
here,
fellowship.
Emeka, is the youths, I don't understand them, because in their head, they want regime change. And that's not going to happen. How do they think that will happen in a country like Nigeria? That is their belief. Those who desire to protest.
That's why they've labeled it an Igbo protest, because they are angry Peter Obi did not win. That's just it. Let's call a spade a spade. So if you are calling for a regime change, that's treasonable offense. You cannot remove a democratic elected president. You only do that through the ballot. Any means to do so is illegal. And if you are being caught, you go to jail for treason. If you don't like the president, you wait till after 4 years and you go and exercise your civic duties by trying to vote him out. You can't come and say you want to kick the president out. No, it's a treasonable offense. If they shoot you, you die. You die for nothing.
That's the tragedy of the whole thing.
As Fela used to say, you die for nothing. We'll carry your matter go eventually. So they are angry that Obi didn't win the election, and they are thinking that Obi would have brought a fantasy world for them, which is not true. It's not going to happen. Nigeria has a lot of challenges. That's not going to happen. Rather, in the face of all these challenges, Obi by now would have been impeached because he didn't have the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Didn't you listen to the anchor in 1984? It was what he said there different from what's happening now?
No.
That was 1984.
No. So the challenge now is, I think a lot of Nigerians, especially, if you look at the population of the country, a lot of us are very, very ignorant about the political space, socio-political space of the country. We don't know what's really happening. The governors are hiding. The governors are killing us softly, taking funds. They are not doing anything. They just sit down every month, collect FAC, change FAC to dollars, give it to their girlfriends,
security votes,
and take security votes and live large.
ecological money
yes,
fund,
ecological
13%
funds.
derivatives, 10
Exactly.
states.
What are they doing? What are they doing with these funds? Nobody sees anything.
Monthly,
But yet,
unfailingly.
look at Bayelsa, which is the smallest state in the country. The smallest state in the country. An oil generating state receives 13%. It receives all the everything. But that place is as poor as they come. So why
You
would the
saw the
people of
last list
Bayelsa
now. Delta alone was, I think, 47 billion. Rivers State, I think, 38 billion. Lagos, 36 billion. That is from the FARC streets.
Exactly.
We are not talking of security vote, which is about 1 billion.
Why would a state as Bayelsa, with the people there in Bayelsa are not up to, they are not more than 10 million people. They're not very rich. They are not even up to 5 million. Both children, both parents, both mother, both women, men, and children, and even illegals, aliens, they are not up to 5 million. Why would that state be so poor? And yet, that state is looking at the federal government, who is sending a lot of money to their state governor. State governor is doing nothing about it. Just
47
eating
billion,
all this
a lot of money. A lot of
So
money.
why would Bayelsans look up to Aso Rock as their problem when their problem is right behind them, inside their Shokoto? Their problem is with them. Just like what Jesus said, the kingdom of God is with you. So why are you looking outside? The kingdom of God is within you. To solve your problem is within you, but you are looking outside. You are trying to look outside. You don't want to look into yourself to solve your problem and to see God. So they are busy. Say, oh, Aso Rock, these people are the problem. But your governor, who is right there, your own flesh and blood, your brother from your town, your kingsman, is killing you, chopping out the money, cleaning mouth, and lying left, right, and center. So I don't know how the president intends to do this, but I know it's for political reasons he doesn't want to expose them. The governors are actually our problem. They don't want to allow local government to progress, to be autonomous. They themselves don't want to provide democracy and good governance to the people. They will share funds, the fund will not get to the people. They will share agricultural products will not get to the people. They will share subsidies will not get to the people. Now we know the problem. So now I'm speaking to my brother Ekene. Ekene, is it justifiable now? Because I know you criticize your governor, which you do rightly, and it's fair. Is it justifiable now to now go and be fighting a federal government that is trying to solve a problem that the state governors do not allow that problem to be solved? I don't think it's justifiable. I don't think so. Because these state governors will tell you we are autonomous. The federal government should not control us. But they will want to control the local government.
Like you said, these governors, I remember they dealt with Jonathan. Our foreign sovereign funds, excess crude oil, they finished it.
Former Rivers State governor now. What is him now? What is his name? Amechi. That took
Paris loan refund or something.
That took federal government to court and say, why are we keeping excess crude accounts?
All right, Emeka, let me take you to one more topic, and then from there we go on to enigmatic. Hopefully, it's still there. So I'll give you an option of right. There's the one on the screen. Nigeria will be net exporters of petrol in December.
No, I don't want to hear this man. This man is a liar. Okay.
And then National Assembly will legislate to ensure INEC conducts local council elections.
This is good news. This is we now trying to be a more democratic entity as a country. So if INEC can organize elections for local government, I think we are getting better. Our democracy is still young. We are still in the forming stage. We still have teething problems. We are still experiencing some challenges, but with time, and this is one of the evidence that with time we will get better. You know, we are flying the plane and still fixing it at the same time. So, which is not a bad one, right? I know we want to run, but we must crawl first before we stand up, and then we now begin to run. So, if the NAS is now coming in to want to put in legislation over the conduct, not just election, they should also organize it properly. that the judgment that the Supreme Court has given, they should not put it as law, codify it, extract those powers, those sections from the Constitution, the Supreme Court judges' pronouncement, and then put laws in place so that governors can leave them. They are totally free. When elections will be held, the tenure of local government chairmen, how local government chairmen should organize themselves, behave themselves, and how they can also do arbitration when there are issues. So they are free. I think this will be a very laudable achievement for both the president, the NAS, as well as Nigerians as a whole, because we will now begin to see progress gradually. I'm not saying the progress will come in with speed. We are still Nigerians. We are still wicked to ourselves, because a local government chairman that is not nice will not be nice. But again, if the local government chairman refuses to do what he's supposed to do, at some point people will try to kick him out through the ballot, the election process. So, but we are getting there, and we'll only get better. So I appreciate this news. It's fantastic. I think people will not appreciate the president at this point in time, but future generations will keep on remembering him. He's just done just 1 year and a few months now, and we can see those structural changes. These are structural changes, foundational changes, resolving problems from the grassroots. Because if your house, you must put your foundation properly so that your house can stand. So he's solving those foundational problems so that Nigeria as a whole can stand. Yes, there's pain, but let's solve those problems so that it's not like we are now trying to go and put roofing and then the foundation is weak. It will collapse. So these structural foundational problems and challenges, once they are being resolved, we can now begin to grab and catch up with the pace and move and accelerate towards the progress we expect ourselves to achieve. I laud the president over this. I had said I would start criticizing him, but he's not doing things that I want. Now we are not looking at those other restructuring, the Orasaye's reports, the commission reports. If we can start implementing it, it's not just only old national anthem. Now we are seeing local government. Then the next phase, let us start implementing and restructuring the country. And every Nigerian would look at it and say, this is the man we want. The president has done a great job. After his 8 years, the next person there's not proper structure that everybody will be running with. So this is laudable news. They should expedite it, if you ask me, so that things can begin to move well in our country. Thank you, Waman. I think I'm done for the day. Yeah.
Emeka, let me quickly ask. Waman, please let me ask Emeka one question. So if they ask you to identify the missing link in Tinubu's government, can you identify the missing link?
And then you answer that question after him as well. So you answer, and then
I don't know about links. I will try to see if I understand this question very well. I would think it's communication, right? They are not well coordinated. A few of them are doing a good job. Like Bayo is trying to communicate even more than the Ajure, but that coordination to communicate policies and guidelines and things they have achieved and they would achieve is very poor. So that is what I would want to, carrying Nigerians along in terms of communication. It's important. I know you can't carry everybody along, but you are communicating effectively, timely, and you are telling us what you have done and what you intend to do, so that Nigerians can remain, hopeful for things and anticipate things that would come. That's where I would say they are weak in. Even the last administration was very, very weak with communication. But then again, if we want to talk about what is the main problem, what is the main governance issue in Nigeria, which I keep saying, I have sat down, I have analyzed it, I have looked at it, all the 36 states. And guess what? There's only one governor, and technically he's not even a governor. It's Wike that's working. And even when he's working, you still find the senator Ireti Kingibe bothering his life. So there's only technically one governor that is working, that is putting up proper structures, ensuring that Abuja becomes a proper state. He has appointed the local government council chairman. even though they were not elected. But now they will not be elected and they will be on their own. So he's empowering things, doing things visibly that people can see. The metro line is now working. People say, oh, he's only fixing roads that the old administration. Who will we abandon it and go and fix new road? This is a project that needs to be completed. But it's working. We can see it. So what are the rest doing? Let's be honest. The governors, the states are closer to the people. The local government are more closer to the people. If the state governors are not working, you will not see anything. So in terms of governance, the governors are the problem. They are the problem. The federal government should only be concerned about national issues like the security that we are having those challenges. Yes, we can blame the federal government for that. Inflation issues, yes, we can blame the federal government for that. Economic policy, yes, we can blame the federal government for that.
Exactly, the fiscal side and the policy side.
We can blame the federal
matrix is
government for
not
that.
aligning at all.
Exactly. But then the governance, infrastructural issues, education, healthcare, transport, it's the state governors that should be doing all this. It's the state governors that should be doing this. So if these infrastructures are not coming to the people can't see the infrastructure, the roads are bad, education is not working, like Peter Obi that refused to build one school. What do you want to say? He didn't build any school. He's coming out to tell us he wants to create an Arewa. One man, good night.
All right, thank you, Emeka. So answer that question yourself, Larry, just a short little answer, and then we go on to enigmatic, who I suspect may not be there fully anymore. But what do you think is the missing link in this government?
The missing link that I see in this government is the humanitarian ministry. That's just the missing link. That ministry not being effective, it's why you are seeing agitations here and there. The federal government is trying to cover the gap, but they don't have someone that can lead the initiative to cover that gap. That's why you still see federal government releasing things to states. If they don't release to state governors, they release to National Assembly members, and you don't even see those effect of those things trickling down to the locals. And, I'm not saying, better I do, it's just so unfortunate, but it's a major problem for the Tinubu's government. Because if they have someone that is young and vibrant that could actually lead that initiative, then people can start seeing federal government assisted humanitarian things. If you release 1 million trailers of rice to state governors, it will not get to people. We all know it. And even the federal government themselves, they know it.
Larry, I think I agree with what you're saying. They cannot pinpoint and say, we have been doing this and that. They need to fill up that ministry if they are not considering having that lady back again, so that work can go on. They need to, and then put controls, because it appears that's the ministry that you can steal money anyhow too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so that's what I just see. They are trying, they are doing all sorts of things, but this is more like you're pouring water in a basket, and the more you pour that water, there is nothing to retain that water. And I think probably they should start looking at that, right? They said they did cash transfer. People will collect money, they won't even come out that they collected money, and it will still boil down to what exactly have you really done. Take, for instance, if we know that in every local government, I'm not even saying federal government has a unit in every local government, right? And people can actually identify that these are basically federal government assisted things. Those days, we used to have even transportation, down to transportation. We used to have federal government assisted mass transit. At that point, people will be able to identify what comes from federal government different from what comes from the states. But in this case now, even the things that comes from federal government are being hijacked by the states, and people are not even able to really understand, right, that this is exactly what federal government has done to cushion the effect of what we are facing, right? So that's why, for me, I think they need to have a rethink, right? Because if you really want to orientate people, you need to let them have that mindset where they believe that this is exactly what is coming from federal government, and I have a portion of it. And probably the state governments can now do their own to support, rather than you giving everything to the state governors and those guys hijack it, and people don't even know if federal government is even doing anything. And every time they keep shouting, "Oh, Tinubu is not doing anything. He's doing this." Well, he's doing a whole lot of things, but those things are not really trickling down to those people that.
Larry, I mooted an idea. It's not new, actually. Some time ago on the platform. I think it's a carryover from Shagari's time. Suppose the federal government appointed a federal liaison officer in each state to oversee federal government palliative being distributed. How about that? Because Shagari used to have such before.
Yeah.
In every state, so that you can coordinate with the governor, break down their neck, or move into the local government area independently. So I don't know, because these things have to reach our people one way or the other. And these governors, they are devil's agents on earth. Honestly, they don't care.
So that's for me.
Why do
I
you
think
think
that's
local government chairman will care?
Say again.
Why do you now think the local government chairman will care? They are human beings too now.
because the local government chairman does not have the power that the governors have.
You know why, Patoski?
Like which power
The
does he
local
have?
government in my area, for instance, I know his house. I know his beginning. You
You know
understand?
government house now.
Once they drop rice, I hear the news. It's just to call him man. Mo iti riti wa o.
Do you know what
Kilo
will
de la
happen?
dubo wa.
By the
The
time they
streets
have
wa.
money now, local government will have local government chairman house, just like you have governor's house. You have chairman house and you have police there because he has the money. I think it's just human being.
Patoski, wait.
Okay, we see now.
Wait, let me tell you how the local government works, particularly in Lagos. You see, in Lagos is blessed in a way that there is no street that contains at least 50 houses. You will not find one retired officer, be it military, civil service, a magistrate, or Jerusalem Pilgrim Magistrate Customary Court. So at all level, these are retired people you can't mess with. So it's going to be vibrant in Lagos State.
You know what a lot of people don't understand. You see, this local government autonomy, it's not just the local government chairman. This local government autonomy is going to make the councillors more effective. And it's going to make the wards, right, now being effective. You hardly hear of wards now.
No, you see, this is what I'm trying to bring out.
And wait, Patoski, wait. Human being will always be human, right? I'm not even taking that away. Even if you give anybody any position, they will definitely be human. The basic thing is for you to build one or two guardrails. Now, take for instance, in those days, balls within the streets. These are things that councillors do.
Yeah.
Right? Because I still remember those days, right? Probably in some places, councillors will say, we are commissioning balls, we are commissioning community tap. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So if local government is effective, at least take for instance now, in a particular local government, it will have nothing less than probably 15 wards, right? And if each of those wards are now being effective, look at what that would definitely lead to.
Right? But those are presumptions. You understand what I'm saying?
Until the time they started making excuses and also the valid excuses that they are not getting funds from the governor. That's why they were left off the hook. But all this water and things, they were doing it before. Because we know them.
Let me push back. You see, we just, the same way we get excited when there's a new policy and there's a new thing. We get excited. Good systems will not run itself. The state system is not, there's nothing bad in having state governors. and having those structure. That system, if it's properly run and openly and transparently, can still achieve almost the same thing. But the problem is, these are people that are going to run it. In the current system, when they don't even have money, when they don't have money, they just give them some money. You need to see what councillors and chairmen do with that money. You understand? The kind of things they buy, they do their own. But now they have the money. They will so much build a fence around them because they are chairmen. They will tell you, they have so many people that want to see them now. They have meeting with this one, they have meeting with that one. You will see some pockets of
not in Lagos.
let's hear. But Lagos is not just like Nigeria.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just see if sorry, Patrick, 1 second. Patrick. Sorry, 1 second. Let me see if Enigmatic is still there. It's been unusually quiet. Enigmatic.
That's right. I don't think
it cannot be there. Not
seldomly this silent,
yes, with all the big grabber, the profundity of the profundity would have been doing its profundity already by now. But sorry, carry on.
So we are very excited and happy that it's happening. But I'm happy that they're also putting some structures in place, like INEC organizing the election. Governors cannot dissolve the council. But I tell you, if we don't have an effective judicial system, we don't have law and order, the supremacy of law over human in that system, those local government chairmen will do anything. And because they have money, they will go away with it. So many things. Even people that are not local government chairmen, when they have money, they go away with anything. So you will see that each local government will now have chairman house, like you have government house, you have deputy chairman house, then they will build councillors' quarters for their councillors. Then they will start buying car. I know it in Abeokuta, they will buy car for councillors, chairman get cars, special like that. They collect city allowance.
That's your experience, actually, Patuski. But in Lagos, it is different. Because ordinarily, the neighborhood watch, we control the neighborhood watch ourselves.
Yeah, you have 36 states, and you are mentioning one since one. That's not Nigeria now.
What's that noise? Where's that noise coming from? That's sorry, gentlemen. Mike is here. Let me bail out, hand over to him. So thank you, Mike. I know you are busy, but Mike has stepped into the breach. The super chatters are you right there. That's Tim Jack. That's you see this Emmy. This especially surprises me. You can see that's actually from Nigeria. I didn't even know people. So that's DOG right there. That's Efosa Isaac right there. So well done, Efosa. That's Emmy still. He's discovered the super chat now. He's going to be crazy with it. That's Efosa Isaac still. That's Tim Jack saying one thing or the other. Efosa Isaac carries on still. That's Kulata right there, who passed by with a shot up to rational mind. Tim Jack carries on his conversation with Kulata. It's saying Ndume is a leech. So Ndume is a leech. So I'll hand over to Mike. I think Mike might be driving or whatever. So go easy with him. So Mike, Enigmatic has still not spoken. We're not sure if it's fully there. Ababa takes the floor if Enigmatic is not there. Patoski after him. Simba is there as well. And BT joins as well. So let me bail out then as your crew starts to assemble. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a restful night, woman. Yeah, Mike, do I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, BT. Kú sórí dàpọ̀ ní weekend tó ń ta bọ́tìn bàbá OBJ, gbogbo wọn, very vain guy. It's so funny in the party, Oshoba's party, he was adjusting Oshoba's jumper, buba inside the barrier. And for photographs, she mo dúró dáadáa, Ṣagbádá mi dúró dáadáa. I was just looking at him with his beard. Ọlọ́run ló blue whistle like. Yes, like we're talking about the local government, those ones in Lagos State has always been vibrant. because we don't leave them to roam free just like that, because every street we have the landlord association, and very, very strong, because nobody is of a how do I put it? Even the children of those attending meetings in all, we even invite them to the meeting to get clarity on some things, and won't be that Akumawa, because we know their beginning and we know where they are. And when the elections come, we are the one to appoint. It has been
Baba,
like that in Lagos.
good morning, Baba. Good
Hey,
morning,
Simba.
sir.
Opomulero báwo ni o?
Okay, sir. Sir. Sarah, sir.
A dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. A dúpẹ́, Olúwa ṣeun.
I don't know what Patoski smoke.
Suna tuntun tó fún ènìyàn Opomulero.
Yeah, Opomulero
kò ń ṣe Yorùbá pé Patoski ọ̀ṣọ́mọ Yorùbá ṣòkò lè mọ mí ni ẹ̀. Ẹja kódẹ̀ báyìí.
Okay,
I don't know what Patoski spoke this morning. No. Okay, let's assume that all these things that you are saying, that yes, it might be right, but whatever happened, whether they loot the money or not, it will still be better than the present structure that we have.
Right, yeah.
So there's no argument.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just looking at how some people will try to frustrate all the good efforts now. Because if that thing really works the way it's supposed to work, then Nigeria will change. Then
Nigeria, let me tell you, I don't know. I think all of us have been consumed by this illusion that is the system is not working. It's, to me, if you look at the whole situation, Patoski, remember that was the day we were talking, we went back, and they were still castigating us up to today when we were talking about Awolowo. Fatai came here one day and he started saying, hey, no, I don't. Some people are very actually angry with us that we are talking like that. But what we are saying is the obvious. And the only thing is that there are some people that we have given that tag like a semi-god, that you dare see anything negative about them. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if you go deep into their history, if you go deep into what they have perpetrated during their lifetime, they were not what the people tagged them, but they are just being lucky. Believe me, they are just being lucky that their atrocity somehow is not exposed to yes. And then people, yes, and one of them is still surviving up to today in the name of Obasanjo.
Yeah.
Because God deliberately spared the life of that man to punish Nigeria. Believe me. Baba, you can continue what your thoughts.
Oh, the local government thing, I'm so excited about it. Let the money get to their hand. That is all we're waiting for. So we'll know. As for the protests that they are talking about, I think it's just scaremongering, in my considered opinion, because when you want to do something, I don't think you come out and say, it's supposed to be spontaneous.
They are supposed to do it. Don't talk about it.
Exactly. It's supposed to be just spontaneous, so it can get root, have tracked. You understand? But now they are putting a lot of accusation are being levied against them, put in their way, as if a form of barrier. Like Fayoshe came two days ago and said, look, there's even a plan to bomb Dangote's refinery. What do you want the government to do? Once they hear a wind blow about anything, they will carry a company of soldiers to line that place and block people off.
The way I see the so-called planned protest, to me, I just see it as the extension of the election, of the aggrieved people that lost the election. That's just it. And if you see the people that are propagating it, we call names. You cannot have something like that. How can you say, okay, you're campaigning against bad governance in 2024? So is it now that bad governance started?
The governors that just started last year.
Yes, yes.
You don't have a case.
And they want us to believe that is actually is like, as you said, Baba, like it's an organic thing that okay, everybody's interested.
So Simba, you saying that there are no amongst these people, there should be some people that are actually genuine, or I won't say all of them, but some of them actually against background. It's not political for some, so we can make a.
You know, BT. Let me tell you, anybody that knows the history of this country and that knows what is actually happening in Nigeria will not buy. And we know what has protest results in what have we benefited from protest in Nigeria?
No,
BT is not.
I'm saying that
anybody that believes that okay is going to okay.
No, what I'm saying is you cannot say that everybody. You can't use a big brush to paint everybody saying that it's all political. Some of them actually have. I mean, a real reason that they want to come up and protest because of bad governance. Some of them actually are not political. They're actually sincere about the need to protest. So you can't say everybody coming out.
E.g. example.
I mean, if you have people that are anti-establishment, for instance, like the farmers, or civil service, that they can. We had a failed government. They're not political necessarily. You can't say.
Okay, very well, BT said. You've said it now, kind of grouping. But these are not groups. You understand? Or these are not institutions. They are
if farmers has an issue, they have an association. They can put out whatever they have against government, whatever demand they have. They can put it to government. We know that these are the farmers. If we have the NLC has been going on strike, protest. We know those groups. You understand? So you can't. But some people will now say, okay, we are now organizing ourselves. Then we have a period between August 1 and August 10. This is what we want to do.
No, you can't say all. You can't use the word all. Is what I'm saying. You can't say all. Everybody is all political. That's only
whoever is joining them that doesn't know the motive is just doing it out of ignorance.
Nah, I disagree with that one.
Oh,
you see, the thing is,
there are people who join protest out of ignorance now. They just join bandwagon. I was watching one guy. You know, sorry to bring this in. They said this Palestinian protest, pro-Palestinian protest. So there was one old woman that was saying from the river to the sea. So one guy said, "Which river?" He said, He said, "Any river." He said, "Which sea?"
No, you are even going too far, Patoski.
The woman just heard the slogan and he just joined.
During Mobad protest, one man showed a clip. I think he showed that clip severally for some days, where they asked one or two of the protesters, and they said, "Why are you protesting?" He said, "They say one guy." No,
He didn't
even know. He just entered street. So these are you don't know understanding of what is going on. So are these the kind of people you are calling out to protest? And what happened in Kenya, they allude to every time. Look at, so far so good. What have they succeeded in anything? Because when they say, oh, they sacked the ministers, wouldn't he appoint another one? Is the office of the first and second lady? He cancelled it. Where will you be there when they are appropriating money or squeezing money to that office? You wouldn't know. Or the politician that came today and said he got some bribe money, wants to return. I could see the guy playing to the gallery, maybe angling for the next election, because everything is said. Real balderdash. Oh, we got belts, we got wristwatches, I will return my money. I could see that he's just playing to the gallery. It's politics. It's not saying anything that makes sense. Do I know how much you collect in bribe? Do I know how many wristwatches you collected? So let's come back home here, and people are talking, oh, look at what is happening in Kenya. Is different. The demography is different. Like I said earlier on, the Nigerian case is not just about Nigeria, it's about West Africa. Because when we sneeze, if Nigeria sneezes, West Africa will catch cold. And
is it only West Africa? Is it only West, the whole world will catch cold.
So you understand, 200 million people, all our 17 ECOWAS people, they are not even up to 120. And you have 200 million people.
We've been managing ourselves like this in a delicate manner, the way we have been managing ourselves. And some people now, I see it as if they should succeed in starting that thing, it can lead to the next civil war in that country. Believe me.
Yeah, like Adeshina is saying, my generation. Well, yes, I agree. My generation happens to be the greedy generation that drove us into this, because I think we are the second to last generation that enjoy what I would call a resemblance of good governance. At least we had everything working, you understand?
Baba, are you in the same generation with the Awolowos?
No, where I don't Joe, I beg you, I don't know that one. I said no, but I'm just saying that at least we enjoyed. People who went to the 6 year school enjoyed. We who went to the 8 years enjoyed. I mean, I can't describe it.
But Baba, you know what you as at that time, I'm very sorry, I want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
It's because you have the benefit of long life and you can reflect back and you are making comparison. As at that time, can you see what you are seeing now? That time that you're claiming that you are enjoying, can you see that time, that as at that period in time that you are enjoying that time?
No, I don't get your question. Can you repeat that?
As at the period that you are referring to, that you people enjoy.
Yeah.
If you rewind back, if you are, let's say, 10 years old or 15 years old then, and they ask you that why you enjoying as at that period, forget about what you have experienced.
Of course, we still complain. No doubt about
that is, I'm just telling you, that is life.
We still complain.
We that came after you, sir. We can also say that when we were in school, Patoski is there. When we were in school, primary school, secondary school, we can even say that we enjoy with the benefit of hindsight. And that time, you will consider that our own time, as being bad. Some people will also consider your own time as being bad. I was asking somebody, I said, okay, in 1980, the late 70s, early 80s, we are talking about buying a Peugeot for 3,000, 4,000 naira.
Correct.
Look, okay, let's say one naira to $1. Now, can you even get any vehicle at all, new vehicle now, anywhere in the world for $3,000 or $4,000?
Where? Even it's so funny then that I still remember, because I was like 20 years, 6 months when I bought my first car, a Subaru, and that was 3,250. 3,250. Tire was 27 naira, inner tube, because no tubeless then.
But how many of your colleagues could afford that?
No, of course, not everyone could afford that.
Majority of Nigerians back there, they were still living in villages,
Exactly.
They have just poverty. So when people always say back then they were enjoying, it was only in like Lagos where you see people buying cars and stuff.
The privilege, we'll be having the privileged ones since.
Yeah,
we'll be having the privileged ones, so we can consider you as the privileged, one of the privileged
today,
ones.
we can't say we don't have privileged people today. There's always that
I remember, Mike, people, even in the 60s, late 70s, people are still not able to go to school because they said they cannot afford, they don't have money.
Exactly.
There are so many people that do not go to school. I could remember when Bolagi started free education in 1979 in Old Oyo State. Majority of people, artisans that are already learning carpentry, they came back to school because of free education. You understand?
Simba, back then, even up to not too long ago, the only people that used to eat chicken were rich people. You understand? Or people that are doing well. Most Nigerians could not really, even like, I remember growing up, we used to call us Ajebo because we chop eggs.
Very
Because
small
we eat egg
bottles,
for
7 of
breakfast.
small
Most
bottles.
people, most Nigerians were, I would say this generation is the only time. Like if I go to Nigeria and I even see poor children eating chicken, like, and they eat egg is normal. Like eating food is not something for any rich or poor now. Like the kind of food is what I'm saying. But today, even today, you see poor people with iPhone in Nigeria. Like
Mike,
if people when people say in the past it used to be enjoyment, I won't lie. Like today, even in the 90s, like people used to be hungry, man. Like
that's what I want to.
malnourished. But today, if you go to Nigeria, people are looking fresh. Like you see more young people looking fresh in Nigeria today. Like they are doing business, doing things. Back in the days, only old people that have jobs now. Young people, you don't have jobs. We stay with your papa house.
Mike, are you saying that we are better now than before? Is that what you're saying?
People are better now than before. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
BT, let me say this. When I was in medical school as students, we used to see a lot of malnutritions, ranging from the severe one, kwashiorkor, marasmus, undernutrition.
Even up to the 90s, you see people so malnourished.
You understand? In fact, there was one professor that came from Ibadan when I was in medical school. He came to Ilorin to do a study because we have a lot of them. You can't see them any longer. And I was wondering, what has happened? And we are still claiming that there is hunger. You can't see any child with kwashiorkor, malnutrition. You can't see it again.
I don't see it again. I don't see it again. I'm telling you, like that malnourishment I used to see before when Nigerians were so malnourished. If you say Nigerians so malnourished, when you say Nigerians, back in the days, if you say Nigerians not malnourished, he's a rich person.
Yo, back on low way phone, Baba.
Today everybody look like Jebota now. Even if you go ghetto today, those guys, they are looking fresh. There's not you hardly see Ajepako anymore now. Back in the days, it's only rich and only few percentage be Ajebo where they chop correct food. Back in the day, people not be only Christmas. It was only Christmas people eat chicken now. Now people they go buy chicken.
You are talking about chicken, rice, ordinary rice. People eat rice once in a year. Once in a year, you eat rice once in a year.
So when I go to Nigeria, I see young people with iPhone, everybody with iPhone with this thing. I'm like, come on, man. You can't tell me in the past they had it like this. I'm sorry.
Okay. My only
no matter where you get, you're still gonna have a lot of poor people. But I'm saying that there are more Nigerians that are like in a they have been elevated than in the past. In the past, we just few people now, few percentage. In fact, this is what I'm talking about today. Wait, let me say this. Today, what I'm telling you right now is in every state of the federation where people are having iPhone, doing well. But back in the days, now only Lagos. It's only Lagos. You see people with anything now, anything flashy. If you come from most people, when the first time they will ever see anything good like flashy is when they come to Lagos. That's why you say like they call a village man. Everybody in a village person now. But now every state of the federation, the inner cities, go to Benin, go to any state capital in Nigeria today. People are using iPhone, flashy, like fresh. Like, I mean, people have elevated, man. You see even neighborhood mansions in every state of the federation in Nigeria today. We've gone far, but there's still a lot of poverty, of course. There will always be poverty. But I'm telling you that a lot of people have elevated.
Okay.
So the thing actually is nowadays I see that maybe there is distraction because then TV will not start until about 6. So we have a lot of time on our hands. We go fishing, we do catapult, and we go hunting for emo. the bush rats. A lot of things engages our attention then, and it makes us streetwise, if I may put it that way. Because we go fishing, and we are very proud of our kill. By the time we come back, and we give it to anybody's parents who cook it for us. But
Baba,
yes, sir.
Baba, what was the inflation at that time?
Within primary school, picking know about inflation. I don't know anything about inflation. That I'm talking about.
But you should, no, yeah, but you should know.
But
In
the Nigerian
60s,
economy was only based in Lagos and maybe some other places. The rest of Nigeria was villages now. People were in jungle, so you can't really be comparing that time.
Baba, you cannot even be talking about maybe you cannot put a figure to it. You can remember all those songs that Sonia Day,
all those
Barista, all of
even those ones came later.
austerity measure, Yigalola, Ebin Power, Koshowolode.
All those are they've been there.
And those are what was the inflation then? You guys are just talking a bit power. Who cares about a bit power? What was the inflation then?
You don't understand what we are saying. What is the what? It's not the same thing.
What I've read.
What was any country in the world?
If I may answer you, reading.
Please, can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, one man.
Yeah, can we have one voice at a time? We're hearing 3-4 voices over each other. So let's just have one voice at a time. Thank you.
So thank you, one man. So keep it.
Hold on. I think Baba was making a statement. Let him land his statement first.
Nashville is single digit, if I may say. I didn't know that then, but reading after many years, I know that during that period it was single digits. Because going to school, the prices of rice, beans, and dodo remains the same constant. I think the period I was in primary school, I think it's half a penny for just the rice and the beans. But when you're going to put dodo on top and things, you pay 1 kobo. That's 1 penny, not kobo, but 1 penny. And that was constant for many years, because I went to 8 years federal school for primary. So I mean that could give us an indication that the inflation was steady or very, very low, then single digits. I hope I answer your question.
So that I think that's the question, right? Because when we talk about the way things were in the past and where that things are not better today. Not better of today.
Hold on, Remy, hold on. Sorry, I say Remy, Simba, hold on. Are you saying the quality of life overall in Nigeria was better back then? I'm not talking about focusing on Lagos, because back then it was just Lagos where you see fresh people and everybody access to luxury and things like that. Well, are you saying like quality of life overall? We're talking about the whole country, the quality of life in people in maybe even in your southeast, my degree, all over Nigeria was better than today. Sure.
I think it depends on what you want to use to measure quality of life. If you are looking at luxury car, all those modern technology, fine, those things are there to improve the quality of life. But based on standard for that period, the quality of life, that's if you put a common denominator, the quality of life then was better. The quality of life in terms of security, the social system, the reliance on governance, the rule of law,
Do you know government wasn't even in most part of Nigeria? Most people didn't even, they were still living in jungles.
There was no government, but they were running effectively without it. There was no. They had their social system that helps adjudicate conflict. They had their system that help ensure security. They have transparency of transactions.
People were still hitting flags. They were still killing
because
flies.
because
They
we're
don't
not, the
want.
population was not this many then. So and then
Patuski,
water was
Patuski,
running.
Patuski, the question I want to ask is it by accident that we got to where we got to today?
And it was progressive.
You know, because I could remember even when Obasanjo came, because Obasanjo, there are some people used to project like a messiah. When he increased salary, our minimum wage that Obasanjo increased to was 7,500.
Yeah, this is just less
7,000.
than 20
It was
years ago.
Jonathan. Yes, it was Jonathan that increased to 18,000.
Mm-hmm.
7,500.
What was the
No, just wait. Now we are talking. We are building something up. Naturally, always be patient. As at that time, we are doing 2.5 million barrel of oil per day, and averagely, even the oil price was more than
You
that.
mean
It was more
Jonathan's
than the
time?
present. I'm talking about even Obasanjo towards the end of Obasanjo's regime. He started with maybe around $20 during his own 1999, and he had a lot of problem in his first, and that was when he was giving zero allocation to the local government. Zero allocation.
Even Jonathan
So,
sold up to 130 per barrel.
or 130, that's what I'm saying. So if we
He
are
earned
doing
so
that,
much money for that 6 years.
2.5 million barrel.
Yeah, he earned so much money for that 6
And
years.
2.5 million barrel, and with higher price. And I was telling people that it wasn't as if those guys did anything fantastic. They were just being lucky that they have oil price and they have volume.
And they didn't take the advantage. They were just
And they didn't take the advantage.
It's the governors that messed Jonathan up.
And then Buhari came, everything crashed to below 1 million barrel. And the price also crashed. You understand? And Nigerians are not following the something. The only thing is that I think we have all of us who have been carried away, consumed by this negative illusion that is corruption alone that is killing that country. Now Buhari came, we are doing less than a million barrel per day with a lesser price. And you remember, it was as if this guy was even not only Sanusi, even Okujo, all of them were crying during Jonathan regime that the next government will not be able to survive what is happening in Nigeria. Buhari came with all his problem, also started taking loan, using some of our oil to back some of this loan that he has taken. Because there was nothing. If they don't take the loan, how could they run the government?
And the guy build way more infrastructure than Obasanjo and
you understand?
This thing put together.
People built more infrastructure than Obasanjo and Jonathan.
Obasanjo didn't build anything.
And now somebody came 1 year ago with basically nothing on ground. What is our production? What is our population compared to during Obasanjo?
I think you guys are running away from the question. You're running away from the question. I asked the question, and you're not telling me what Obasanjo did.
We are telling you, we are building up to tell you what is actually the problem. You can't just say
no, but we can't just say. But hold on. This is my thing. We understand that we have a problem, but the misconception is trying to make it look like today is better than yesterday, because you see iPhone in people's stand. That's a dumb way to talk.
It's not. Nobody is saying. Joel, I started this thing. Let me say this. I started this. I asked Baba. In the history of human being, that was, if Baba is here, he can testify to it. We always look at past. The past has been better than the present. There is nobody, ask anybody in this world. Even people living in America will not say America is better today than before. We only have that illusion. And that was why I asked Baba. That time that because you had the benefit of hindsight. That time he was talking about, people who are still complaining that time. And he cannot say no. He cannot say what I'm saying is a lie. Even we that we are even younger, we can say when we were in school, how much do we pay even at school fees? But even that time, some people could not even go to school because they cannot even feed themselves.
It's not
So that's what we
It
are.
was hard to make $20 now. I mean, sorry, 20 naira back then. You have to go through hell to make 20
So
naira.
what we are saying is, if you are serious, there is a lot of things that we have to get. Is not there's no messiah that can come and turn Nigeria to El Dorado. It's not it. So that's what we are talking about. But all this let us campaign against bad governance. You can campaign, and you see. And the problem I have is that all you people that are living abroad, you are the one projecting all these things. The little thing that is left in that country, you want to destroy it.
Timba, you live abroad too. What do you mean, all you people? Don't you live abroad? Are you not an abroadian too? You live in Saudi now. So what do you mean, you people? You are an abroadian.
Babati Fimilele. Me, I see myself as in Nigeria. I don't have another passport of another country. You understand? So leave me alone. If I'm talking, I know what I'm talking about.
The ones in Saudi and all these places, they go back all the time. It's those of us in London, Finland, America, those of us close to Igbo people, we are the ones that
because we have another.
We believe the ones that are drinking whiskey, Tennessee
we
whiskey.
believe we are Igbo. We are deceiving ourselves.
Once we don't go near Igbo like this, we don't better pass everybody. You're going to swear from our country.
No other country like Nigeria, in my own estimation.
Yes, sir.
No other country. I miss the record store with all the noise, the generator noise. You just miss these things. You understand? You just miss these things.
If there's any country in the world where if you have money, you enjoy yourself, it's Nigeria.
But
so can I talk now?
So go ahead, Jerry. Go ahead now.
Babati, how you doing now? So this is the issue. I can understand because at least I was growing up in the 80s, so at least I know what was going on in the 80s. The fact that then we could still use, hold on please. The fact that then we could still use coins, our 1 kobo, 2 kobo. The fact that today we cannot use those anymore gets to tell you how expensive our stuff has become. In Nigeria today, hold on.
You can't be making this kind of argument. In the United States, they were also using coins. Are they still using coins? Are they still?
Yeah, we're still using coins today.
No, yeah, they are. But are they still? In the United States, are you saying the way the price they were buying things in the 80s? What they are buying things today? Name any country in the world. Name one country in the world they are buying things the same price they were buying in the 80s today. Name that country.
Nobody is talking about.
Argument doesn't hold weight, man. I mean, come on, you can say
let me talk now. Let me talk. Then if I talk nonsense, you let me know.
But that's what I'm letting you know now.
Not when I'm talking. No. I'm letting you know. I'm talking. Allow me to land. You allow me
in the
to
80s,
land.
they are spending money. This thing. That's why we're not spending it today.
My thing is just this. You cannot look at the inflation, the increment in inflation in the 80s, and you compare it to what we have today. We are having record numbers like over 100, 200% in inflation within an 8-year period. And you guys are saying it was better then because you're in abroad. Even when you go home, you stay in hotels. And even if you stay in hotels, I mean, even if you stay at homes, you can if you exchange your the money, whatever money you came in with, you have money within that short span or that short period you're going to stay in Nigeria. I have lived it. It is one of the fakest lives you can ever live in life, but I've lived it. Outside that 1 month, nothing. You go back to where you're hustling. The rate of people living in Nigeria today
was not like that in the 80s. Then they begged people to travel. I remember then it was at the airport when my dad did his wedding at Edinburgh or Edinburgh. I don't know how you guys pronounce it over there in the UK.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. It was in Edinburgh. He did his wedding there. He was a student, sponsored by government. And he could eke out all those money to do his wedding. It got out everyone.
Do you know they
it
are
was far better then.
The government are still sponsoring some
It was
people
far better then.
Okay, do it. Sorry.
It was better then. You can make an excuse. You can make an excuse.
Well, you cannot make it look like they are giving it to everybody back
You can make an excuse that this government is young.
Do it. Sorry. Let me interject you.
Can I just say this for crying out loud? Let me just land my thought. Abba.
No, just to finish your point. No, you are. Just wait. I know all these things that you are saying.
You can make an excuse for this government for the 1 year it has been in power, the short stay it has been in power. But it's hypocritical to state that things were better then than it is today. Things are better today than it was in the past. That is hypocritical. This is an international stage.
More people have elevated.
The Japa syndrome in Nigeria only can tell you what is going on. You think I want to stay
the
here?
Argument is hold on, Joel. The argument is more people have elevated than in the past. We have more middle class people today than in the past. That's what I'm telling you.
If you.
And we have more wealthy people today than in the past. Are you going to argue that?
I won't subscribe to that. Do you know why? I won't subscribe to that because our population then.
Is that a fact?
Our population then was about half of what it is today. In fact, in the 70s, it's a fraction of what it is today.
The proportion of middle class.
The fact that the matter is
so you cannot say the proportion of middle class were more in the past than it is today. We have more educated people in the past than it is today. The quality of life than it is today.
In the proportion,
being disingenuous now. Come on now.
Okay, let me ask you. I still have a question for you. Okay, can I say what I want to say now? Okay, you just said something now that our population then, you understand? I mean, why that then that you are talking about, where Nigeria is making more money, was making more money than what we are making now. Forget about corruption. What we are making then in the 70s, the 80s, even in what we are making then is more than what we are making now. And compare the population then and population now. So what can you say about that? Okay, now let's say this protest that we are talking about, if you are the leader of the protest, can you itemize your point? What you actually say, okay, what you wanted the government to do?
They want his mandate.
You want me to answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. If I were a part of a group, one of the things I would be forwarding is the corruption in the system, the expenditure of government, the reckless expenditure of government. I'm also protesting for the somersault of policies. The policy oversight in this government is like off the roof. So we cannot just sit here and say
you are still talking. No, wait now. You are still talking about problems. We are asking for the solution. No, you must provide the solution. Okay, we want this. We don't want this. This is what we want. So tell us.
Yeah.
Okay, What other policy will you put in place instead of those ones that you say are not good? So we are looking for solution. It's very easy to itemize problem.
You ask for a solution. I'm going to tell you. Cut down the size of government. You have so many ministers that are redundant. That is one. Secondly, fire over 80% of your present ministers and employ people based on integrity, capacity to do the job. This idea of nepotism, we can also see it. Look at the last 10 appointments made by Tinubu. It's the same thing. You cannot we are talking about real issues, things that we are seeing. No matter how you want to, yes, this government has been is not been long in power. We understand that. But what steps are they taking to correct the anomalies of the past? Because if you're coming into a government, you're coming in to make your stay better than how you met it. No matter how bad the Buhari government may have been. We have, like, the difference between Buhari and Jonathan was so wide. Tinubu didn't have to do much to close that gap. He didn't have to do much because the things Buhari were doing were petty stuff. We saw clearly what was wrong with the Buhari government. But today, Tinubu is following that same footstep.
Sorry, what was wrong with what was just what was
Tinubu government is so
sorry, hold on. Can you hear me?
And disgraceful.
Okay, wait, let me comment, Joel.
There is no way. Hold on.
Joel, you have to let other people talk, man. You can't just hold floor.
But I am just talking. Now let me finish.
Just make your picture and let other people come in, man. I don't like you ain't like doing
this. Let me make my point finish now, and let me.
No, make it quick. Make it quick, man. We have to have interaction here.
You cannot tell me make it quick. Come on now, calm down.
Okay, I have 30 seconds. Man. Land your point 30 seconds, man.
You've been talking here for over
how long? It doesn't matter, man. But I have to let everybody talk. I don't like this.
When they're hitting you guys on the bone, you guys should start being.
Okay, land your point in 30 seconds. Let's so I can hear that voice.
Come on now.
Let's ask Joel.
So my point.
Joel, sorry. I don't want Mike to rush you out. So we can ask ourselves a question. What was wrong with Buhari government?
Come on, let's not make this a Joel interview, man. We are having.
Nepotism was number one.
We are not here to interview Joel.
All right, nepotism was number one.
What's your point? Just make your main point.
And that nepotism led, right, to employing incapable hands in his government. And when you employ incapable hands in government, the only thing they have to offer, if not for anything, is just to steal. And that is what we saw under Buhari. And you can't
it was not under Jonathan. He experienced that one, not under Jonathan.
Simba, wait.
Jonathan wasn't as stupid as this.
The appointment of ministers, it's a function of our constitution. The constitution says each minister must come from each state. That means already the constitution talk about 37 ministers. And then every president has taken it upon themselves to take additional ministers from each geopolitical zones, which is 6. So 6 plus 37, that is 43. All the government, and unfortunately, Tinubu has added more. I think about 7 more to it.
No, it's
so until we change the constitution.
55 ministers.
Okay.
55.
Okay. Until we change that, for that 40-something, it's going to be very difficult. You understand? To maybe have a lean government that is robust and focused. So we have to change that constitution. That's what my take on that.
If Tinubu decided to take only 10 ministers, nobody will fire him. So what was the need for the Orasai report?
So another minister, another state will tell you, Kogi will tell you, the constitution says you must take somebody from us. Arewa will tell you, we have a minister to provide. That's the constitution guarantees us that. So you can't deprive them. You have to respect the constitution.
Please, let's not act like today is the day we want to this one will now make them respect the constitution. Forget it. We know what it's all about. If Tinubu is serious, he can work with 15 ministers and nobody will sue him. Forget all these things you're talking.
The way we see governance, the way we see governance, we see it as if we are the way we run our family.
It's not the way it is.
You are forgetting that it's the democratically elected government, not the military regime. That you can just do anything, and you will see that some people will even take him to court and they will win. You know, the way we talk as if governance is something, it's like a bread and butter. So he say he will take only 10 ministers. Then if you not take it, you say, okay, he will still accuse of nepotism. Same nepotism.
Simba. I think what's
what nepotism? What nepotism?
Hold on. I think
it's common sense.
Let me give you an example. The Ministry of Agriculture. You know how they're proposing to create livestock ministry. What they should have been working on is making creating more parastatals with under the agriculture. Because if I'm into piggery now, I can demand for piggery ministry or fishery ministry. Where does it end?
Thank you.
You can demand for that diaspora ministry too. Where does it end?
So if you have piggery ministry, pig is a livestock now.
No, I'm saying
he just use that one as an example now.
Yes,
everybody can just
stop being a what I'm getting at. My point is, you don't need to just create for creating. I know that there's a political angle to it, of course. You need to secure that base for 2020. I see that, but there are other ways of.
You remember during Buhari regime when he gave 3 ministries to one person. Right. So people started saying, how will he perform? Those too big, the ministry are too big for him. So that is why he's having problem. And then by second time, he has to remove all those ministries from Fashola.
Okay.
You understand?
Still, it wasn't 55.
How many? America is over 300 million.
Nigerians are whiners.
How many secretaries do they have in America?
Yeah.
How many secretaries do they have in America? They call them secretaries here, right? How many do they have? They don't have 50. So
people will get brain, no. People will get brain.
Forget about the number. How efficient and effective are you to run a ministry?
But you know, let me, BT. You know, when this the so-called overbloated minister that we are talking about, I will still refer to your uncle. He was one that started, because before I don't know any junior minister that wasn't anything like Minister of State. It was Obasanjo, this same Obasanjo, that came about this idea of Minister of State. I've never witnessed it in Nigeria.
You know why? It was a way of reducing the problem. Because when you say each state must have a representative, now you can maybe the number of ministry that you can.
They are not up to 36. They are not up to 36.
So you have to now start to put on under some people instead of now creating a ministry and putting somebody else there. So it's an ingenious effort. So let's not.
But is it not the same? We are not counting the number of ministers as the number of ministry now, and that is what BT is asking.
Do
you understand?
What we need
it's not. We didn't have up to. Nigeria does not have to up to 36 ministry now. All our ministry, I don't think they're up to 12.
I don't think we need up to 36 states in Nigeria. Look at the states that we are talking about. The whole of Southwest is not up to one state in the US. In some states. The whole of some states in Canada in land area are bigger than that.
Patrick.
No, they want to refer you to Southeast. At least they're bigger than Southeast. People of little minds. I've told them this before.
Even Southwest. Even Southwest. So at some states, look at Ekiti State. Hello?
Pato, Texas and Tennessee. It's like the size of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Texas and Tennessee. I mean, it's more than Texas and Tennessee. I mean, we can talk about the population. We can talk about the population and all that.
The issue here, we asked ourselves about how many days ago that what is the motivation behind asking for more states. It's not because if we have resource control and all states are on their own, they are not depending on the whatever they get from the federal government. There won't be any motivation to ask for more states or more local government.
Stop playing that kind of politics stop playing that kind of politics until you get that what they call it until you get that true federalism. You talk for political balance. That's the reason why whenever we talk, the North we just said, we don't have the numbers. Why? It's because we've not been able to balance it in the South. And for one or two reasons, because I mean, a state in the Southeast, because a state in the Southeast will be 3 more senators.
Can I?
Right?
But, you can see arguments. You can see arguments now.
Political balance.
Guys, hold on. Joy, let me ask a question in regards to what you just
Well, let Remy come in first, man. Hold on. Remy wanted to come in.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a nice discussion, and I've listened to what is going on online about the protests and whatever. What I see is a country divided and a lot of dishonesty, turning of fact down, and so many other negative utterances from every tribe. When you look at Nigeria as a whole, I will start from this new dispensation. In 1999, when Obasanjo was the president, I'll be very quick. When he formed his cabinet, there were a little bit of semblance all over the federation. But when you look at the people that are really close to that president that time, that they enjoy because of the political party, you can say the Northerners and the Southeast really enjoy a lot during his presidency. And after that, we go to Yaradua, and because they are still the PDP, he patronized and because that time the vice president was from the South. So, and also that means a lot of people from the North and the South and Southeast and part of Southwest benefited from him. And Jonathan, especially during his own regime, the Southeast really enjoyed a lot. So there was not a lot of complaint. And that is why you always see them referring to Jonathan era every time. So that is the problem.
You said the Southeast enjoyed how? How did we enjoy it?
Let me finish. Please just calm down.
We did not enjoy you. Even in this region, they don't enjoy.
Calm
down. And spew what you don't know.
Let me finish, because during that time there was a lot of people from the Southeast. They were in Jonathan government, and they were the one that called the shot most time. Everybody know the truth. But after 2015, Oshibadi was the vice president, and Yoruba people also enjoyed, at least they have some important position during Buhari regime. But I will say one thing: when you look at the old circle, most time did not always play a very big role. They always have that presence in the presidency or in the federal structure very well, even above all the other 2 major tribes.
Which part of the North? We can't just say the North also has Northeast, Northwest, North Central. So we can't just say North one, and then when it comes to the South, we have 3.
Most people that enjoy most, number 1 is Northwest. Okay. Northwest is usually played their policies.
But we know Northeast, those ones too, they haven't been in position.
Northeast, they have been in position, but not as the Northwest. Because when you consider the old structure, when you sit down, look at all these big politicians. How many come from the Northeast that is well known? You can only mention Atiku. But when you go to the Northwest, you see Buhari, Kwakwanso, Bafarata, so many names from the Northwest, okay? So they are the big player there. But after Jonathan, Buhari came in, and we can see that what he plays. But now Tinubu came in, and Tinubu also played the same politics, put his people there and and try to shake the Northerner a little bit. So they don't like it. The Southerners have been out of power for a long time. This whole agitation is all about power struggle within the 3 major tribes. So
please, don't make it about Southerner. It's not the Southern government. It's the government. It's an Abado government.
When you are talking,
government.
Nobody, no, when you are talking, nobody interject you. What? Please, can't you just calm down? Let's be truthful to ourselves.
No, but it's an Abado government. It's not even the whole of Yoruba. It's the Abado government.
Make your point. Joe, let him last.
Okay, quickly, let me just finalize it. The protest you want to go on about, or everybody is shouting, blah, 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 you have a right to protest. And I like what Party said. You can go out there, protest, but your protest should not stop other citizens that want to go their normal, want to go to work or do their own normal duty. They're not interested in it. You can't force them. And if you say Nigeria is hungry today, you might be right, but it doesn't mean that all the whole population are hungry. Some people are making millions as we are talking today in Nigeria. While some people, they will continue to complain that will never make an headwind. Like anywhere you go all over the world, you cannot tell me everybody in that country they are rich. Even here in Europe, there are so many people that depend on benefit. How much is the benefit? The benefit cannot even sustain you for 1 month. So if you want to be lazy and then you don't want to do nothing, you cannot even afford to be lazy in foreign land because there are so many bills in front of you to pay. But in Nigeria, where people should change the government, whether followership or leadership, once they are in position, they become an authority. At least today, we know that Dezani was a minister of oil before. We know Rotimi Amishi. We know all of them. They are quite arrogant. And when they're out of government, because they feed on the government most time. So I would just say this thing. If you are protesting, for me, I would believe that what they should protest about is institutional change. Because whether you like it or not, if you think you are doing a job well done now, you are creating room for other elites to come in. And when they come in, the status quo will remain. But when you have a good institution, that has been the hallmark of American.
So you think they should protest for that?
What I'm trying to say is institutional change. When there's I will give example. I will give example. For example, now we know that we have a lot of recurrent expenditure in federal and state. So when you now go there, you say, okay, for parliamentarian lawmaker, you now make it part-time. I bet you cut away more than 50% of expenditure. Because that means it's only when you sit, you get money. Nobody will be interested in becoming a lawmaker anymore. Because the reason why they're rushing there now is because there's money there. But once you make it like a part-time, then that one is cut off. And then when you talk about broader resource control or total resource control, then you really know which governor or which politician really like Nigeria. Just if they are going for their protest today, and the only thing they are protesting about is that total resource control, then you see fight from the north. You will now see that these protests have.
Don't change our narrative for us. The issue there is this: nobody is going there. Nobody is going there for resource control. The issue there is that they are protesting against bad governance. Now, the point you made and it's good.
Something too.
Okay, when you are protesting against bad governance, I want to ask you a very good question. What are you protesting against the federal or the state? If you are saying you are protesting against the federal government,
both.
No, listen. The state of government is Abuja. So everybody that love that country and you want to change, even if you are in diaspora, America, Finland, Europe, or wherever, buy a ticket. Go to Abuja. You are rich. You are the one giving them money.
You don't need to tell us where to go. I will not go.
No,
you don't have to go to Abuja to protest against federal government.
So
the people go to Abuja to protest.
You can even be in the US and be protesting.
Thank you. Hey, let them go on gas strike in US and
what you are
protesting.
trying to do is you are making a statement. So you cannot say that you just go to Abuja. There's a motive for you.
Okay, let me conclude this. Let me conclude so that people can talk. So if they are protesting, that's my own opinion. Everybody has different opinion.
That opinion is faulty.
No, you cannot say that. You can say your own opinion.
That's my own opinion too.
Okay, fine. Okay, I can also say that opinion you are trying to say is also not comfortable with me.
And that's what is all this now? 40-40.
Okay, let me analyze.
All right, one voice, man. This argument is too much. Remy, let Patoski land, give you that response, then you come back. So let's find a few each other.
He said
Yeah, he's interjecting you, so
No,
let him
Remy,
interject
what
you
I'm
quick.
saying is this: if you feel that they should protest about against cost of governance, so that means you have identified an issue that should be protested against. Then you lead that. They have seen another issue, they will lead their own. So the one you identify, lead it. Then let those who identify the other one do what they want to do.
Okay.
So you cannot, in a civilized world, you cannot be living in the West and be saying people should not protest. No.
Okay.
No,
Now,
it
if
is not civilized to do that.
if you listen to me carefully, I have said everybody have a fundamental human right to protest. It doesn't mean that they are protesting, I should join them. Nobody can push. I will only join any protest I'm comfortable with. I have my own thought and I have my own idea. Let them go ahead, protest wherever they want to protest. But I said I like what Patty said. Go out there, protest. So far you are not destroying government property. And so far you are not making life unbearable for other people that want to go to their place of work. So far you are not blocking the road. So far you are not making nuisance of yourself outside there. You have a fundamental human right.
Don't worry about that. The protest will go on. I pray it goes on and they do what they have to do.
Because I stop you. Nobody is stopping. That's what I just said now. You have a right to go and protest. But I'm also trying to say, and remember, protest can either be for or against. So if you are protesting against, and some people are also protesting for the government, so that doesn't bring fight or whatever. Let everybody be like a gentleman, and then you walk away, and everybody walk their own way, and you protest.
As long as those ones that were sent by the government does not touch anybody,
that is
they should just protest their thing and go on their own. Let the people that feel like they are the protest do their protest and walk JJ.
You are just repeating but what I know or what I've seen from all the social media or wherever, I can categorically say this is a state protest and it has ulterior motive. And when it has ulterior motive, it does not mean they really love that country, Nigeria. They have their own ulterior motive, which is very negative, which is not going to augur well for Nigeria in totality.
But Joel, do you believe the protests will go on?
I believe it will go on. I believe it will go on, and it is necessary, that it does. I believe that the people should speak out. Listen, let me talk. I believe the people should speak out.
Are we not speaking out enough?
Like I said, no, not this one. You most of you here are bought either by I don't know. Most of you here are bought. You're not. You cannot be. Most of you here cannot be examples of Nigeria. What Nigeria wants. Come on now. Do you listen to yourselves? It's just only a few of us here that really love Nigeria that will come out and say, "Look, this is bad. This is bad." Most of you see Nigeria from the prism of tribalism. So it's not going to work. So that's the reason why I said. Most of us here.
From which prism do you look at it?
Most of us here are older, and already we have our this thing about our. Like we've gone through so many things in Nigeria, especially most of us that went through the military, right? We always have this complex, when it comes to governor. That person, no. That is not the Nigeria we are living today. We are living in a democracy. And in a democracy, the people have the right to speak out. And for those of them that believe
let him land real quick. Hold on.
Let me land that. I'll land real quick. So for those of them that believe that the system is against them, the system is not doing what that they expected. And remember, it's not only the obedience, even some Abadorians too are in it. So you see, you open up the internet every day, you see these things. You see them on the internet. You see them crying. You see them talking about Edim Bawao. You see the rights. You see the way people are stopping trucks, people's businesses, trucks, killing cows and all that. So it is not right in Nigeria.
Joe, got your point, man.
Let me quickly conclude so that other people can. In conclusion, time will tell. It's not too far from now. And when we talk about bad governance, I don't think it's the federal that is bad governance alone. We can see that even the most corruption that is even in the state that not yet reported. It's when they left government that you start we start hearing how many millions or billions of naira they have siphoned into their pocket. We also know that most of some states, even some are even paying 12,000, 18,000 minimum wage, while some are even paying 30 or more than 30,000 minimum wage. So the problem I see in Nigeria is that if the institutions are working, and if truly most Nigerians are patriotic enough to do the right thing, because what I see is that enmity is still there, that tribal sentiment is still there, that trust is still there. I remember I was listening to an online program recently, and there's one northerner. He said, we are going to join the protest. And he said that this idea is to kick out Tinubu. And another person now asked me a very good question: who is going to be the next president? He said definitely it's going to come from the north. And then commotion started. The people from the south started shouting, no, the people from the south said, no, it can never be. If like that, they should break the country. We are even tired of the country. We in the southeast, we want to go our own way. So come and see the commotion. I was just like, I listened for about 40 minutes and I just swipe it and go. So I just see this is a bunch of unserious people. Even the motive for the
you always want to bring in the southeast into your gist. You always find a way. It must be the only spot you go to is where the southeast will stay.
It's not part of Nigeria.
You know what? You're obsessed with the southeast.
Listen, calm down. The southwest people in that platform, all what they are saying is that we support your protest, though, but I don't want you to protest in Lagos. They only mention Lagos. Even they did not even mention Oyo or Shun. Everybody from the southwest that just don't come to our Lagos. That's what they are saying. They don't want you to come and protest in our Lagos. That is their own. You can, in fact, they are comfortable with break.
They can go to Ibadan. I mean.
you can break up the country as you like. They don't care.
Yeah, you guys can go and protest in Ibadan.
So thank you, guys. Another person can pick it up. Thank you.
Those Ibadan boys, man.
Joel can go on. Joel, carry on.
Simba, are you there? To me, I just think protest. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, freedom to protest, but I just think those guys, those obedient, they want to burn down Lagos, man. They have a ulterior motive. It's really not about governance. That's my only issue. They are still very bitter about losing the election, and many of them have been brainwashed to believe. They've been so brainwashed to believe. Let me talk, Nigeria. A lot of them have been brainwashed to believe that I will be won the election and their mandate was stolen. And they are so bitter that the only thing on their mind is let's see opportunities to go and burn down the new rail line there. Someone who just built. Let's go and, just that, to me, I think that's what many of them. I won't say it's all of them, maybe not you, Joel, but there are some people out there I know for a fact that that's what's in their mind,
Oh.
So that's my only issue. Me, I don't have a problem. You guys going to protest against governance and stuff. but that's what I think.
So Mike, so if
you can't deny that, Joe. You can't deny that.
No, nobody's burning down anything. I don't think. Why should anyone go to burn down the real life?
But they did it during NSAS.
They did it during NSAS now.
Well, those might be pocket of buses, but the thing there is pocket of buses now. It's not like, look, see, the rail line is something.
What about the lab they burn down?
This is my thing. This is my thing, right? The infiltration of those of them from government were the ones that did all these things. It wasn't the people that came out.
No, Joel, don't say that, please.
Joel, if they can come all the way for Joel, imagine if they can come all the way for Southeast to come and kidnap somebody in Lagos.
Oh my God.
No, I'm not talking about Southeast. I'm just saying if those kind of characters can come all the way, drive all the way from Southeast to come and kidnap somebody in Lagos. Imagine.
Right, God.
Imagine
like this your own. Yeah,
can I?
Go ahead, brother.
So earlier on, you were talking about fairness, equity, like you needed, you're canvassing for one more state in the Southeast, right, to balance. But my pushback to that is, even if you're given 6 states, Northwest still has 7 states. So if you truly want equity and fairness, you should be advocating for everybody to have 7 states, each region. So if it's really about fairness and equity and justice based on political influence, then 7 will be the number, not 6, right? Unless you want them to collapse one state.
Yes, no, but see, this is the thing, right? This is my thing, right?
One state, man.
See, in the first place, they ought not to have 7 states in the Northwest. However, that's the situation we find ourselves, right? But the issue there is that politically, for us in the South, it balances us very well. Look at those in the South, in the North Central. We can make deals with those ones. No matter how you want to look at it, if we play our games right, we can make deals with some of them because some of them are waking up too. So that's the thing. But we have
Who's we? Joe, by the way. Who's we?
I'm talking about the South.
To do what with the North Central? To do what with the North Central?
But it's a what? North Central is not South. So if you're making,
we can make do with them. That's what you're asking now to do.
When have we start becoming we? When have we ever been on the same accord? Like same.
See. The North is not homogeneous. That is what we found out in the last election. They're not homogeneous. It's not all Fulanis.
Neither is the South,
right? And all that. So they have their own.
Yeah, the South is not homogeneous either. So I don't know.
We always make this fallacy. No, we always make this point about the North, like they are one. That's the reason why I said that. I never said that the.
But why are you not talking about the South as one also?
You say?
You said South as if we are one also.
I never said what I was saying about the South is that when it comes to like decision making, like we came together and say the power must go back to the South, right? So what I'm just saying is that there are things that we can do together in the House of Assembly. Where we actually
so what do you think we can do? Because you said we can do with the North Central. What are we doing with them?
What I said is this: there might be bills that comes up, and there might be some lobbying. It will be easier for us to lobby with people from the North Central. That was my point. Probably most of you weren't listening. So I said that we'll be able to get like 1 or 2 or 3 senators or House of Rep from the North Central to really, support.
But even if the way you are talking, if you are looking for equity, even equity and justice, even if we are looking for more political representation from the South, it's not going to come from the Southeast.
Right.
Okay. What criteria? Is it by tribe that you are apportioning it or what?
Apportioning it? What do you mean by is it by tribe?
It's not by tribe now. And if you look at it, wait. If you are looking at it, wait now. What we use in Nigeria according to our constitution is the land size and population. If you look at both, it's not in favor of Southeast. And if you are looking at Southeast as the region,
you don't even know what we are even talking about.
Yeah, I want to ask
a lot of
wait, now let me finish what I'm saying. I've not finished what I'm saying.
It's not carved out. Hold on now, my brother.
Wait, Joe, maybe misunderstanding. Let him get across, and Joe, and then you respond, because I think you may not fully understand what he's trying to say. Yeah.
No, it's trying to now. He's talking about Neoma. He want to cut across the Niger again, coming to Delta State to come and pick the Deltans as part of them. That's what he's trying to do now. Say Neoma.
What I'm saying, hold on.
The Neoma State, you understand? If that's Delta North, they are closer to Onitsha.
So these are Igbo-speaking areas.
These people are never part of the South. Even the old Eastern region, they were not even part of the old Eastern region. So I don't know what you are talking about.
What are you talking about? Where's Zogo from?
I don't know. Baba,
That's what
Baba,
you don't know your
was
geography.
Delta
You
part
don't know
of
the
the old
geography.
Eastern region?
Stop just talking as a result of age. And that's why
It's
I
not
keep on
about
talking
age. We are
about
talking
you.
about reality.
Because
I don't know why you are
there's no reality
scavenging.
in what you're saying. You're
I don't
just
know why
sounding
you
as
are
though
scavenging
I
all
don't
over
have
the
to
place.
explain it.
What you are talking
Is
about, even
Zelbu is
Yorubas
from
can say we have
Midwest.
You don't
Yorubas in
even
Kwara.
know.
You
You
can
don't
say we
even know
have
your
Yorubas in
geography.
Kogi.
You don't know your
So all those
geography.
things, they are not. They are not something that is supposed to be putting out there for now. Yorubas are in Kwara, Yorubas are in Kogi. So we can also say, okay, we want to get more from that. No. What I'm saying that if you want to
Did
do it,
anybody ask you not to get your own Yorubas from
hey,
Kwara?
forget
I
about
am
it.
just
What
telling
you are
you.
talking about, it's not about tribe. When you look at what we use now is both population and land size, and everything is against the southeast.
What do you mean that
Even in
it's
terms of
against the
population,
southeast?
you don't have the population and you don't have the land
What do you?
size. You don't have it.
Okay,
So
this is the issue.
what basis are you going to get? In
I
fact, presently you are you are benefiting more than every other region in the country as it is now. Presently,
I will excuse the ignorance, right? Because I don't
Okay,
want
I
to go
want
it's
back
not
and
about
forth with
ignorance.
that.
Simba, sorry.
The issue,
I want
the
to
issue there
answer
is
this
this, right?
question.
The issue there is this, right? When they after the Civil War, we knew the game they played, right? And most people denied their identity because if you say you
Like who?
are, you will be killed. But at the end of the day,
Irọ́
they
ló ń
were
pa o,
killed.
irọ́ ló ń pa o.
They were killed. They were killed. They were buried anyways. This is the thing. When they started doing the state demarcation, that was where they played the politics. So people like you fell for it, and that's fine.
Wait.
When they were
Joel, stop it,
doing the
man.
state creation,
Joel,
He wanted
that's
to
the reason
rewrite
why
history. He wanted to rewrite history. That's what
I
he
know.
did.
Simba.
you go to
It
a place
was
like River
12
State,
states. 12
you see
states that was
you see
originally
Obibo, you
created.
see Obibo,
And out of that
and
12 states,
Joel, hold on
it's
your,
now.
north south.
Let Baba counter real quick, man. Hold on, Joel.
today's
Baba, go ahead.
Delta and Benin were classed as Bendel states.
Not that part.
So the animal were never part of the eastern region anyway. So
No.
We had a mid.
You're trying to tell us that they carved them out after the Civil War when they were never part of you. Even before the Civil War, they were part of you. They were part of Bendel before the Civil War. So what's Joel trying to tell us here? That it was after Civil War that they started
It
denying
was some part. Some part of Delta State, like they were part of the Midwestern region. What
Yeah,
are you
so you
talking
saying
about?
after the Civil War is when they started carving them away from you, as if they were
Yeah,
part
because
of
when they started, it was when they started the state creation. That was when they started doing all this damagomago. Now we all knew what happened.
Hold on. You're telling me that those Anyama people, it was after the Civil War that they carved them away
They
from
were
you.
never part
Yes,
of it.
They were
now it
never
was
part
under
of you now. What are
IBB.
you talking about?
No, it was under IBB. You forgot?
Bros, you're not hearing what we are telling you.
He's a young man. He doesn't know history, and he wanted to be proving that he knows. He doesn't know. So let us excuse his ignorance.
They were
Hello, can
Midwest.
I contribute real quick? Sorry, John, just real quick, 1 minute. It's good that the Southeast are agitating for another state. But at the National Assembly, as we are speaking today, we have more than 15 states being agitated from. And the reason is because the Southeast is agitating for one state. And then the problem they are having now is that there are 3 states within, and they must have one. They have Etiti, they have Anioma, and they also have Olu State.
But out of the 3 you are calling now, it's only Anioma that is viable. And that's the one that is easiest to match with the East, to have their 6 states. Starting from Igboho, Asaba, or Onisha-Ogbu, Iseluku, and all those rest. That's Delta North
The
today.
problem they are having is that some part of these people you are calling about, they don't want to go to the Southeast.
It's a lie. You are just here, making up
that is your
stuff.
opinion. Okay, let me now.
I don't even know why they are scavenging for people all around. They are the ones scavenging for people in Nigeria, in Delta State, in River State. Why are you scavenging for people all over the place?
It is not your problem.
Let me ask you a question. Simba,
It is not your problem.
Simba, Joe, my question to you is this. Now that you want one more state for the Southeast, let's assume you get it. Now there are some other region in Nigeria also agitating for state. are you going to say that Northwest is also agitating for another state from Kano?
Even South,
Southwest
even,
is agitating for one or two states from Southwest. Are
no,
you going to stop them? No, let me ask George. I'm asking him this question. Now, George, you get your 6 states. The Southwest are also agitating now. They are all in the National Assembly. The bill are already been read. Are you going to against the Northwest asking for one more state or two? Are you going to be
Why?
against Southwest asking for one or two more states? Are you going to be
Yes.
against?
I'm against it. You know, the reason the reason why is this.
So it's back
You
to
ask
the
a question now. You ask a question now because the question you ask is just pure irrelevant to what we're saying. Because you're talking about we're talking about the structure of the Nigerian states, and most times, like I have said, it is just for political balance. That now, if we're talking about resource control, I wouldn't even want all the states to still be alive. Most of these states should be merged up. I see no reason why we should have 5 states even within the southeast. I see no reason why we should have 6 states within the southwest. And it goes on and on, south, and all that. I see no reason in Nigeria. Let me tell you, if I had my way, we are not going to have more than 12 to 15 states. Then by doing so, we cut down the bureaucracy by at least 65 to 70%. We know where our problem is. We are just trying to, let us have it.
Where are you going now? We are talking. Where are you changing your?
It is not strategic at all. And even from the southern Nigerian point of view, we are not even being rational. You're saying all these things because I know you're an Abado one, and your person is in power. The moment your person goes out in power, you start crying. We know you're Abadorians. You're not about Nigeria. You're about yourself, and that's fine too. But
And you are about
people
Nigeria.
are being brought in, they shouldn't be using
You even just like labeling some people. What you do, that's what you project on some other people. Eh?
No. We don't have Abado. We don't have Abado. We know Abado.
Be deceiving you. Be deceiving. You think that people that you are talking to, they are brainless. They don't know your antics.
They are not smart.
Joel,
the fact remains
Joel, don't pretend that during Jonathan's time,
are the educated version of Abanjiri.
The Yorubas were present in that government. Joel, listen, please. You understand? What happened during Jonathan's time was not palatable at all for the Yorubas. If you are going to be very fair, Yorubas were absent in Jonathan's government in totality, and they begged. The Obas went, the politicians went, the clergy went to beg him. No, vice president, no. Senate president, no. House of Rep, absent. Foreign minister, absent. Chief Justice, absent. It was horrible. It was a horrible period for the Yorubas.
And they now adopted him as their son. And that's why they always refer to his regime. Jonathan regime. Hey, Jonathan regime. Anything. As if Jonathan was the only person that ruled Nigeria. Don't mind them. I don't know what they are talking about.
Azikwe,
a baby.
That is why
the
northern part of the country always tell them that Jonathan is the Southeast that rule. That's what
Can I add one thing real quick? In the Southwest, there are 2 areas that legitimately they have a reason. I mean, they have an argument, a case to be made a state. If you remember, Ijebu, I believe, is the last province of the old republic that never became a state. So Ijebu state they actually have a case for that. Ibadan, my God, Oyo is big enough to be split in 2 states.
I don't think, to me,
Mike, just give me a moment. You know why Ibadan missed it?
Right.
During Abacha's time, when he created state, I think Abacha created about 7 states. It was Professor, the economics,
Samuel Aluko
was the one who took Ekiti out of Ondo. That's why Ibadan missed it. It was Aluko who was influential during Abacha's government that
You
gave
know,
Ekiti.
Baba, sorry.
And
You
Ekiti
know,
is the only homogeneous state.
no, Baba.
Because everybody in Ekiti is
They
Ekiti.
have somebody in Ibadan that time that can also help them. You know that Arishekola was actually the right hand man of Abacha.
Yeah.
But they couldn't put their house in order because they just like fighting themselves.
So what happened was
Arishekola could have gotten
Arishekola was
for
a
them.
caring of Ibadan. So if my memory serves me right, and he wants to jump and become Olubadan. That was what
They said no.
broke them.
They said no.
Simba and Baba, if they are creating another state in Nigeria today, Ibadan will state, they will have one. So all those agitators
I agree.
all of them will have again. At the end of the day, they will shoot it up to 42 states. Don't ever believe that they are going to give one region.
We don't need more states in that country. What we have now is more than enough. Nobody should agitate for any. That is not our problem. Creating more states, creating more local government is not the solution to the problem of that country.
Well, the Southeast has a legitimate request.
They don't have. You have not convinced us. What is the reason?
They have their request for a state is very legitimate. And for those of us with common sense in the South,
that's what dots. You still want more.
You can be abusing people to get whatever you want to get. Your subtle abuse, the way you subtly abuse people. When people get at you, you open your mouth, start abusing.
No, I am not mad. I am not mad that you called me a dot because I know that I know that
why should
I am
you
not a dot.
People? Can you not make
I am not a dot. And even if I'm even if
I didn't call you a dot,
does it really matter? Does it really matter?
The landmass
of Southeast is even bigger than some European countries.
How can a place that small be getting 5 allocations? That's too much, man. There's nothing being developed. It's like giving 5 allocations to your state.
If we have to be fair, I think they deserve one more state. If normal people agree to go,
based on what? That's more states. Are you talking like
Baba, don't patronize them. What is the reason?
What is
the rationale? What is the rationale? Is it in terms of land size? Is it in terms of population, or just for optics?
Do you think you're
they know how to emotional blackmail Yoruba people? Simba, that's what
do you think you're more in population than Igbo people?
Hold on.
You're just spewing nonsense.
Now, they go bomb
Come on.
We are talking about your land. Your territory is too small.
Go sleep.
So if now so make everybody they go born anyhow now. And I go bomb anyhow.
But Joel, do you think Anyoma people agree to merge with the East?
They did not. That is the fight. That's why they create a TT.
The whole place that is not more than 200 kilometers square. You are talking about having more states.
I cannot argue with your ignorance. I cannot keep going on with your ignorance. The issue is just
go ahead, Remy.
A normal state should be created. Period.
Please, Joel. Baba, the Northwest have 7 states. We know that they have big land mass. And when you come to the Southwest, your state is as big than three other states in the Southeast. Don't you think Southwest also deserve to have one more state? How can Northwest have 7?
No, Baba,
No. Honestly, I'm not pandering to the East. I'm just looking for equity. That's just
what is the equity there? What is the presently they even benefiting more. When you are talking about equity, they are not supposed to be more than 3 states. If you are talking about equity, based on what?
Even if we say we shouldn't be more than 3 states.
But by equity in what sense?
Like, it is still your ignorance.
I don't get it.
Your ignorance at play is still your ignorance at play. And the thing
is ignorant now. Even South deserve more states.
It's
these people, they are the one producing all the oil, everything. Then they have more way more ethnic groups. And you are one single ethnic group. You want to have way more. Come on now.
The ignorance. Are you not one ethnic group? Why do you have 6? Come on, let's talk. Let's talk reasonably.
Why do you all have to match everybody? You are one single ethnic group.
The issue there is this, right? With the Southeast, we know the game they played after the Civil War, especially with the state creation. We saw how they did it. In Kogi, you have Igbos. They all took away our land, took away our local government. It's still okay. So that people like you will have the guts to say these are dots. I mean, but you see, what you cannot do is to suppress the Igbo man. No matter how you look at us, I mean, Japan is not as big, but you are not as big as Japan. But my thing is just like, let us have a country where we can compete. That's all. Forget all this nonsense we are
So the
talking
one we are
about.
doing is not
Let us have
competition.
a country
So
where we can
the
compete.
one will be lost, not free
If I
competition.
have my way, look, if I have my
So
own means
the
of
competition we will
production
do will
in
be
the
carry last.
southeast,
No be competition.
right?
Yeah.
Let us have that competition in Nigeria.
We are
Not
doing
just between
competition now. You are losing.
no, I don't need who is losing.
You are losing now. I mean,
How
you
are we
losing to
losing?
Yoruba in every facet of everything. In fact,
What
if
do you mean?
Yoruba
What do
really,
you mean?
if we really start playing that competition you are playing, you guys should
Take
be there.
away Lagos. Hold on.
Hold on
Not
now,
to talk
hold on.
nonsense. Take away
No,
Lagos. Which
If you can't
other
compete
Yoruba
with
state is
us,
viable?
here's the
Hold
deal.
on.
Let me tell you
Take
this,
away
Joel.
Lagos. So you
Joel,
have
hold
been
on.
in power. You have been in
How
power.
can you say take away?
You have been in power.
Okay,
Right? You have
you
been in
can't.
power all these years. You have been in
Joel,
power all these years. So justify it.
you can't tell me to take
by
away
saying
something.
Guys, hold on,
Okay,
please.
let's do one at a time. Let's do one at a time. Let me
Guys,
give you
You're
for 5 minutes.
guys, can I please? Joel, a few minutes ago, you were talking about not being tribal, and why are we now going that route? I thought we were
because you had Babati, you had someone, I don't want to qualify the person, but you had someone calling me a dot.
I didn't call you a dot now.
No, it wasn't you. It was Remy. He was
It
there
is
calling
not
us
me.
a dot. What do you mean?
It is not me.
You know?
You see now,
Okay,
it's
I
not
don't know.
me. I'm
Okay,
relying
well,
on.
I know it was.
I never instructed you.
I thought it was Remy. So that's the reason why I said, why would you call my tribe like that?
your region.
I never said anything
What
like
nonsense is that?
Guys, let's settle down, please. Okay, Joe, this is my point to you. If you say, let's say, Anioma region deserves a state, okay, fair enough, right? But other parts of Nigeria can also make a case for them having more, which defeats your purpose of even having an extra in your place. So if you have
let me say this before you were talking. This one that is, he was claiming that some part of their region were cut to other states like Kogi, Delta, and all those things. It happens everywhere in this country. We have Yorubas in Kogi State. We have Yorubas in Niger State. Look at the Nupe people. They cut across 6 states. They cut across 6 states. They cut across 6 states. You understand? So we have, it's everybody mixed. So you cannot be using that one as an argument.
And the issue there is this.
Right.
You cannot just call me a dot.
Nobody call you a dot. You better rewind. Nobody call you any name.
Somebody made that stupid statement on this show.
There is nobody that made that statement. Maybe you have hearing problem. Maybe you have hearing problem. Nobody call you any name. You are the one that you are the one subtly abusing everybody. You say anybody that has common sense. You are the one subtly abusing people.
Do you want to bear with me?
Can we stay? Okay.
Let's get back to this.
No.
Okay. Let's get to the conversation. Let's try to make sense out of what we are talking about. Since I brought the map up. Hold on now, Babati, hold on. Okay. So these are the 6 geopolitical zones, right? Okay. So you have the southwest here, this green. You have the south here, right? And you have the southeast here. You have the what do you call it? North central, northwest, and then northeast. So now, Joe, you are telling us to add another state to this geopolitical place. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
I mean, this Bonu here is bigger than this whole state. This whole 5 states. Come on,
Mikey, there's nothing even southeast about southeast. You look at them; they are surrounded. Though there's nothing east about the east. Though the south, so-called southeast. They are central east.
Just like there is nothing like south in the whole of the whole wide world. There's nothing like south, but dumb people will still recognize.
You see, you hear him now. He said dumb people. Can you hear him now? When somebody now talk, Babati, are you listening to him?
let's look at this map right now, right?
Okay.
Look at where the south lies.
Right.
Right? Look at the south. So you can make a case that the north can have maybe 20 something more states.
Right.
That is not the idea. It is only in Nigeria that you have more people living in the Sahel more than in the mangrove areas.
Okay.
We have more population. Let me land, please. If I don't know who's coming in.
I'm with you. I'm listening.
You understand what I'm saying? When you come into it, it's not by landmass. It's by how many people that you find there. Sometime last year, I brought a report on this show about local governments in the north that they just do is just come, get the allocation, distribute the money there, they share the money, and they close up the place because there are no people. But these people play this game on us, and we fell for it. We play the game of landmass. So that means places like Tennessee in the United States should be having more money more than New York. Because we are over maybe 20, 30 times the size of New York. But it's
So are
not
they
like
allocating
that.
money to them?
It's not like that. Listen, I'm just talking. I just made a comparison. It is not like that. So what we have here is the economy of the country in the southern part of Nigeria, and these other areas that you see that is so large and beautiful are not that productive.
So are you saying you are more
You understand what I'm
productive there?
saying?
Hold on. Let's look at regions that produce that contribute the most. You know, Southeast contribute the least.
Everything that he said, Mike, is against the facts. Everything that he said, it was against the fact. There was no fact in whatever he said. No facts.
Mike,
The Southeast contribute the least to the coffers, to the center, man. What are you talking about, Joe? I mean, the only people that can create argument for most states is South. Because they contribute, the South and the Southwest contribute the most.
You're just making fake arguments.
Am I lying? I'm not lying as well.
Mike, take away Lagos and let's
forget take away. It doesn't matter.
States.
Okay.
Even if you take away Anambra, like the rest of the Southeast, they contribute zero.
Like, we have. I know. That's what you're going to say.
I don't know. Guys. To be honest with you guys.
Wait, one voice.
Hold on, Remy.
Remy, wait. Let Babati come and then you come back.
We have 19 states in the north, right? We have 17 states in the south. If you want to push something to Joel, you need to form. You need to have allies, right, to push your bill through. I think all the issues you're having, you don't have enough allies. And I would suggest one thing to you, as somebody from the southwest, you from the southeast. I think a better approach will be we are advocating for a state in the southeast for Arewa, for instance. Well, let's support the southwest to get so we get 7 states, we get 6 states. I think that would be a better push for you politically to get your extra state. But for you, there will be no scenario. That's the reality, Joel, where southeast get an additional state and everybody else doesn't get anything. It's not going to happen. That's just the reality.
Okay, Babati. See, there is no problem. If the southern state says the southeast should not have any state, there's no problem. It's not a fight.
No.
The present day Arewa and other people, they're doing good according to.
Let me ask you a question. Too many voices. I don't like this, man.
Okay.
Guys, wait. Let's try to do this one at a time. And whoever is making point, trying to make it short, comprises so other people can have time to respond and talk.
I mean, it's only when I'm talking. That's when you come up with all this thing.
It's only because 5 voices I'm hearing. That's why I say one voice.
Let me finish my talk now. Every time
let me ask you a question before you finish. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Before you, I want to know the Arewa people. Are they south or the southeast? Can you hear me?
I think it dropped.
Sorry,
Let
I
me
said they're Igbos. They're
Part of
Igbos.
Delta
Yeah,
states.
at this as it is now, at this south or southeast, they are not Igbos. They are not homogeneous because they have Igala there, they have Igala, they have Olukumi there, they have different people there. So you
Where?
cannot just
The
say, oh,
Olukumis
They
are
have they
more
have they
Yoruba
have, they
now.
have them
They
where?
are
they,
angry
they
with
even call
Yoruba.
them Ika. They have the Yes, so Ika.
You have different culture there. It's not
But
homogeneous like Igbo. No.
they all speak Igbo. They all answer Igbo
Olukumi
names.
people don't speak Igbo. They
Okay,
speak more. Their language is more
for
Yoruba.
instance now, because they speak Igbo, okay, just for in Kwara State, they have Fulani there, but they speak Yoruba.
Look. I was not the one that asked
Hey,
them for
Joel, the
Anyoma
Olukumi
State.
people are they Yoruba
The
people?
people of Anyoma State were the one that asked for
No,
an
but
additional state
if you
to be
go
added to
online
the
now,
southeast.
those people are speaking against it. Those people are saying no, we are not the same. The Gala people
Do
say
you know why they are speaking against it? I will tell you the
the
reason.
Gala people are saying they are not the same thing.
Do you know why
You
they are speaking against it?
I
will tell you.
don't know which one you're talking. If it's the bill that
I
they
know my
presented at the
because
house.
you don't want to know. You don't want to know. You have to know the
No, I'm not
fact.
telling you. It is
I
the
no
bill
no
they
okay.
presented at the
Okay, let me
house.
ask you, Joe, another question. Are there Igala people in Anambra State or not?
There are.
So what are you not saying? So there's like what Simba said, there's a lot of people in different culture that they are in another state. You know, if you look at it like
The
in
chief
Kwara
of
State,
naval
we have,
staff is from
even
that
if you
side.
look at it in the Kwara State, you have Ekiti people in Kwara, they call it Ekiti Kwara. They're supposed to be in
What are we even talking about? We have people of another culture, even in another country.
Yeah.
We have Yoruba people in Benin Republic. So
in
there's no big
Benin
deal
Republic
now.
Where the Yoruba originate from?
From Oyo State, from Ife, from Oyo State.
So you guys now went to Benin, right?
They are in
No,
Benin.
I just asked question. I just asked the question. I'm just asking the question now.
Okay, guys, hold
There's
on,
a
please.
stretch. Okay, let me explain to you.
The Yoruba territory spreads as far as Togo, even to Ghana
As
in
far
some
as Togo,
areas.
yeah.
Even Ghana
some
is
area
area
in Ghana.
Yoruba people that are
Even
in.
Gambia, Cote
So
d'Ivoire.
we spread across. So because we were divided by boundaries, 3, 4, 5
Colonial.
boundaries, you can't say that I did not Yoruba anymore.
They are Yoruba, and you cannot just go and claim them that they must come to your country because they are Yoruba. You cannot say,
No. I'm not saying you should claim anybody.
So
But
why are you claiming
hold
normal
on,
people, they are Igbos and all that?
Hold on. Listen, you were from the way I see it now, the way you presented this map, it means that you denied your brothers to join Nigeria.
No, they are
denied them.
Nigerian.
Also, why didn't you form a country with them?
Joel, you are confusing the point. The Yorubas in Benin Republic are indigenes. They didn't move there. They are indigenes.
They're indigenes. That's the point. That's the same point. The Yorubas in Southwest are indigenes too, right?
Right, but they are not Nigerians. So if they want to link up with us, they will be maybe if
no. You're mixing it, Babati.
Hold on, please. Let's say we have a Yoruba nation now that we form in the Southwest, and we say, okay, we want to join our brothers and we can make a deal. But Nigeria they can't make you can't say that they want to join Nigeria because they are Yoruba. No, they can't come to that route. They can come to
I'm saying that why were the Yorubas joined to Nigeria? Why didn't they push for being on their own to join with these other people? That's my point. Since you guys
your history.
Joel, see, this question you are asking. It's just
a simple question. It's not something to.
Let me reply now. Let me respond to this question, please.
Hold on. This question you are asking is a long.
Now, let me respond to this question. Let me respond, please, before you go ahead. You say why? So colonization. You have your British, French, and German invasion of the West African space. They balkanized the place, divided people. They didn't give a damn about their ethnicity. It was more of their own economic benefit. So that's what happened. It's not because, we became Nigerians and, oh my God, can you also include my brothers down there? No, that was a French territory. So you can't expect British to allow somebody from the French territory to join somebody else, even though the Germans did after they lost like for instance, now, when they lost the Second World War, the Germans fought the Second World War. What happened to Cameroon? They gave it up to the French, right? They lost that Amazonia territory. So it was. So if you want to have a talk about colonization, that's a different topic entirely, Joel.
No. My point is this, right? At least the white man left, right? And since we got our independence, we've been calling different groups have been calling, right? For independence.
Let me just say this quickly.
Hold on. Let me just land now. So many groups have been calling for separation from Nigeria, right? So I would have thought, like, if for someone like me, I would have been like, okay, since the white man that joined me and these people are gone, then let me join back with my people.
So what? Why did
that's the point there? We Africans, why would we go back to join ourselves back the way?
Hold on. So why did Joel wait now? Why didn't Niger join Nigeria? They are brothers, right? Why?
Hold on, Joel.
They are the same with your Northwest, right? Why didn't they match and say, okay, we are one? Why can't we join together? Because they are
no. So the issue there is this, right? We have these people, especially like now in the north, they have their brothers and sisters in Niger and all that, right? They could have easily said we want to pull out and join our brothers over there. But
why
we decided
did they do that? Why?
We decided that we're going to stay as Nigeria. So if Nigeria
foreign influence, no, Joel, you're missing the point. Even till now, we still do. Even though you have independence, you're not really independent. You're making it's a different topic entirely.
No. We took our independence. No. See. Whatever we're doing with the independence is a different matter. It's a different ball game. What I'm just saying right now is that we are together as a nation. That's my point. No matter what we might say colonialism, we might say this or that, but what matters now is that as a nation we are together. So how do we make our nation work? It's not more about, because if you love your Yoruba people too much, you would have said, okay, I want to still pull out and go join these people.
I want that.
We can form an election. It can also happen in the north. It can also happen with the people that have relatives.
One voice. Let me reply in blind, guys. It's very important. Yeah, Joy, it's very important. You're not listening to my point. The only reason you still have a country is because foreign interests see you as more beneficial to the economic bottom line.
That's not true, man. I don't think any foreign company, any foreigner is holding us together.
Babati, now if we say now we want to divide, we want to go our different ways. That the white will not call and say we cannot go and all of us.
Let me finish. Exactly. You can get borrow. I'm telling you for a fact. Let me.
They will come and bomb us, Abi.
Let me finish.
Right now, wow.
The only reason you are still together as a country is because the foreign powers still want you to be together.
Based on what?
Is keeping you because of their own interest.
Based on what?
They make more money from you being a country as of now.
That's a fact. Wait, guys, hold on. Let's try to understand this. Wait. Give me a second. Joel, give me a second. Babati.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're telling me that if we Nigerians, all of us, we decide we want to split, a foreign country come and force us not to split. Is that what you're telling me?
So since 1990, okay, so let me reply. So how long have we been advocating to split the country? 1966.
Never really.
So who's stopping us from splitting? Is it the foreign company or us?
No, listen.
If we want it badly.
But are you willing to pay the price for a Patoski? No, you're not.
Which price? Babati, you are not speaking straight. Patoski, wait. Patoski, please give me a second. Let's try to land what we are.
Yes, you are negating the impact, the foreign powers' interest in that space. That's what is keeping the country.
Forget foreign power interest. Answer the question I'm asking you right now. Wait. This calm down. This idea of just trying to give white man all this power, I just don't like it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm not denying that maybe it's not the interest of maybe for us to stay one. But you can't tell me
that if we decide we want to arrange Africa the way we choose as a people, the Igbo man will come and force us not to do it that way. He can't tell me that.
They've been doing that for decades, for centuries. They've been doing that, and
doing what?
They've kept you the way you are. If you
No, Babati, answer my question. How? Wait, Babati, please.
Hold on.
No.
Let me respond, please.
Okay, respond.
If you are going to do that, you will have done it already. If you are going to,
Babati, that's not a response. You're not giving me a response. We are not doing it. You say if we are going to do it, we should have done it already. But we are choosing not to do it.
But
we don't
why
want it
are you
badly
not
enough?
Who cares whether they don't? Oyibo doesn't want what Oyibo want. I'm telling you that we have not decided to do it. So you can't say it's Oyibo that's making us not to decide to do it.
What I'm saying is, why have we not done it? Because your leaders are influenced.
Because we are not serious.
The reason is not motivating enough.
Exactly.
The reason is not motivating enough to do it now. Didn't they do it in Sudan? The reason are you telling
we haven't agreed to do it. That's what it is.
How much they pay for that? So I asked the question.
No, if you are talking of the price, that's a different thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Babati, whatever price they pay was because among themselves. Wait, Patoski, one voice now, please. Babati, the reason why they pay so-called price was because among themselves they didn't agree to split. One side want to split, the other doesn't want to split. The reason why we are one is because all of us haven't agreed to split. No, if all of us wake up, hold on. If everyone in Nigeria, let's say our leadership, they get together, right? Leadership of North, South, Middle, whatever, and we all agree how we want to split. There's no Igbo that can stop us from splitting.
Okay.
The only way we'll not split is if maybe one side doesn't agree, and then Igbo can kind of maybe give that side weapon to keep it one or something like that. But you can't tell me that if all of us, you can't tell me that if all of us on the same page agree to split, British will come to Nigeria and force us to stay.
Who controls your leadership, Mike?
Who cares, man? I don't care who controls. There is leadership that you
hold on now. Who controls your leadership parts of Africa? Who controls them?
You are making. No. First of all, no one is controlling anybody.
That's my point.
Babati. Wait. You are making my point. If you choose to be controlled, then it's you. It's you that's not making your decision. You understand? But I'm telling you, whether they control or not control, this idea of they are controlling, do you have to be controlled? If you don't want to be controlled, don't be a leader.
Babati, sorry. You see, the people of Africa that you think they control, it's not the West is not controlling them. The West is their own desire that is controlling them. And they see the West as the place where they can meet their own desire. If they find another channel, they will meet it. People are going to the East now. They're going to Russia, China.
It's even so simple, say, Padoski. All they have to do is just, if you don't want the West to control, you just step down.
It's exactly
voluntary. My point is this: it's not voluntary. Like we willingly surrender to say, okay, we're going to submit to your control. It's not like they had options.
Nobody's coming to anybody now.
That's my point. Don't make it look like it's like it's optional in some cases. It's not optional. If people don't have a choice, they get killed.
What do you mean we don't have a choice?
Babati. The reason why we are still together, is that the Southwest have not said they wanted to live with the Southeast. If the Southeast and Southwest, two groups is what we need. Two groups. What will happen?
You've not demonstrated that.
The reason we haven't left is because of the Southeast.
If the two major groups in Nigeria, out of the three, if the two major groups say they're going to leave, my brother, nothing will happen.
No. You can't wait for
that you have that enough collective will from your zone for us to work with.
Let's talk one at a time. Let Babati land this point.
Let me quickly give Babati this tip. Babati, let me give you this. Do you think if Nigeria is just two major groups, just North and South, just like you have North and South?
That is not. No, that's not true. No,
I say if Nigeria are two major groups, let's say we have just two major groups, North and South.
Right.
Do you think it would be difficult to split? We would have split a long time ago.
No, you would not have.
They would have. Here's the deal. Babati, the reason we are not splitting is because the wealthy or somebody is always like there will be some Nigerians that are benefiting, either they are doing business all over or something like that, or some elite that are just comfortable. But I'm telling you that even during independence, when the British left, they were having meetings about whether they should stay or not. There's no way the British could have really forced them to stay. And to me, to answer that job, honestly, what really kept Nigeria together is the Southeast. It's your decisions that were keeping Nigeria one. I'll be honest with you, because right after that beginning, when the British left, Nigeria was already automatically by nature naturally splitting. We were already splitting. Look at the event that even took place when this Wild West happened, and then that coup, the Northerners already kicked all the Igbos out of the north. You already went to your region. All you have to do is just be quiet. You didn't have to go to war. Nigeria was already gone. We were already splitting. But people shouldn't have fought that war. Hold on now.
Politically, we've not splitted yet. Hey,
we were already gone. Like, Joe, you know what Ojukwu should have done? He didn't have to even use fight or anything. All you have to do is just Igbo no longer participate in Nigeria. That's it. They're not going to shoot you to participate.
It wasn't going to be possible. You remember the Abu record now, the Abu Accord, right? Because in the Abu Accord,
no need for
listen now.
All you have to do is just not participate anymore, and you guys are already gone. The Northern already kicked you out. You already went to your region.
Anybody,
all you have to do is just not participate anymore, and nobody will come and shoot you. But when he started invading, shooting, turning to war, he didn't have to fight war. Nigeria was gone. The Southwest was already done.
Patoski, what do you think, Patoski?
I said all we just needed to do was refuse to participate in governance with Nigeria.
That's it. Even today, if we don't refuse to participate, we are gone.
Don't trade with them. Leave their country. You might not force them to leave your state. Don't force them because you are given opportunity to go.
Okay.
But don't trade with them.
Pato, let me give an example.
It's not going to be possible now, Patoski.
Pato, let me give an example.
Why not?
Because they got you see Patoski. You know that Abu record, the first Abu record, right?
You don't need Abu Accord.
Hold on now. Let me just land. Let me land, please. The Abu Accord in the first the Abu Accord that they had, one of the agreement was that everybody should go, right? Everybody should go their way.
I don't know which Abu Accord say everybody should go.
No, the Abu Accord was like everybody should go to their. You say?
If Ojukwu agree that, if Ojukwu believe that's what's going to happen, that's very naive.
No. They went back now. That was why. If you listen to Gowon said when he went back and consulted, right? Then he now replied to Ojukwu and said that Ojukwu was saying on Abu we stand. Then Gowon said from Abu you shall fall.
Let me explain it to you. Joe, please let me explain it to you. I'm sorry. One of my biggest disappointment about Ojukwu was that his entire time in Abu, he didn't even discuss Biafra. The only thing he went to discuss is power and how to move forward. Don't divide the East. That's all. That's all he discussed. How to move forward. He didn't discuss secession. He could have discussed it then. He could have brought it up. He did not discuss it. So why you came back now? You are moving for secession. You could have just secession in Abu. You didn't discuss it there at all. So this in Abu we stand. Hold on. Let me explain the so-called Abu we stand. In Abu, yes, he told Gowon that you cannot divide the eastern region. And Gowon, not knowing, being ignorant of the politics of the eastern region, that not knowing that there were agitation of people of the South trying to create their own states, just like the Midwest people break away from the Southwest. Gowon was not aware of that politics. So he agreed with Ojukwu that, okay, they're not gonna. He gave Ojukwu whatever Ojukwu was requesting. Yeah, okay, we'll go back to regional government. The system we were before Ironsi came and changed it. That was what they agreed. And then when Gowon came back was when now the South people, these people of the rivers, now approached him, through the Oba of Benin, the permanent secretary, who later became the Oba of Benin, Prince Akinzwa. The approach Gowon and say, come, you agree with Ojukwu that you will not divide the eastern region. You have made up the slaves to Ojukwu to the Igbos because
the judge, especially after Rossi arrest at Dakaburu, they already had issue with you guys. So that was when Go On now was realized that that agreement I will in Aburi of not dividing the eastern region, he made mistake. So Go On wanted to fix it. So he decided like, okay, he's going to organize meeting between Ojukwu and those people, and that's why they're trying to settle that meeting in Benin City. But those people showed up, those fast people, those Rivers people showed up. Ojukwu refused to show up. That's what Ojukwu now say, in Aburi we stand. It's not changing anything. That whatever they agree in Aburi is not changing it. Because Ojukwu owns that eastern region, and that's all that oil in his house, that John land everywhere. As long as they are all one, he will control it because he is now the governor of that whole region. So Ojuku's game was, hey, we go back to regional control, and I will have that oil, I will control it. But those people, like, no, go on. You can't. We want to break away. And to me, I believe those South people should have just not done that. They should have kept it like that. One, we wouldn't have had a war. We would have gone back to the regional arrangement we had before Ironsi, and everything would have been settled. But that disagreement between you guys and Ojukwu not agreeing to meet, that's when Gowon was like, okay, if we don't want to meet, then I will just create that state. So Gowon now declared that River State, divided the East. Then Ojukwu now declared Biafra. So, I mean, to me, that whole thing was just rubbish, man. Like, to me, that disagreement between those Rivers people and Ojukwu is what created that disaster. And to me, I mean, they should have just ignored it, because at the end of the day, after the war, they lost everything, because everything now went back to Central. Because now Gowon didn't even see the reason why he had to honor Aburi again after the war. As soon as the war started, everything about Aburi was shredded, because they agreed in Aburi that they will go back to regional system, but they didn't give each other a chance to make all this thing happen. They went straight to war. So that war just, that was a chance we had to go back to that regional system we had that Ironsi destroyed. But the moment the war started, Aburi was shredded. And here we are today. We are stuck. Everybody's resources go to the center. We have to share it.
But do you think that the local government reforms that Tinubu is embarking on is a way of, it may not be regional anymore, but at least trying to get close to that? But now the focus will be on local government. Do you think what is trying to do through the back channel? Because that's the way it looks to be. Like, now it's giving them their money back. I've heard about INEC. I saw the report when I first came in that they're also making a push for INEC to conduct the elections there. And I've also seen reports that they also want to look at the taxations, tax collection mechanism of the local government councils, and also devote more power to local government councils in agriculture, welfare, and other from the federal government directly. So he wants to offload some responsibilities to them directly. Do you feel like it's more like some regional, but now masquerading it like?
To me, that's the best way. You got to make the policies very local.
Yeah,
that's the best way. If you make politics very local,
even policing wants to be making local. I've heard that too.
Yeah,
policing councils too, because there's
if everybody can easily participate. Okay, Babati, see all these Nigerians now that have advanced all over the world, abroad. Like, sometimes if you have something to want to contribute to Nigeria, right? It's easier for you to go into your local, wherever you come from, right? Your local environment, local government, and just go and contribute that brain idea you acquire abroad. Instead of this, I want to contribute something in Nigeria and I have to go and deal with the federal government or the state. It's more.
Yeah, it's hard. I had a talk with a friend of mine that his proposal is still in the Ministry of Agriculture for over 2 years.
Can you imagine when he could have just gone to his local chief and speak his local language to him?
No, it was even saying that, because we're talking about the livestock ministry now, that it was even saying that because his own is it's livestock, but it's piggery, that there might be some kind of religious bias towards it, because people that thing is really geared for, they don't really believe in the pig.
What was the proposal about?
No, that expansionism, credit system, like it was more like a liaison with his local government council, with international partners. He wants to go big, but he needs some resources from those governments. So he was really happy about the local government stuff. But
he wanted to establish his own business, but he needed something from the government or what?
Yeah, it's a big project plan. Like he wants to influence policies in a way, change the policies to favor his own kind of thing. But when he proposed it, we didn't. Tinubu was not even in government at the time, right? But now that they are changing things, it's like, wait a minute, maybe I have a chance to walk this into local government council. So that's where that conversation came up. So when I was bringing up Fushi and Pigri earlier on, it was because of the talk I had with him. But like Mike is actually said, LG councils, I believe, even the police system itself, it will not make any sense to me, Mike, if you give LG all the powers and they don't have their own police, because how would they enforce their own laws? You can't expect LG to start calling federal government police or state police to come and enforce their own laws.
You know the mistake Nigerian government is making?
But why, sorry, Mike, why are we making this local government autonomy to look as if it's something strange to us? We have had local government autonomy before.
I know, Simba, but it's been so long. People are even forgotten that they even exist. It's been so long.
Hey, but all these things that you are talking about, how did they exist at that time without having their own police? Why are we attaching so many things to it now? As if those things are not there, they cannot function.
Does the governor have police? The governor, do they have police as it is today?
No,
the government does not have police now.
They are the head of their, the law says they are the head of.
Babati, but they don't control the police.
But Babati, here's the deal, man. If you're gonna say they should start controlling police, then you're gonna have to start going back to saying recognizing ethnic nationality as the people, because trust me, man, if you give the local government, then it's gonna be very ethnic.
No, the reality is that
there's not like local government police, but by 2025 we are going to have the state police guaranteed.
That is not. I mean, that is not enough. That then we're not serious.
Even with state police, it's still gonna. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be very. To me, this is what I think. I think we need to face reality, man. We have to acknowledge ethnic nationality as a reality, and give this ethnic nationality this autonomy to govern their ethnic land. To me, I'm telling you, because
that would be.
You have to. We have to, man. We can't ignore the fact that we
Mike, how many ethnicity do we have in Nigeria?
How many local government do you have? Is it not the same? I mean, once you give, they exist. Just you respect the culture, respect. I'm not saying now they become new country, but acknowledge the fact that they've existed as ethnic nationality for thousands of years. You can't throw away thousands of years of memory and evolution, man. We can't just throw it away.
Mike, but the issue is this. I want to know the difference between a tribe and an ethnic group. When you talk about ethnicity, even within Yoruba, how many ethnic groups
do we have? That's what I'm saying. Okay. For example, in Ijebu land now, they should have their local government governance as Ijebu people. You understand?
Oh, you are taking us back to the traditional way. Traditional district.
Listen, that's where we should go back to and evolve. That's where we should evolve from. Because what happened to us in Nigeria was the British came and destroyed thousands of years of evolution and brought something completely new. That's why we are stagnant. We're trying to figure this new. I'm telling you,
I agree with you. I agree with you in terms of like, okay, for instance, now, let's say for Lagos, if you have true local government autonomy, there will be some LG that will be dominated by Igbos and the non-Yorubas. That's not the reality. So that's just the way it's going to be. So if you want to go ethnic,
and you're going to keep having this variable civil war issue, all these problems, it's going to happen.
It goes beyond that self. They will even run the thing from head to toe. So right now, you can't, because it's against the constitution to do that. Are you saying that they need to change it where it's say, okay, for this LG council, so I don't care who moves in, even if we are 5 and we are indigents there, we still run things.
Do you know the beauty?
That is the only way you can. If that's what you want.
The thing is, every indigenous nationalities, they have their culture, their structure, their way of life, their everything. That should have been kept. And what we should have done is, whatever we are adding to it, should have been something we carefully had. For example, the English language, Every ethnic nationality must be English.
will be
Do
taught.
you guys also have a
Now, hold on,
country?
hold on, hold on. Let me say this. In every ethnic nation, the language of instruction in their schools will be their local language. Every textbook will be translated into their local language so they can read and write in their own local language, and they will learn English.
So that is more
Mandatory. Hold
that is more of
on.
a regional.
English will be a mandatory thing to learn, so the whole country can
But
communicate in English.
no,
And
Mike,
at the
what you
same
are
time,
proposing now, where is it being practiced? Do you have an
does
example?
it have to be practiced somewhere before you know do it?
No,
Can
the
you
way
invent
we
your
are,
own way
Hey,
of
we are
life?
just looking at
Do
the
we have to copy and
visibility. We are
paste?
looking at the visibility of what you are talking about now. You can't just say
I think
something and then we not look at the visibility.
I
Is it
think
is it something that is workable?
I think
Absolutely. Was that not how we were existing? Was that not how we were existing before British came?
Eh, but the way the existence of those days, you can't compare it now.
What do
That
you mean?
homogeneous, the way we had then, could you think we can see regroup? Let me tell you, even within Ijebu, Babati is here. There is a difference between Ijebu and then what they call these Shagamu people. They have another name now. Remo.
Remo. Even Jebu, they are different. So many.
but the fact that the what I'm saying is, however they were governing themselves before the British came, let's kept it, and we just evolved from there.
Let's you know, Mike, let me say, Remy, sorry.
We maybe make it little slight, maybe things, maybe
But you
some.
want to know how they were governing themselves.
Can I ask my
You want to know how they
question?
were governing
No,
themselves before
Pato, hold on. Man, can I ask a question? So let's say, are you saying that let's say LD Council A that used to be, let's say, they used to be Igbos, right? So maybe within 10 years, the whole demographic had changed. They're now like 10% Igbos now, and they are the indigents. Are you saying that there should be a law to ensure that that LG is still governed by the indigents, or is open to all Nigerians, regardless? Because if you say it should be open to everyone, that means then the so-called foreigners or non-indigents will take it over and run it.
It will be as a deal. The local, it will be up to the local, the people to make their own constitution regarding their own locality. Some tribes accommodate. It will be up to them.
So what about the Nigerian Constitution?
The Nigerian Constitution recognizes every nationality.
For me,
No.
You have to. So okay, where are we going now? Where are we becoming? If this one can
look, we are more diverse. We are more diverse now. We cannot undo what we've done so far. The places that are still homogeneous, like probably like the Ekiti, maybe like the southeastern states and all that, they will remain like that for some time. And you'll find that at some time too, they will start changing. The issue there is this.
But what are we changing to become? That's the question.
Building a nation. Hold on, please. You see, if you say let's do this your ethnic whatever, and let us model a government or have government at that level, you're going to create so many confusion. You're going to see
no, you're
that
not.
come out and tell you that they are their own and you have to give them their own government. I mean, it's going to be duplication, of bureaucracy. I would just think, Mike, let me just land. I would just think that building a nation, just like in these countries that we live in, as we came in here, even though some people are whining, oh, you are taking my job, but you cannot really feel it. Because the society that we live in, I'm telling you, the society that we live in, upholds how capable you are.
Joel,
and
the difference.
With that, anybody that comes in just plugs in. That is the only way we can build a diverse. We are not as diverse. We are not more.
Okay,
We are not more diverse than the United States. But they're doing better.
Joel, let me give you a quick response. I know the reason why I'm doing this because the Southeast, you guys, is really disadvantage for you guys because of your space. I get that. But hold on.
Again.
Wait now. Wait. Let me tell you, the only place this thing, your idea can happen, is happening, and it work is places like United States and the Americas. They call that a new world because that place, the indigenous people were conquered and their land was taken, and new fresh people had to migrate into it, right? That's why it worked that way. But if you're talking about Europe, Africa, you want to try that? It's not going to work.
In Europe, in
The
the
Soviet have
UK,
tried
in
it.
the last election,
Yugoslavia. The
30
one thing Europeans,
Nigerians.
hold on. What the Europeans realize is that they cannot eliminate ethnic nationality. That's why they kept every ethnic group in Europe. They gave it their own country. Even
What
when
about
they
the UK? What about the UK?
have they eliminated any ethnicity? They still recognize the Scottish. They even they recognize them. The Scottish, they recognize the Welsh. Recognize
But
them.
you see their culture and their political
They are
power
even
or
more
or the
cultural and
political
more ethnic.
atmosphere
They're
are
not
two
eliminating
different
any
things.
ethnic
They have
indigenous.
royal family. They have all those things.
Exactly, they still kept it. Their royal family, and it's not going anywhere.
But I'm talking about people that are vying for political positions.
Mike, Mike, to be honest with you, I struggle with this topic a lot because it's very hard for me sometimes to. I can't even imagine my own town being run by non-Yoruba or non-Indigenous. It's very. I struggle with it, to be honest with you.
Do you know I went to Nigeria? There are some James Bees, they can't speak their language. They only know English.
I can't even picture in my mind like Igboho is not being run by non-Indigenous. Like, come on, like that would be. I don't care the level that. So, to be honest with you, I struggle with it. Okay, I struggle with that.
Even Jewel that is talking, can he entertain that in his own region?
They can't entertain their place now. That's why they are okay with it. Do you know why Joel is okay with
come up with
it?
this?
Because in their own space, their own culture, this thing is still intact because people don't really migrate to the southeast, right? But he is against the idea because his people are the one that are migrating to other people's region. So he wants that, share that right with other people in their own territory to have that complete right. So that's why he's against it, The fact of the matter is this: if you guys pay attention, Simba, if you go and a lot of these Gen Zs, you'll be shocked. Like a lot of these 20-year-old, 18-year-old, some of them, they only speak English in Nigeria. They don't even know their local language anymore. And those ones will give birth to children in the future. And those children,
it's a thing of pride.
And many of them, they are just behaving like Americans and British now. So in the next 100 years, we will just become like the Black Americans where they've lost their roots. You understand? The next 100 years, we will become British, just English people. That's what we'll become. We'll become English people. We've lost thousands of years of things we've evolved with, our parables, our...
No, we can never become English. It's only that we'll be pretending as if we are English now. We can never become like them.
I'm telling you that these
we are
Gen
deceiving
Z,
ourselves
many
now.
of them cannot even speak.
It's not their fault. It's the fault of our our own generation. We are the parents. We are the one parenting them wrongly.
Exactly. You're making my point now.
Wani, don't spoil their accents. They don't be speaking vernacular. They really don't spoil their. I have nieces and nephews that don't speak English. They don't speak Yoruba. And so they
don't even know Asha anymore.
Private school. I say, how can you have a country because it's a private school? They don't teach no emphasis on Yoruba language because it's a private school. Seriously, what is that? I mean, I don't.
Babati, you know what I see that's very disastrous. We didn't pay attention. Our parents didn't pay attention when the Americans, British, when they brought media to our countries, because what they started feeding us was to aspire to become westernized, to become American. That's why a lot of our youth they started promoting this Black American image to us. You remember, I don't know if you remember the 90s, 80s, to the point they started promoting it where we look at aspire to becoming them because that's what they were feeding us as kids. Now, it's like social media has now come. Everybody has adopted that mentality of, whatever the Americans or the British do, we emulate, we copy it, that's the way to go.
That's the standard now.
That's
we see at the standard, yes.
From far, you think you don't realize that you accept it. But now what happened is a lot of us, when we now move to America, we now really see the reality of these people we're trying to aspire to become, realize that they are in a mess. But I mean, before you came to America now, you wanted to be hip hop, doing Black America, everything. But when you come here, when you enter really see that, you come realize, oh, your Yoruba way was better. Oh. you quickly realize, but now when you come here, gonna hear you want to tell your
why
beginning,
did you go back? Why did you go back then? If you saw it was better, why didn't you go back?
No, because you can emulate other cultures that are better off. You see, because what he's saying that the one we focus on Nigeria was the Black American culture most.
But you can twist. He said that he came here and he found out we were better off.
Oh, nah,
why did he go back?
Joe, it was
no. We're not saying economically. But Joe, are you telling me that the Black American culture is better than your Igbo culture? I'm not talking about entertainment too. I'm talking about
no by Igbo culture this time around. You did bash up six. No come with that your is it better than Igbo? That patronage, I don't want that.
No, you guys have jacked up mentality in some area. The way you guys don't respect others. There's the part of your culture I just dislike, but many part of the African culture.
Mike and Papa, are you trying to buy Prince Daddy that is more Americanized in terms of spoken English or what?
No, it's not the English. Prince Daddy is probably very Yoruba, but maybe you don't speak him or he was raised. Let me tell you who's more African today. Our children born in America, they are more African than our children grown up in Nigeria today. I'm telling you. Because our children born in America, they want to be like, except the one where their parents don't pay attention to them. They don't want to aspire to be, because the one we are trying, all these Davido trying to be like this hip-hop Black Americans emulating. In America, nobody want to be that. Nobody wants to be, because we see that. Hold on. Our children growing up here, they don't want to sag their pants because they know that that's something low in America. You understand? They want to be upright. But our children in Nigeria, they want to sag their pants because they think it's something American. They want to become American.
It's very funny.
Yo, man.
You know what I'm saying? Our children here don't want to be ghetto because they see it as ghetto. But our children in Nigeria, they've seen it on TV. They think it's something they should become. All of Davido, I go to Jana, all of them, they don't know sag their pants. They don't know do. I'm like, show you pay back. This thing you guys are calling civilization, that's not civilization in America. Nobody, they don't see that as civilization there. It's just television, media, just hyping it. So our children now, instead of
don't you think that acting out of ignorance? It might be because of ignorance.
Yeah. So, and these are the ones that will raise the next generation.
You know, that next generation it doesn't exist too, because I don't even know what will come of that generation.
We are not paying attention. We're thinking, Remy, the mistake we are making is we're thinking the way we are thinking automatically. Our children will think like that, and their children will think like that. But we don't know that the way you are thinking, you know, you say your picking they think like that. All the things you know, all those with them, all those it doesn't mean your children will know it.
And Mike, you know that even in Nigeria now, they're even though it's not politically expensive to say it in public, they are even more open. The Gen Z, the youth, they are even more open to the community now. Sort of community. They can live their life.
Yeah.
Really?
They are spending time on American. They follow this American thing. Wow. They worship that. And it started with our time during the 80s. We all started looking at America. They want to be Tupac, Snoop Dogg, all that rubbish. Everything. Remember back in the days, I don't know, Lagos, I don't know if it was like Ogun State. If you wear traditional clothes, your friend will laugh you. You have to wear Western clothes. Remember now? To the point they go yab you, man. If you wear anything traditional, anything, or even for school, but speak your local language, you're speaking vernacular. They almost just Yoruba people don't.
No, you pay now. You pay if you speak any language different from English. You will pay. You will be punished for it. Now.
The agenda also destroy everything about us.
Remy. Back in the day, you know how back in secondary school they used to give us awards for the best students. When they called the best student in Yoruba, we used to mock them like best student.
They will laugh you.
Yoruba was bad. But in English, best student in Yoruba was.
When I was in class 1, my classmate was 10 years senior of mine, and he was the class captain. He was very tall. We cannot even call him real name. We have to call him brother because it's like my big brother at home now. The guy, and when we want to go and fight, he will lead. He is the leader.
Is he supposed to follow? You 10 years old pass,
Are you going to cause someone that's 10 years or 12 years older than you? Why will you go? What room or could that now? He said, I'm just going to question wow, but that's school.
Hey, but I think this I don't know where you got this mentality that okay, maybe if we start speaking English, we start speaking English to our children right from birth, that they will speak good English. But it's not. That's not true. The old people, look at the likes of the Soyinkas, all those our old people that their parents were not even educated. They speak better English than us.
You know, do you know during the drum festival when Soyinka spoke, people were surprised. Like, one of my emeritus professor of pediatrics, the guy got scholarship right from 200 level. He went to, if this man is speaking like Queen's English, that's what he speaks. But by the time if Baba want to change to Yoruba, and you see he will not speak to Yoruba without putting an adage. You'll be marveled that, oh, so these people are so, and I don't know, the English now is not there, the Yoruba is not there, nothing is there.
Handwriting, one call that the caustic handwriting.
Immigrant, too much immigrant in our land that is polluting our language. Because
I won't blame immigrant. Here's the mistake we made. Let me tell you the mistake we made.
Because you use immigrant as your teachers. That is why. You don't use the indigenous people to don't train them to become your teachers. If you go to in Yoruba land today, you see a lot of immigrants. People like all these Yamiri people. They are the people that is teaching your children in the school. So which interest would that be to them for your children to be speaking Yoruba? So they want to Igbonize everybody. So it cannot work. We have to go back to regional government because these people, they are land grabber. They want to destroy your culture and your heritage, everything.
And the question is, why are we allowing it? Why are we allowing it? That's the question.
We are
They don't know where they come from. They just go and deport them with a tanker from Papua New Guinea, come to Nigeria, come and pollute everywhere. They are the problem, number one problem we have in Nigeria. Because if you want to,
so you mean we have Guineans now being teachers in Nigeria, or what are you saying? Is that not Nigeria first, or we want Nigeria?
No, we are not. We are all not.
You, the person that is talking, I just want to.
We all are not indigenous to Nigeria.
No, what I'm saying, are you? No, I'm trying to remember your name. That's what I'm trying to do. Adex. Okay.
Yes. So the Igbo people, they are the only race, and some Fulani, not indigenous to Nigeria. If you look closely, they are those two tribes.
Adex, they will kill you. He said Igbos are not.
The alligator,
they are from Papua New Guinea. Yes. Okay. Look at me. Okay. Is any indigenous people ever call themselves? We are the indigenous people. They are the only one.
So Joel is your foreigner now, are we?
They are not okay. When a nuclear problem, where did they run to?
Adex, the way you are talking, I think you are from either Delta or Edo.
I say I'm from Delta. Hello?
Yes.
You know, Simba.
So you're from Delta, and you're saying that Igbo people are not indigenous. What's your population?
I want to give one assignment.
What is the population of your damn state? Because sometimes we always come out here to just like if they live around, although the top person I don't know. What's the population of your tribe? You may be from Yoruba or all these small mushroom tribes. Where are you from?
Forget about that one. I want to give one assignment.
Anyway, indigenous or no indigenous, that's your business.
Southeast.
If you too much, come pursue us.
The people that own Southeast, it is Yoruba people Igala people, Shekiri people, Ijobi people. Chase them from that land and you come and occupy that land because they use tanker to come and
we came from nowhere and took over the land. We must
Papua New
be.
Guinea.
Joel, it's true now. You came from Israel.
Your
You came from
indigenous
Israel
home
now.
is Papua New
We
Guinea.
came from
You came from Israel. You came from Israel. You came from Israel.
Some
we
of
follow
una
all this
from
in
Israel.
Kano.
Some of una from Israel. Some of
Joel,
una
is it
from
true that you
Papua
guys
New
came
Guinea.
from Israel?
You say?
Is it true that you people came from Israel?
Who come from Israel? Any person come from Israel? I don't know.
They didn't know. They don't know where they come
Make
from.
it go. Make it go Israel. Me, I know where I come from. I'm Anambra State.
They are confused. They are confused set of
I know where
people.
my
They don't
great
know where they
grandfather
come
come
from.
from.
Joel, do you know there was some black American that were arguing that you know those when they do black Israelite now. So they were arguing that the Jews were in Africa. They now say, have you heard about the Igbos? They were arguing among themselves. They now brought a video of Igbo people claiming to be Jews. They now use it to prove that the black Americans were Jews before they came to America. I say, Igbo people don't carry their
You know that's the reason why.
All of Nigeria now, indigenous people now, they are trying to go back to regional
that was one of
government.
the reasons. That was the
For
reason
them
why
now,
I
they are
did
trying
not
to
support
create this
Nnamdi
state,
Kanu at
because they
all.
want to grab more
Right?
land for indigenous
When I started hearing that Israel morale, I said, guy, which one be Israel? And I started seeing that small cap that they carried on there. I was so pissed. I was like, look, can you just, when will the black man take glory for what it has built? Whatever we have today, we beat it with 20 pounds. So if we're able to do this, right, and someone, you just have to take all these things and now say it is Israel.
You would have made sense if the guy said the Jews came from you. Instead of you to say the
That's what
Jews
I'm
came
saying.
from the Igbos.
Why they
He
not say
said the
they never
Igbos came
come
from the
from us?
Jews. I'm like, this guy now win.
I say, he pay me, my brother, but what the man go do?
There's a movement. There's a movement actually. They are very big on Clubhouse, by the way. If you're interested, it's a very big group.
Don't worry about those people.
They made the argument that this Nigerian South.
wait.
Actually,
I told them, Babati, I told them to sell their lands. I told them those of them that believe that they come from Israel, they should sell their land to us. That I decided to
I
stay
want
in
to ask you one
Nigeria.
question.
That they should go
Why
there
is it
and go stay with
that
them.
One voice.
Drew, I want to ask you one question. Why is it that you does not recognize the Igala people in Southeast?
What do you mean that they don't recognize the Igala people?
Shuran, he
They
stole
have
their
a
Shuran.
rep.
He not changed the name of their Shuran to Amadioa.
They did what?
I say you stole Akwa Ibom Shuran and the Igala people Shuran. That is the deity that
Shirai.
people are worshiping today. Their deity.
So Amadioha is from Akwa Ibom.
Igala people that
That has Amadioha.
So you people don't have any concrete source in that
It's
Southeast.
true. You're
They
right.
went
You're
to
right.
this,
It's true.
this tanker, this long old tanker. They used to bring people from Papua New Guinea. I know this place that I'm
I did
saying
not
it.
know. I did not know. Thank you.
So you are saying
for
good
telling
people
me
from
about my
Papua New
history.
Guinea. They are not from Israel.
Yeah, that's what you talk. You say we are from Papua
They
Guinea.
are just claiming Israel just for superiority among the people
Okay.
there. So
Okay, that
why
means
is
it's
it that
fine.
the Ghana people you don't recognize them in that Igbo? You have Igbonized them. Why must it be so?
Where Igala is Igbo though, and Igala has a rep. Igala has a rep. Igala has a senator though on that Labour Party in the National Assembly. So I
Okay, you
think they are
tell me.
well recognized.
Tell me when was that Igbo? When was that
Igbo say that they are Igbo?
When was that Igbo?
Okay. Are they Igbo? Did they say they are Igbo?
They speak Igbo language. I know that they are part of us. Yeah.
What is their own opinion?
You know the reason why I tell you this, right, Babati?
One voice at a time.
Babati, you know in the southeast, right? Let me talk now. Let me talk.
Hold on now. One voice.
Babati, in the southeast, if I go to Nsukka, for instance, right? they speak Igbo, but I might not be able to hear them. I don't know if you guys have those kind of different dialects in the Yoruba language. I don't know.
Yes,
But in the south,
we do.
eh? Okay, okay, you guys do. So that is what we have in the south. We have different variations of Igbo language. They will now have what we call Igbo Nzube. The Igbo Nzube is the one everybody can speak. So if you hear Wike speaking Igbo, he's speaking Igbo Nzube. If you hear maybe the senator from Delta State speaking Igbo, it's Igbo Nzube, Okowa, Igbo Nzube. You understand me? But if you don't go back to their...
Why are you giving the example of people that are not from Igbo State? Why are you giving the example?
If you go down to their locality, we all speak different languages. So I think that answers that. And if you say
why did you people change your name from Igbo to Igbo? Why did you change your name?
Nobody changed. Nobody changed
to Igbo.
Nobody changed. Nobody changed. Nobody changed.
Igbo people that
nobody changed the name. Nobody changed the name. It was the Englishman that changed the names.
Wait, now let me talk. Igbo people that we know, they are Elijah people. Igboho. So it is our name. He stole it just for you to.
I just got to truly enjoy tonight or what?
Apart from it's good sometimes we listen to facts and we listen to ignorance.
When Ojukwu is making a speech around 1969, it's Igbo. Suddenly they just changed that Igbo to Igbo. So why do people like to steal people identity? Why do you steal people identity?
Babati, have you noticed that and when the white man spelled the names, or wrote the names according to the way they can pronounce the names, right?
So that is the way
did you hear about that?
People, they are not indigenous to that land.
Adex, let Joy explain to us now. Let's hear one voice at a time.
So Babati, do you know about that? Abi Mike, do you know that our names were changed in order for? I mean, our names were written in a way that the white man would pronounce it.
Like Biafra.
Go and listen to Zik.
We have many of those. Like even if you go to the dictionaries.
All their speech before independence, all those things, they're not Igbo. Suddenly, they just become Igbo. Why they steal our identity? Just for you to create.
Nobody stole your identity.
That is why Onife say that it's Igbo people that have cola. I mean, why people don't plant any, they don't want tree of cola in Southeast.
Is it not a good thing? If you had it.
You have stolen our identity. That is why Onife.
Adex, which one is your identity now? Where are you from?
I don't know.
No, Igbo is Elijah people. Is in Ile-Ife. That is why Onife cannot recognize Igbo between Igbo. You understand? Because Igbo will come and see that Igbo. That name.
So we study from Onife.
No, you come and stole our name. Yoruba identity. You come and be claiming
okay. They have one of Yoruba people that actually Igbo people.
But I mean, I think we should just be called. We should be called Yoruba people now. Why do we have to call? I mean, we might just call us Yoruba people.
Ancient name, and which we cannot change it for any. You cannot exchange it to anybody. Then why they come and stole it? The way you stole Akwa Ibom Shugan, the way you stole Igala people Shugan, come and codify it and change the names.
Oh my God! This one.
Now you kept everybody quiet now. Mama T, are you guys still here or what? I mean, Becoming Adex versus Jewel.
Adex versus Jewel.
This kind of talk, I beg.
Now you carry camera to
I don't even know
everywhere.
the extent of
Are we done talking serious stuff?
Now
Let
you
me
not
go.
carry
that's
camera
what I
to
was wondering.
everywhere.
I
You not
thought
be
we were
asking
having
people
some.
say what's the cause
We
of
don't.
lack
I
of
did say
sleep? How
our
many
discussion
market days do
before.
you have?
The only thing
Wait.
I want to speak about when he talks about the Gala people, because I know that the Gala people are in Kogi State.
They are in Benue.
They are in Kogi
Anambra.
also. They are
Igala, no, I could give you.
okay. So and they are the same Igala. Now,
Yes.
if but the way Jewel is now painting it as if it's a variance of an Igbo language, that's what I do. I'm not so clear about.
But you hear when
Yeah.
he said that Igala
So what
people
I'm
are
saying is
Igbo
that
people. Now you say Igala people
you
are
know that
Igbo people.
Igala is in Kogi, right? Igala is in Benue. You also have Igala in Anambra State, right? So if you know that area where there was a time Anambra and Kogi were having issues with oil well.
Oil, yes.
That's the axis. So now, if you know one of the Labour Party senators, and what's his name again? The one I don't know if you watched him. That he was there was one time he was confronting Ababio. What's his name again? I've forgotten his name. So he is from that area. That's the water side. We call it that. That's the water side of Anambra State. Yeah, that rich area. They have oil. They have good water and all that. Even with agriculture too. They're big on agriculture. So I mean, it is what it is.
But what the question I'm asking is that Igala is not a variance of Igbo language. They are distinct people, very different from Igbos.
No. They speak Igbo.
But even if they learn Igbo, that does not mean if those ones in Anambra learned how to speak Igbo, that does not still take away their identity.
No. The ones in Kogi speak Igbo. That's my point now.
It's like
the ones
saying,
in Kogi speak Igbo. The ones in Benue speak Igbo.
No.
You
It's like
understand what I'm saying?
because Egun people speak Yoruba, then they are Yoruba. No, they are not. They speak Yoruba, but they're not Yoruba. So
maybe that's one for Ona, but what I'm just saying is that the Gala people I know, they will tell you themselves. It's not me telling you. They will tell you themselves.
I have them as friends, and they don't understand Igbo at all. So this one that you are coming up with another Tales by Moonlight that all the Igala speak Igbo. I don't know where you are getting it from.
So this is the thing, right? I just told you my own part. Then you can now go and do your own investigation. I just told you one of them is a senator under Anambra State. And you are here making and all the senators from Anambra State speak Igbo. I don't know which one. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
They don't have any source. They don't know where they came from. Because those people, they don't have any. Okay, what is their source in that Nigeria? Where did they engineer? Where did they came from in that Nigeria? Nowhere. They just suddenly find themselves in that southeast.
Mike, when I don't talk, when I don't talk serious stuff finish.
I want
When I don't talk serious stuff finish. This one enter beer parlor talk. This one beer parlor talk. I don't know where this one come from. When I don't talk, when I don't talk finish.
Jewel, to you, to God.
No, come here, I beg. You're not addressing me. It's not between me and you. I beg, please, serious people. I love you guys, man. Don't worry. If you feel sober, come chase us out. We will cut that your mouth. We will seal that your mouth when you take the talk. I beg, good night, guys. Have a good night, please.
Yeah, I don't
all right
drive
now.
you away.
You don't drive me, oh. You don't drive me, oh. This is a one man show. I'm a baby. Don't you drive me away. It's just that say we don't talk. So we don't enter G's where we say we don't do intelligent.
Joe, before you go, do me a favor.
Talk to me,
Joe, try visit home, okay? Visit your home, okay?
Papua New Guinea, make you visit Papua
my home house
in Israel, Abi. You need to visit.
Which part of Israel? Which part of Israel? Are they from
What they
Gaza
call it?
or from
No,
West
no,
Bank?
no, 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 not from West Bank. I'm from Tel Aviv. Tel
From
Aviv. Tel
No,
Aviv.
it's from Galilee. Oh. It's from Galilee. It's a Galilean that way.
See these people. One thing I discovered for these people. One thing I
So,
discovered from them.
Babati,
They are ungrateful human beings.
But
They are
well,
supposed to be
the
giving.
question I want to sorry, Adex. The question I want to ask: why are we not proud of our own identity? We always want to identify with other group of people.
Yes, we Yoruba. We are proud in. We are proud of
Babati,
our ancestors.
Babati,
Yeah,
They
yeah.
don't have
man,
any
that Tesla where you push out that day, I play, bro.
How did that go? How did that go?
I play, when the thing just carry me, the thing carry me go off small.
You
In fact, I
see,
was even talking with Kadu
they
the
will
other
never
day.
allow you to talk
The thing
to their source.
the thing just
But
had
they
a
want to
very
speak. They
good
want
beat.
to speak. They want to
I was
speak
like
to. They
laughing,
want to speak to other tribe source. Now, do I want
So,
to run away because I'm going
well,
deeply to
Babati,
where the
Yeah, hold on,
emergence
Ade.
come from?
nah,
Ade,
guy, I beg, we go relate later, beg, yeah. We'll talk
Okay.
later.
okay. Now.
All right, Mike. Good night. Okay, good night, all.
Bye bye. Go and think of your ancestral home.
Adex, you came because of Jewel today.
No, you see, Jewel will
You've
insult
been
you.
you've been
Even
at the comment you've been in the comment section talking
I've been
before now.
listening.
Just so you
Yes,
just jumped in because of it.
I've been listening to them. You see, they will insult you by corner. They will try to slightly to
Subtle
insult you.
insult. They
Yes,
just
to throw jab at you at your race,
uh,
but they will try to be protecting themselves. But they don't have any source. We are the indigenous people. We are the one that codify their language. We give them clothes. We taught them how to farm, how to do everything. Because even when they came, when they transported to that southeast, they did not know how to speak the indigenous people they met in that land. So it is our ancestors that taught them how to then now codify language for them. That is the Igbo language they are speaking today. But they can never. Have you ever, even for them, to give praises to the ancestors, our ancestors that codified the language for them, that taught them how to wear clothes, how to behave like human being, how to behave like human being. They will never, but they want to, you, the indigenous people,
Adex will not kill somebody this morning. No.
they want to chase you away from your land. They want to claim your heritage, to change it to their own narrative. For them to have it, they will not change the name of that your idol that you are worshiping. They not call it Amadoa. Akwa Ibom people, Ogoni people, those are the people, Elijah people, Shekiri people, Yoruba people, Ijo people, and Igala people. They drove them away from that land and come and occupy that land. That is why that land today, they cannot build house on it. They cannot sell it. They cannot do anything with it. And all of them, they are running away out of that land
You know
because there
what?
is a cost. There is a cost on top of that land. That is why they will be fighting themselves. If Igbo people get Biafra today, it will not be up to 2 years. They will, even 20 years, they will kill themselves, finish. They will eat themselves because there is a cost on top of that land. That's why they can never establish anything on top of that land. I'm telling you,
Who caused there?
Eh?
Who caused there?
The people that give cost to that land, it is the ancestral people that are on top of that is living there before they came, because they went and transferred them from Papua New Guinea. They pay these people because these people that from Papua New Guinea, they are cannibalism. They are practicing the same culture, the same kind of culture Igbo people are practicing in Nigeria today. That is the lifestyle of Papua New Guinea. Go and look at their dancing in Papua Guinea, the way they speak, the way they behave, the way they do things. Those the lifestyle of Igbo people. So it is because of those, they call them Igbo today, because of the indigenous people and the way of Nigeria. That is why they now begin to modernize themselves in different ways for them to look at the people they met in that Nigeria today. But today they want to be the controller of Nigeria. They want to suppress everybody in that Nigeria. And their voice are the loudest voice among the indigenous people. So these people, they don't have any source. That is why in Nigeria, when we are talking about regional government, they will be talking about state. When the indigenous people are talking about their roots, they don't have any roots. They'll be talking about let's reunite, let's remake the state, let's be this, that. They'll be talking different anything. So there will be disorganizing you. They don't want your indigenous plan to work. That is why when you are talking about protest, they'll be saying, they will not protest. They are drinking beer. They are living fine. They are doing this. And again, Igbo people, they have been marginalized Nigerians for far too long. Because their people, they always place their people to become CBN governor. And they are taking dollars. All these people, they call like people like a Kenny, they call themselves, how did they call themselves? A trader. They will go to CBN and collect subsidized dollar to go and buy markets out of Nigeria and import that goods, come and be selling it. That is the source of their wealth. So that wealth now, Tinubu have closed it. That is why they're angry about Tinubu. That they don't have any, these people, they can never make 1 naira to become 2 naira without dubious way.
That's what's going on.
Yes, that is the only way. They can never go to CBN again and take a subsidized dollar to go and import goods again. So between 10 years from now, I'm doing business, I'm Igbo man, I know how to do business. Everything will die down. Everything will die down. Everybody will have a capacity to do business. So if you look at the history of Nigeria, Igbo people, they're always looking for someone to be in that CBN, to be in government, to be helping them to be taking subsidized dollar, so that they can use that money. They will go and subsidize dollar, naira to dollar, to go and import something. Okay, you tell me. They say say they can produce. Okay, what are they producing in Nigeria? What is the Igbo people are producing in Nigeria?
You mean in terms of like export? Like what do they export out of the country?
They don't export, they import. Their major business is import. Okay, what are they exporting? Are they a farmer? They are not a farmer. So they say they are industrial. Okay, what is the meaning of industrial people? Industrial person is someone that can produce a thing and be able to export it to other nations to get a foreign exchange. Are they doing that? They would go to CBN and take. Maybe a dollar is costing like a 1,005. They'll go and subsidize it to 500 naira to naira to dollar like 500. Then we'll go and use that dollar to go and buy something outside Nigeria, and they will import the thing to Nigeria, and they'll come and sell it. So when they sell it, they will have much gain. They will have more money, more naira in their hand. So that is why they can be boasting. They can go to party. They can come and use money to subsidy to come and destroy your race. To come and
Mike,
destroy your children.
is Mike there?
To come and give money to your children for them.
Mike, are you there?
For your
race. Yeah. Well, Mike, what can you say? Sorry, Adex. I think we have heard enough about this. What can you say about just concluded the Euro 2024?
Adex, fix your mic. It's too low too, so we can hardly. Your volume is really low. So.
What can you say? What can you say about the just concluded Euro 2024?
You look when these World Cup you concern and then qualify for. Oh, so you don't discuss your own World Cup failure. Then
it will get there now. Don't worry, we'll get there.
World Cup. It's too late, man. I had last two games.
Not going anywhere. Because you have to win the
Will you, is it not better for us not to go than to go and go and disgrace ourselves?
No, I've been looking forward to this thing for so long. I live here now. I was hoping that I would watch
It
Nigeria.
means the last World Cup. Exactly in America. It's being hosted in America. If there's a one we need to go is this one.
So you still live long. There will still be another one. We had one how many years ago?
But I mean, they are hosting this one in America.
Usually, America.
Me and Mama live in America, so that's why we are saying that.
What I'm saying, the last World Cup that was hosted in America is not up to like 12 years ago now.
12 years?
94.
94.
What are you talking about? That's almost 30 years ago now.
How can you host 12 years ago and still be hosting now?
Okay, no, okay. Because it only rotates between 3 continents now.
No,
yeah,
it's not 3 continents though.
It's only ones that Asia has hosted World Cup now. And Africa once. That's all.
Then Europe, then did Brazil host?
And I'm talking about South America, North America, then Europe.
Africa.
It's only, yes.
5 now.
Forget about Africa. Africa only hosted 2010. That was the last time Africa hosted. Now. How many countries in Africa now can even say? How many African countries can even come out now and say they have the financial wherewithal to host World Cup?
Bid for it now. Egypt is bidding. Libya is bidding. I mean, don't you? They want
Libya.
To
can you imagine? Can you imagine? Libya. Where are you getting that one from? Libya. Babati, comedy ni. Libya wanted to host World Cup.
I know. Egypt is bidding to host. Egypt wants to host World Cup.
Egypt is in crisis.
The only country that probably would have stood a chance would have been
Morocco. Morocco can try. Morocco can try because Morocco has the facilities.
If we
Morocco actually, when South Africa hosted, Morocco was competing with them. You remember that time? Yes, now Morocco competed now. Yes, now they competed with South Africa.
In Nigeria, we get things together. Maybe we just clean our environment, just clean streets. Some basic thing we need to start doing in Nigeria. Like just making our street look clean.
That Lagos should be able to host Olympics. I'm sorry, Olympic is one city, right? It was one city sport, right? So clean up Lagos.
No, we have a lot of cities now. We have
make it look decent and host
our capital cities. Some of them, are not looking bad.
Okay, if you can borrow from the last time we hosted under 20, I think it was spread all over the 6 geopolitical zone. I remember that time
we have the Abuja,
we have a center in Kaduna, Kano, Bauchi, Jos,
even Borno,
Calabar, I think Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Lagos.
If we can put just a little more work, we can bid for World Cup. So
the issue is that if you ask about those stadiums that they renovated that time, they got no maintenance culture.
I was even watching this Ghanaian guy that went to Tinapa. That place is great. That place is big, I'm like, my God, this is a beautiful design.
If you have been to Tinapa, you will never believe you are in Nigeria. Believe me. We have beautiful places, and let me tell you, if you look at that BT, from that Cross River State till you get to Adamawa, that's how those places are. Is just that they are plateau like that with a very, very good topography that you will be amazed. And that's why even in Mambila, all these are rich people. They have houses there because the weather there is just like a temperate climate, very cool all the year, rain, lush green environment, and all those things.
Because the guy was, that governor actually built structures in that place. They have shopping malls.
No, Donald Duke tried. It was only that the way we play politics in Nigeria, there was no succession. Then the governors that came after, people that are actually contesting for position in Nigeria, they are not coming to do anything. They are just coming to steal. All of them. They don't have it. It's not as if they have this ambition that I want to come and turn things around. Believe me. I have friends that have been into politics now. They cannot tell me that because they have a vision. All of them, they are just interested because of the money they are going to make.
That's the unfortunate thing about Nigeria. It's just everybody's just there for the ride. Like
nobody has that passion that okay, I want to go and work. No.
Even Simba, I just came back like 2 weeks ago or so. Okay, when I was in the airport, right, I saw you see people just sitting by the toilet. They just sit there, they're waiting for travelers to come and use the toilet so they can, beg you for money. So I'm like, and the toilet is dirty, and their job, they're hired. I'm very sure the reason they are hired there.
Mike,
so they sit there. They are sitting there.
Is we that will encourage that recently, just which day was that? Maybe Sunday. I had similar experience at Abuja airport. If next time when you are coming to Nigeria, try Abuja is better than Lagos.
No. The point I'm making is that The point I'm
maybe
making
because your base is in Lagos, maybe that it will be easier for you.
But it's not even the point I'm trying to make is this: you are hired to work, but you're not working. I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia. In America,
I understand what you are saying. The one that I experienced, the guy was not even making a demand. But you see people, I was in the toilet and I saw them giving him 100 naira, 200 naira. The guy was just doing his job and the people are the one offering him. Do you understand? Like that one now, they're already encouraging the guy.
Okay, hold on. You're not getting my point. I'm not even talking about begging thing. I'm talking about in America.
This one that I'm talking about, he was employed. This guy is employed to clean the toilet. What I'm saying is this: when you talk about all this corruption or bribery, if there's no taker, there won't be a taker.
Wait, Simba, wait. I'm going somewhere. What I'm trying to say is this: in America, property, right? When they employ you, right, they have task of what you are doing. And when you are at work, you have to be working. You can't stop working. You have to be doing something. If you are hired to clean, you have to be cleaning the entire time you are there. You can't sit around. Because now they were like, okay, you are employed to work. You're not employed to sit down. The only time you sit is during your break. But I'm telling you that people sat there for hours. They were just sitting down. I'm like, okay, what are you employed to do? You are being paid? What are you being paid to do? So basically, all they were doing is sitting down and then asking people to come by for money. So I'm like, so what are you guys employed to? What is the point of them paying you? So I'm saying this to say that in Nigeria, we are paying people for not being productive. They're not producing anything. So I'm like, okay, this time all these people were sitting here, they were actually doing some cleaning. Or if government, for example, if you don't need it, then go and hire them to go and work in a farm or something. You have to produce. If you're going to pay somebody, something's got to be done. And I realize that maybe that's why the environment is so nasty, because people are employed, but no one is working.
Oh my God. That is it. Now let me tell you. I think the culture of entitlement that we have is also making like that guy now. Let him be fired by maybe his boss, and come and see what is going to happen. They are going to blackmail that boss. You understand? We have already entrenched in this culture.
All you have to do is just create working what do you call it, policy, task, like this is a task. When you show up in the morning from this time to this time, you must be cleaning this thing. From this time to this time, just give them task and make it like, hey,
this is what you are here to do. So I make every manager.
Hey, but they give them tasks now, but if they are not well supervised, Mike, if they are not supervised, they will still be misbehave.
Well, somebody's got to be someone's. I mean, oh my God, man! I'm like, God. Those are the basic things we need to get right.
What is the essence? What is okay? Like the one I'm talking about, Mike. Okay, that one was even making a demand or was sitting there for people to give. Okay, like this one that was even doing his work. The guy was cleaning any mess, he would clean it immediately, and then people are now giving him 500 naira, 300 naira for. What are we encouraging? Do you see that one being played? I don't know what. Maybe because some people, once they have little money, they just want to be displayed, or what, or just is that? Can we say that one is kindness or being nice? Or I don't understand.
Yeah, to me, when people come here and talk all day about this policy, this and that, I'm like, what we need to focus on in our country is just the basic things, some basic things like just doing things right or doing the job, just some basic things, man. That's what we need to focus on. To me, if I'm the president, I'll just say, okay, before we start thinking about all these extra things, all these special things to build or whatever, let's do focus on basic things like cleaning the environment, growing food, just people doing their job. If you're employed, you must work. You understand?
You remember, Mike. I remember those days, even in the community, once everybody wakes up in the morning, the first thing everybody will do is cleaning. You see people sweeping the community. You understand?
Early
By the time we start all these,
early in the morning, the weekend, it was even a community event like once a month where we all come out before we even go to the market. Everybody comes out. We will clean together.
That is even when they have a common things to do. But is an everyday thing that you must sweep your surrounding every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Every morning. And that is even in the village. But by the time everybody start migrating.
What they need to do, instead of relying on people, they used to make that an industry. Basically, you create a cleaning industry where some industry of like where to be a cleaner, you get a license to have a cleaning company, and then you, as the government, will task every commercial environment, commercial building or businesses like, hey, they must hire a licensed cleaning company at least once a month or twice a month. And
Mike, all those things are in existence. I think what we lack in Nigeria is enforcement. Like where I live, they have a cleaning, they have a company, private company that was given the contract. I mean that particular area to for refuse disposal. You understand? And they put all these drum in front of everybody else. But the question is, how many people are paying these people? How many people are ready to engage their services? The answer is no. They will prefer to go and be thrown into an available beach, or they will wake up very early in the morning and throw it by the side of the road. I think we are just. I'm very sorry to say, because now they will say Simba has started, but we are just terrible group of people. Terrible. Simple things that that is not good for you to do. The people who kept on doing it, and then they will be blaming the government.
So even Simba, I worry about. That's one of my concerns with this local government being revamped. That if care is not taken, it might not even be worth it if the people that don't monitor these things, because they will also become a lot more bad doing their own local community and start forming. They might even be worse than the governors if care is not taken. So
you need to click on your camera.
So that's just my own concern.
Or your mute, whatever it is.
And by the way, they might need to fire most of the current staff of the local government councils when you get your so-called autonomy back, because I think I don't believe you need too many people to run LG councils. Erotic, but you need council. You don't damn too many people to run your local government council. I don't. So
What I think the right word has come to my head now. I think what we need to do in Nigeria is we need to draft task for every employment or employee, whatever task, and then we'll make it a law or in a way where that task must be done. You understand? So that way everybody's busy and they're actually getting things done. Because to me, I think one of the fundamental problems we have is that people are not they're not doing their work. That's why things is not working. That's why things are upside down, because some people are not doing their work. They're employed to do some things, but they're not doing it. Or if they are doing it, they're not doing it correctly. So you create a task and then you create that responsibility where if someone don't do the task the right way, the way it's drafted, then the person is in trouble or the person get fired or something. Because what I've discovered in Nigeria is that people are just not doing things the right way, or either they're not doing what they're supposed to do, or they're not doing it the right way. That's just the fundamental problem. And if we can get that right, I think 50% of our problem is
Mike,
solved.
are you sure that we are ready? If you are ready, then you must, because let me tell you, we have this culture of once you do the right thing, people will go and be reporting you to your people. You understand? Your hand will be somehow, they will not allow you to function. Believe me.
Okay, let me give you an example. Like in the corporate world in America, right? The way they design it, the way they structure it, it's like they make it in a way where a bunch of wheels is spinning at the same time. If one of those wheels stop spinning, it will affect everything else. It affect the rest of the wheel. So when something goes wrong in one tiny department, everything will it's like it will be a chain reaction all over, where you see a meeting and they will start tracing where that problem. They connect everything together. You understand? So if we can design a system like draft our employment space or agencies, tie everything away where if somebody is not doing their task, it will affect everything else. And that way we can address it. So to me, there's so many ways to approach our problems, man. To me, most of these problems we have in Nigeria is they're just easy to solve, to be honest. But to me, I just think everyone, like you guys said earlier, everybody's just there for the ride. Everybody's trying to get there so they get paid and move on.
By the way,
money is all we all care about. Money.
By the way, kí ni Igboho tún ṣe nísìnyí o?
Is it true? Tony,
I don't know.
He's doing Fulani. The guy, you should arrest the guy, man. They should just arrest him.
Oh dear.
Because this division people are doing.
Sunday Igboho, it is the Igbo people that is sponsoring that guy.
I think so. I think they are paying him money.
It is the Igbo people. We are good on that sponsoring people, your people against you, just for you to undermine your progress, because they have a plan. So they are the people sponsoring that guy. That's why he can come to Nigeria. They're just giving little leverage for him to come and do his mother burial. For all what he have to say is that they should release Nnamdi Kanu. What concern Nnamdi Kanu? Isn't Nnamdi Kanu his own problem? So that guy is working with the Igbo people just for him to get money from them. So that guy is not sincere of whatever anything that he's doing, and we are not relying on all what he has been talking about. So let that guy go to air. They want to arrest him. It is left for the government. Now, I think if we are sincere, and the Igbo people are also sincere, what we should all be shouting or protesting now for Nigeria for the federal government to return us back to regional government. But the only problem we have in that Nigeria, it is the Igbo people. When we say Nigeria won't go back to regional government, they will say Shetima, that is the current vice president, say that restructure my air, or how did they even say it? That man did not actually mean so. During Baba Buhari, the Igbo people or Waneze, they just went and meet Buhari that they want one more state to attach to their 5 states, so that then they too they can be equal to other states in Nigeria. And Baba Buhari say, okay, if we allow you to create one more state, how are you going to fund the state, and how are you going to do it for you to raise money for the state? So Igbo people say, okay, they will go and come back. They'll go and hold meeting and come back. Come and give Buhari the next step. And they go, they could not be able to come back. So the next thing, some of them, they went to Arewa youth, the Indibo youth, they went to Arewa youth and go and meet and be pleading to them that they want presidency, that they should allow them for them to come back to the way they are before the independence of Nigeria, that they are the best allies with them, with the Fulani and the Hausas, that they should forget about the Yoruba people. I have the video. The video is there on the YouTube. That they should come back together to work together. They should forget whatever anything that's happened before. That let them come back for them to be working together, for them to form a government the way it has been for the creation of independence. And the Arewa told them that no, that then if they want them to work together, they need to do the needful. That they cannot be continue to castigate them, and at the same time they want them to be working together. So, and those people left. So that's why Shetima now said to them that restructure my foot. Okay, I get that word. Restructure my foot. That that kind of restructure, we did not want it. We want proper restructure. So they just hold on to that word when Shetima said restructure my foot, but they did not give the full detail why Shetima said so, because these people, they want even restructure more than Yoruba people, more than the South people, where Shetima came from, because then too they have been marginalized by the Hausa and the Fulani people. Then too they want restructure, because they have a lot of resources there. That is why a lot of armed insurgency have been happening there. Boko Haram, everything have been happening in their land, because of those resources that is there. So then too they want that restructure, but the only people that they don't want any restructure in Nigeria, it is the Igbo people, because they don't have any source. They are just there to grab people's land, to change people's identity, to steal people's children, to convert it to their world, to their narrative. So they are the only problem. That is the why when genuine people are protesting, they go and organize to come and stabilize that protest, to come and destroy that protest, to create chaos, to be burning people's property. And their property, they will never go into their property to burn their property. In Lagos, when the genuine people have been protesting for days, for NSAS, nothing happened until these Yamiri people come and destroy that protest and be burning Lagos state property, be killing people. Okay now, they destroy government property, private property, but they cannot go to where their market is situated in Lagos. Did you ever see any of their markets get burned in Lagos? So these people, they always bring one distraction. Anytime you are trying to make something, you are trying to make a point, so that the government can be able to do meaningful, meaningful thing to the citizen. These people will just come from nowhere, come and destroy everything. For the creation of Nigeria, these people they have been distracting Nigeria for Nigeria to move progress. So they are our big problem. So for those Yoruba people that be sympathetic with them, try to plead with them.
I beg,
I know
I
that
beg,
that
I
the
beg.
people like Baba
Who they,
Ajele Koko, they are the
talk?
people.
Who they talk? Who they talk? Who
Ades
they talk?
legacy. Ades legacy.
Sir, I don't think you should be sparing this type of hatred
Yes,
in any
yes,
public
because
space.
do you know why? Do you know why I'm saying it? Do you know why I'm saying
No,
it?
you should
Because if
you should not be saying it.
hello,
Not
excuse me,
whatever
sir,
your
excuse
why
me,
be.
sir. Because if Igbo
So
people
now
are
only
saying
Igbo
it,
people now only Igbo people be your problem.
yes, they are my
No other
problem.
person they create.
My problem, because I cannot be able to obtain to my full potential because of the Igbo people. They come and distort our
Your
normal structure that we have
your
our forefather
problems.
have been laid down for us.
I did sorry for you. I did
Yes,
seriously
you
sorry
are the
for you.
people because you have been married to them. You have been having
Really
affair with
sorry
them. That's
for
why
you.
you cannot reason deeply for you to know where
Let me
is the
tell you.
problem
Let
coming
me tell
from.
you something. What is doing you? Igbo people know if you solve your problem. You have some
Yes, they
problems. You
cannot.
need to go and talk to
They don't
somebody.
have, the Igbo people are never be a problem solver for
You
their
need
life. For the creation of
you need
Nigeria,
to
they are
call
not a
Dr.
problem solver.
Gomez.
They are the problem
Go and
creator. They
see
are the
go
problem
and
creator. They
go
are the
and
one
see
creating problem. They
go
can.
and
Have
see
you ever?
Dr.
Okay,
Alexander
what else?
Gomez.
Okay, have
I
you
don't
ever heard
I don't
Igbo
listen
people solve any
I really
problem?
think I don't listen to stupid talk. What you're coming out of your mouth, sir, is sad.
Yeah,
I feel
it's sad.
sorry
It
for
will be
you.
sad for you because
Okay, good
you're
night. You
educated.
know
Your
what? You
education
know what?
is not useful for
You
you
know
because you
what?
cannot
all right,
think
Good
deeply.
night. I mean, you're doing this
gentlemen,
in the place.
gentlemen, let's not resort to
Our education should be useful for
no,
we and our children,
no.
for our generation. We should not be
Okay,
passing to stupid things.
all right,
Your
but
people will come and live in your space, and they will be holding ground with you in your space, and you'll be political corrected. Well, what kind of political corrected is that? It should be using sledgehammer to hit the head. They will come to your space and come and be dragging your land with you. Come and be laying boundary. They come and be drawing map inside your territory with you. And you will be there sitting there, be speaking English, be political corrected. What kind of political corrected is that? You see, people like Ajale Koko, Baba, those kind of people are disgusted because they did not do the right thing. Just because of their marriage to Igbo, or they are having an affair, or they are doing business with anybody. That does not give that they should destroy their children's future. If you want to do things properly, that land is not for you. It is not for you. You borrow it from your ancestors, and you have to leave it for your children. So what are you leaving behind for your children? What are you leaving behind for your children? In the next 100 years, where will you think that your marriage will be? Now that, okay, in local government now, you now be saying, okay, if I'm Igbo will be controlling local government the way Fulani are controlling Ilorin now. You have accepted for Igbo people to take over some space in Lagos. Because definitely, there will be the people that will be the chairman, some parts in Lagos State now. So they can be able now to say, okay, they want to have Obi of so local government they are controlling. They will not be the king that will be controlling that zone. That is short. You see, we Yoruba people, let them marry, give us the knowledge, give us the talent, give us everything, all the resources. But we are so daft.
Adex,
We are so daft for we to look inward, for we to
Adex,
look at to look
Adex,
into the future.
hold on, Adex. If a man gave you wisdom and everything, and you refuse to use it, then who do you blame?
Yes, that is why I'm blaming people
So
like this man that is talking now that you want to be political
no, that's a
corrected.
different.
And you ever see any Igbo? Okay, wait, excuse me. Do you ever see any Igbo political leader that is political corrected? when he's talking on TV, on China News or Arise TV, they will be telling you with their full chest. But when our Yoruba people is talking, they'll just be talking in parable, be twisting words, just for them to be nice. To who? Nice to who? To the people that come and live with you, to people that come that you accommodate. For because of what? Accommodate you. Okay, I give you I receive it to my home and I give you my guest room. And the following day, you now say that you want to come and live in my bedroom. I will use sword and cut off your head. That is what is happening to us. But you people want to be political corrected. You want to be pampering there. Don't want people this. Okay, why? What was the answers get to do with the Oba of Lagos Palace? I want to ask you. But you cannot sit down as a Yoruba man to think about those things that happened in the past for you not to predict what is going to happen in the future. But you just be going zombie and you are educated and you don't care, you don't do this, you don't take up your house, or you slap you in the right side, you should turn the left side to them. The next thing, the next of their coming, they'll go to cut up your head and take over anything that belongs to you. These people, they have an agenda. They have an agenda. An agenda is for them to take over your space and drove you into the lagoon.
All right. So what I will say to respond to your statement or your comments is, I've said I have concerns, and I'm torn between it's a very difficult situation. But if left to me, I'll say there should be laws to protect indigents of a location. Doesn't mean you're not welcome in that space to do business, but I think the political scene of the political space in local government councils, for instance, should be left for indigents. There should be special accommodation made and provisions in our constitution to safeguard for people like you that have concerns about. Let me use the word.
But BT, all those things are in our constitution now. Okay, let me say, for example.
Let me fetch so you know where I'm coming from. Presently,
okay.
So you can move to anywhere. I think the law says six weeks or by 6 months or something. You can run for office anywhere in Nigeria once you've proven residency 6 months. That's what the law says. What I'm saying is that there should be provisions for municipalities where the indigenous of that area in that political space should be the ones running for office, political posts. That way you protect, I think concerns by people like Adex and others. Doesn't mean you cannot move it.
Ben Nwabweze is the one that drafted the 1999 constitution.
Adex, this is what I'm saying.
So he put all those things, he deliberately put all those things there just for them to be moving around Nigeria.
No. You know this.
If you watch closely now, they will tell you, they can move anywhere, but they will never allow people to move into their space. Why is this so? Why is this so? They can move anywhere and buy land and establish their business and live.
No, you can buy. No. Adex.
No,
so that's what I'm saying.
But you now know that in where you live, if you can be
Adex,
able to live there for
Adex,
like a 1 decade.
Listen to what I'm saying. Just listen. Dubai is a perfect example of what I'm saying. The majority of people that live in Dubai are not actually indigents of Dubai, right? But the power structure of that place is still controlled by the indigents or by the people of Dubai.
That is Dubai.
No, I'm giving you.
Nigeria is a cycle. Is a cycle.
Where I'm going somewhere with this. I'm trying to, like, if you are so worried that somebody might come and invade your space and take it over, the very first thing that should concern you is the power structure of that location, because that's what is the most important. That's the priority.
But we have a
And I'm telling you
constitution in
that
Nigeria. We have a
if that is,
constitution.
listen now, if that's the priority, the first thing you address is that power structure. Now,
Yes,
if
that is
you
why
ensure that
we
the
need
power
to
structure of
go
that
back
place
to
remains
regional
within,
government. If you don't go
yes,
back to
no,
regional
so
government, there's nothing.
I'm agreeing with you, but it's like there's a limit to that. Like, you cannot say people cannot buy land if they're Nigerians, or even foreigners can buy land in Nigeria.
Yes.
But the thing is, you want to safeguard is the power structure, because that's what concerns you. Then once you have the power structure, then you can make laws to then further protect your people. But that's the first thing you should go for. That's the very first thing.
What is the power structure you are mentioning?
Okay, I guess give an example. Political power, where who runs for office somewhere, because if somebody invades your space and they have the numbers, the thing that is happening.
Okay. Can you imagine? Gbadebo is the governor of Lagos State today.
Gbadebo by blood is an indigene, so that doesn't count.
Wait, excuse
what I'm
me.
saying is,
Gbadebo told you promptly that he does not think in Yoruba, he think in Igbo, and best allied friends, all of them are from Southeast.
Shaking Lamole lórí show fún ẹni Adex, ẹbí kí n fi gbẹnu sọ̀rọ̀.
Lamole na, mi máa fẹ́ ká máa fọ́gbà yán gan.
Nǹkan tí mò ń sọ ni pé once you create that power structure, ẹni tó máa wọlé ń bẹ̀, ó máa jọmọ ìlú yín, kì í ṣe pé bàbá àti nìkan by blood, ó ń láti align mọ́ nǹkan tẹ́ believe ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jọmọ ọbẹ̀.
But they don't want to align.
No, because they have the numbers to negate anymore. So once you fix that problem, even if they come in their millions, you will still be the one in charge.
You see in Yoruba land, we don't care. We don't care. You see, in our culture, we don't care. As long as you align with our culture, our belief system, our practice in Yoruba land, we don't discriminate. But these people, they are coming to pollute all our culture. Okay, you see it now. Okay, look at Osun State. Osun State, Ade dancer. We did not discriminate against him and against his family. Because why? He adopted our culture and he sees himself as one of us. He does not go against our what we believe. But look at Shinedu. He go against everything we believe. He does not align with anything. He doesn't know anything about us. He's just like a stranger between our midst. So if you make that kind of a person to be the governor of Lagos State, he's going to destroy, to return you back to at least 100 years time. That's what you have passed through.
Oh, Kando, come back. We need to talk about something else.
Okay, now the people that is projecting Gbadebo that time, why are they projecting Gbadebo? Because they have an agenda. The agenda is for them to take over your space, because the governor, they will never say that the governor that is Sanwo-Olu is not doing well or is not working as a Lagos State governor. Everybody know in Nigeria that Lagos State is moving ahead. But they don't care about your development. They don't care about anything that you are achieving. What they want is for them to have their own person there, just to destroy everything and take over your space. That is the reason why they come and brought Gbadebo to come and become Lagos State governor. So these people, they are a bitter soul. They are bitter soul. There's nothing you can do to please them. If you don't allow them to take over your shirt, they will cut off your head. So you have to submit to them. If you don't submit to them, they will poison you. They will put drink inside your drink They'll put poison inside your drink and they'll put poison inside your food. They are the people that be poisoning our people. That's why I be telling our celebrity, don't be moving to party with these people. If you're in the party in the same arena with these people, you should be careful. Because they are bitter soul. They don't want it to be rejoicing. They don't want your sadness. Anywhere you are with them in their midst, be careful. Protect yourself. The Rivers people, they suppress and subjugate all these Ikore people before their eyes now open.